Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Verdant Flower, Crimson Wind in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, The Sleep of the Just and the Wicked Alike. Byleth dreamed. Voices. Harsh. Grating. Arrogant. Cruel. Little figures dancing, burning, wars, horrors and atrocities, all presided over by green-haired monsters whose sadism was unmatched, all save one. A littlest one, not like the others, mocked and hurt for being the youngest, who looked upon the little figures and felt a terrible empathy with them, for she was a littlest, too. An escape. Fleeing across endless, glorious darkness, that was so big that it gave her room to escape even her vast tormentors, heading towards a shining star, a world with life, where life could be made. She would be good. She would be better than her progenitors. As she slammed into the world, fire trailing off of her like glorious wings, she knew that this could be her home, that she could build a life in this place, that she could make so many things. There was already intelligent life here, and she adopted their shape. She was desperate to adopt not just their shape but their words and their tongue and the race entire. She wanted to adopt them and be kind to them, be a good mother to children that weren't hers or anybody's except the random chance of chaos and the world, prove to herself that she was not like those who were cruel to her. And in time, she will create life of her own, and her firstborn will be so beautiful. When she opens her eyes she will be so proud and so happy, and she will name her daughter Siros. She will love her, she will be good to her, she will not be cruel like her own mother. She will be good to this daughter of hers. She will teach her 1,000 things, words, and languages and magic and shape-shifting, and even when they eventually fight, as people always fight, she will keep that love in her heart, and her daughter will love her back and they will always forgive each other. Always. Siros, I'm so sorry. Byleth woke up crying in the middle of the night, but the tears that ran down her face weren't hers. She tried to go back to sleep, and after an hour of fighting with herself, finally managed it, but something told her it wasn't over. Not yet, not yet. Felix woke up terribly early the morning after Gronder Field, a legacy of younger days spent training obsessively. He sighed as he tried to wrestle himself back to sleep, a task he had gotten better at, over the years. Once, he would have risen before the sun, to break training swords against mannequins, to subsume himself into fighting, but that had been another life, before the war, before the Alliance murdered his brother and his father both in a single battle. Thinking of them hurt, the way it always had. If it had happened when he was younger, it would have broken him, he was certain. He had always been a brash, angry young man, tempered only by Glenn, who was so strong, and so noble, that even the angry, fight-loving younger Felix had to look up to him, had to at least act human just so Glenn wouldn't be disappointed in him. Felix had never listened to his father, but his brother had been a calming influence on a younger man badly in need of one. His father, whom he had never listened to in life, whose lessons Felix tried so hard to follow after his death. It was not his father's fault that he had been so pig-headed in his youth, for all that he had once mocked Dmitri as a boor for his reckless daring. Between the two of them, Felix would always more closely resemble that blind, savage beast. That task had fallen on his friends as the years wore on, but it had been his brother he always held in the highest respect. Had he been younger when Glenn died, he would have thrown himself into his cynicism and his fury, and both his brother and his father dying would have ruined him entirely. He would have become a swordsman in the most literal sense imaginable, a swordsman. He would have been a man whose only purpose was to wield a sword. But, he had been older, when they died. It had taken their deaths to finally break through to him, to get him to stop being as monotonously focused as he had been, to, at last, embrace his responsibilities, and grow up. He hoped he had not made a mess of it. He hoped they were proud of him, wherever they were. Such thoughts were not conducive to going back to sleep, so he sighed and arose, sitting up in his bed. If he must be up, he must be up. He had won that battle more often than not, these last 2 years, but winning more often than not still implied losing, from time to time, and yesterday's victory in battle would not be matched today with victory over habit. His tent was not the sparse thing his room had once been. Service as Dmitri's retainer was a paper-intensive thing, and he'd had a desk set up on one wall that practically groaned with its own weight, requests to be reviewed, letters read, or ready to be sent, orders Dmitri wanted him to make, orders that Dmitri needed to see, orders that Felix could take care of without needing to bother his king, equipment manifests and security reports and all the 1,000 pieces of paperwork that made up the lifeblood of an army. It wasn't like he wasn't familiar with the job. Even back at Garreg Mach, Felix had helped Didu out when the job of retainer began to overwhelm him, for the son of bakers and chefs was, through no fault of his own, ill-prepared for the task of managing a prince's work schedule. It had been Felix, ironically, who had taught Didu not the art of warfare, but the much more terrible and necessary art of bureaucracy, a task Didu had, eventually, excelled at, as the big man excelled at so much he turned his capable hands to. Still, in time, when Didu and Dmitri had married, it had been inappropriate for him to continue as retainer. A husband should not be a secretary, and Faergus was nothing if not conscious of should and should not be's, a land of roles and places. So Felix had agreed to take over full-time, the only Blue Lion who could really do the work except maybe Ash, but he was such an excellent quartermaster that it would have been a shame to waste him as a general retainer. It would be a shame to waste Ash on anything, for that matter. Felix still remembered how the Blue Lions owed their escape from Garreg Mach to the former thief, to his skills and cleverness. Edelgard had saved Dimitri's life, but after she tore off on a one-woman wildfire rampage of vengeance for her lost eye, they had run, fleeing the storm of gold that descended on them. Their way had been blocked, the Alliance and their dragons had the monastery surrounded, but Ash was smarter than them, his thieves' instincts guiding him after all this time to a hidden path in the sewers of Garreg Mach, one he hadn't known about, but it had felt right. It was where nobles hid secret paths, in their cisterns and sewers, which he knew from his days raiding their mansions. He had guessed, and the guess proved correct enough that he escaped. He led them into sewage and out onto freedom. Long days spent hunting at the monastery meant that, once they were outside the walls, he knew backwoods paths the Alliance could not follow him on, save a single squad led by Leone that they'd managed to fight off. Felix's sword a saw blade in his hand as he hacked through screaming human lumber, Ash and Leone dueling with bows as the rest fought it out in desperate melee, back to back against an overwhelming number of foes, Mercedes right behind them throwing healing life into their bodies. That they could keep up their furious defense. The thief-made knight had won, forcing Leone to retreat, and the other lions had won the hard press of the melee, though not before Leone managed to take off Ash's pointer finger with a well-aimed shot. After that, Leone's squad had fled, carrying their wounded leader back. The lions had turned west, and kept running. Ash's skill at hunting and navigation not only got them home, but it let him catch enough game that they could eat on the way back home, having fled the battle suddenly and without provisions. Felix was alive today because Ash had been there to save them. They all were. Besides, it wasn't like Didu wasn't busy. As liaison to Duskur, he had been constantly on the move, traveling back and forth between Fhirdiad and his distant homeland, drumming up support, a task at which he was so good that Duskur had sent countless troops to Faergus' aid in this great war. In many ways, in fact, Didu had been largely responsible for keeping the kingdom in the fight at all, for without Duskurian support they would have folded. They shored up kingdom weaknesses. Duskurians fought differently than Faergi did, axes and heavy infantry, backed up by swathes of healers and enough healing poultices to bring a dead man back to life. They'd gotten doctors and healers and medicine enough from Duskur that Felix could have swam in a pool of elixir, if the urge hit him. He'd heard Didu say, back in innocent school days, that their warriors descended from lumberjacks, of all things, that the most prestigious of their military organizations had, once upon a time, been mere common woodfolk, lumberjacks, and wise women, who happened upon the Queen of Duskur while bandits ambushed her, and fought in her defense. For that act of heroism, they had been uplifted, had become nobility, spawning a military order of protectors whose favored equipment had become standard in all of Duskur, and it elevated the wood's wise women to the status of most prestigious of healers. Duskurian herbalists and alchemists were the best in the world, and only distant Morphais could compete with their healers. It was a Duskur woman who had first put together the formula for an elixir, decades ago, and in modern times they had treatments for diseases that Fodlan had yet to even name, a potion to drink to remove sugar from the blood, a warm treatment that could cure common colds, a cold and dark lozenge that could slow and steady the beating of a weak heart when placed under the tongue. Felix had seen their power himself, had seen what they had done for Ingrid, after her fall, though even the best doctors of Duskur would admit that Ingrid's recovery had been a miracle not of their own making. They had done their best, but the techniques they were forced to try by her injuries were too new, too experimental, too untested. Books were being written about her, he'd heard, and a sample of her blood had sold for millions to some alchemist's lab in Dusker. She'd auctioned it off to help the war effort, a year back, and he still felt odd about it. Felix had always wondered, since he'd heard that, if some of Dusker's willingness to help had been simply because of how much like that story sounded. Felix was sure that much of Dusker's willingness to help was just the age-old unity of their nations, that they would have sent aid regardless, but he had to look like those ancient heroes, to Duskurian eyes, the common man who saved a foreign prince and, for his courage, was eventually awarded a king's hand in marriage. Didu sounded when you looked at it with objective distance almost like the chivalric tales of Farragus. He almost didn't seem real, the commoner blessed to be a king, the low destined to rise high. Like Dorothea, he supposed, who had changed so much in the last few years, who had went from street rat to opera star to this thundering general, who strode unharmed amidst carnage and spoke the tongue of storms. Felix idly held his hand up, let a little lightning flicker along his fingers. He knew that language too he'd changed, in these last 5 years. He could not be a master of faith, like his father, still a little too cold and rational for it, but he had taken up magic, after his father's death, and the same obsessive drive that had once led him to waste his life on swordplay had let him learn magic in record time. They needed that. Neither Farragus nor Dusker were lands of much sorcery, and with the loss of Mercedes, they'd had no one left who really knew much of it. Felix had thus effectively volunteered himself to the work. Once he'd hung up his sword for good, he needed a weapon of some kind, and his newfound sense of responsibility left him only one real option. They needed a mage, so he studied magic. There had been Annette, once upon a time, of course, but she had left to join the Eagles, back before any of them had known just how momentous a decision that would be. He was glad she was alive and doing well. That had almost been him. After all, he might have been the lone lion amongst the eagles. But for the grace of the goddess, as someone had said, once, and then been echoed down all history, Byleth had actually approached Felix, in those days, hunting a physical warrior and going to the kingdom's students first, their kind being experts at martial war. He'd turned her down entirely because he liked fighting Dimitri, because in his youth, he was an asshole, a fact he'd had to come to terms with when all of House Frildarius' burdens fell on top of him, all at once. He could have stayed the same, and let his father and brother's deaths mean nothing, or he could change, and, well. He could not claim to be a great lord, but he was doing all right, and he had to believe that meant something. Dear goddess. He'd been sitting in his bed for 15 minutes, just thinking. He really was tired as hell. He shook his head to clear it of the past and got up out of bed, enjoying the southern warmth. Adrestia was a hot land, and unlike most of his fellow Faergi, Felix actually sort of enjoyed it. He stretched, then sighed as he stared at his desk. It was far too early to worry about working through what was left on his desk. At least he was not a drinker, and had no hangover to go with his tiredness. A bit of coffee would wake him right up. Coffee was a bit of an acquired taste in tea-obsessed Fodlan, but work as Dimitri's retainer had a way of making one value the alertness the bitter drink brought. He poked his head out of his tent. Ingrid was out there, of course, because Ingrid was not really a person, but some kind of absurd fairy tale knight come to life, right out of the stories, a trait she shared with Didu and Ash both. No wonder those three all got along so well. She turned to him, all smiles despite the fact the sun had yet to do more than dimly light the farthest edge of the night sky. In the dim flicker of her low cooking fire, bouncing off of her chest plate, he could see a few of the massive scars that riddled her face, the observable echo of the greater series of wounds that covered her entire body. "Good morning, Lord Frildarius," she said, all smiles. In the small campfire before her, a pot of coffee was boiling, and the smell was heavenly in the light breeze that played merrily over the Kingdom Grand Army's camp. Next to the black ambrosia was a fat and heavy skillet that contained the first round of Ingrid's breakfast, which Felix ignored. Morning meals had never sat well on his stomach. "Hello, Ingrid," Felix said. He wasn't even surprised at her efficiency. 4 years of Ingrid's impossibly loyal service had inured him to the fact that, as far as he could tell, his sister-in-law did not sleep, could predict his needs before he could, and was preternaturally good at deterring assassins. That last was important, because Claude was inordinately fond of sending assassins, Felix could not count the number of times he'd woken up to his faithful knight cheerfully informing him that she'd killed or captured a would-be murderer in the night. "How are you this morning?" "Better than I've been in a long time," she said, smiling at him as she poured a cup. It stretched the scars on her face in strange patterns. Lord Frildarius, yesterday was important. I think the war's turning." He pondered that a moment, as she handed him the tin cup. He sipped his warm brew, as he thought about the victory they'd won, the sheer number of Alliance troops they'd killed and routed, the supplies they'd managed to recover and found, to his surprise, that his old cynic's heart agreed with her. "I think it is," he said, and Ingrid's smile only grew wider. Cethline dreamed. A memory it was, though with that haze-like quality of sleep. The aftermath of one of her first battles alongside Nemesis' new land of Adrestia, which grew every day as human kingdoms swore fealty to him, in return for his protection from Agartha and Ceros both. She had been wounded in the fighting, and was recovering. The wound wasn't serious, just a long cut down her side from the claws of another dragon. She'd known that dragon, too, remembered that he told bad jokes and liked to think himself clever, remembered laughing at one of those jokes, right as her jaws crunched down on his head and silenced his voice forever. So she lay there, hurt, and tried not to think about how many people she'd grown up with that she was killing. That she was doing it for the right reasons was the only way she was able to keep going at all, that she knew she was doing the right thing in fighting for a day when dragon and human could live at peace with one another was her sole source of comfort and strength, and it did not dull all the pain of this horrific war. No other soothing was forthcoming. Her fellow rebels and refugees had no healing magic among them, and they had no poultices or potions, had fled Ceros and her home in the throat with nothing but their dragon stones and the clothes on their backs, escaping in the dead of night in hopes that Ceros' eye would be dimmed to their escape. And she could not speak of her pain to them. She had been, more or less by accident, appointed their leader. The girl who would not obey Ceros anymore had somehow ended up leading them, a prophet in the wilderness, and given her extreme youth, she knew how precarious that leadership was, how so much of what she did would be remembered by her followers, how fragile some of this was. Should she be open about her hurt, her pain? Should she not present herself as a fearless, capable leader? She feared that some of those who were uncertain would turn tail again, would flee back to Ceros or, worse, seek to betray Adrestia first, which would destroy what tenuous alliance existed. For her dream, for the better future she hoped for, that Sothis herself had hoped for, she had to think of all these things, all the time, with no one to help her but Indek, and she could not lean on him too strongly, or she would be seen as weak. A tremendous, impossible burden, but it was incredible, and horrifying, the things you could learn to live with. She might ask her allies, but that, too, was barred to her. The Adrestians had healing magic, and some potions though not many. It had been a while since the last raid but none of them would help her. They were afraid of her, and after a year and a half of draconic violence, Cethline could not find it in herself to be mad at them. They had offered to fight alongside her, and none of them had tried to betray her during the few skirmishes they'd had. Her people were being allowed to fight as allies with the Adrestians, and it was more than the Agarthans would allow. It would have to be enough. How could she ask of these humans, so many of whom she'd killed in Ceros' name over the last year, for help? And if she did, and they said no, what message would that send to her small following? It would make them seem lesser in the humans' eyes, it would weaken what little trust they had in Adrestia. So she was left without hope of help, and tried to toughen her heart to it. The wound was not fatal. She would heal, eventually. She would just hurt, in the meantime. Hurt, and try not to whimper, and try not to think about her father, and the way he would care for her when she was sick, and not think of so many things. And as she lay there, trying not to think of things, trying to sleep so the wound would heal faster, she felt more than heard the approach of one of the Adrestians. She cracked open an eye. An older woman, a matron, approaching with a small basket, and the crooked, basic staff that the Adrestians had to use for their mages, nothing like the mighty, manufactured things the Agarthan wizards used, something half-scrounged, half-formed, much like the Adrestian army itself was, armoring itself with cast-offs of Agartha, and cast-offs of Ceros, too. Cethline had to admit, what else would you call her and her followers? Yes. Cethline rumbled after a moment, needing it to remember the words in a language she barely knew, and being thankful that the eidetic memory of dragons made the task simpler. "Do you need healing?" the woman asked. Cethline fully opened her eyes, turned her great head to the woman. You would heal me?" she asked, surprised. "We're allies, ain't we?" she said with a grin. Other dragons took note, and leaned in, watching from a distance, but the woman did not flinch underneath the weight of those stares. Cethline stared, too, dumbfounded for a moment. Aren't you afraid?" she asked. "Terrified," the woman replied honestly. "And not least cause all your fellow dragons are staring at me like a fattened calf." A bit chastened, most of the dragons looked away, though Indek just laughed and continued to observe this strange human. The healer just kept talking. "Course, I'm more afraid of you. I lost my husband to teeth a lot like yours. To a thing a lot like you. Rose right out of the water and bit my fisherman husband in half. Would have got me and my kids too, save that I picked them up and ran like hell. Now, can I heal you, or does it not work like that for dragons?" Cethline, ashamed, lowered her head. "I am sorry for your loss. I apologize." "Wasn't your teeth," the woman said with a shrug. "Or, hell, it might have been, I guess. You've fought us before, I heard someone say." "Agarthans," Cethline said reflexively, but then, the Adrestians had served the Agarthans too, up until recently. Yes. I've fought your people before, it might well have been me." "Where was this?" "A village ain't got no name," the woman answered as she set her basket down. "Not one a dragon would know, I reckon. I got some painkillers and a bit of faith, will that patch ya up?" Yes, but, why would you help me?" Cethline asked, lost. "I have murdered your people, I might have killed your husband." "You're helping us now," the woman said, as she pulled out a little bag of healing herbs and began to apply them to. "And I was mighty scared of you, seeing you over here, but I don't much like thinking I'm a coward. And, you looked awful sad, laying there, breathing hard, trying not to hurt. I know what that's like. Watched my mama die of something that took months to kill, wasting away. She looked a lot like that." I don't know what to say," Cethline said. Thank you." They were both quiet a few moments, as the woman spread the herbs and healed her, and relief slowly spread through Cethline's body. "You sound young, girlie," the motherly woman said. "I am," Cethline said, very quietly to her, aware of her listeners, and she had not meant to sound so hurt when she said it. Something between this woman's kindness and courage and the relief the herbs brought had left her too open, too honest, and her grief spilled out in her words. The woman turned a sad gaze to her, and patted her great side. "If you need to talk, I'm pretty good at not telling secrets," she said. "Though I hope one of your secrets ain't that you're all secretly traitors, we're barely holding our shit together as it is." Indek, listening nearby, shot out a surprised laugh, and the woman turned a grin on the turtle as Cethline gave him a reprimanding look. "Uncle." "Sorry," he said. The idea of betrayal is ridiculous. Ciros wants to eat our livers, and Agartha wants to make weapons out of our bones. Not much advantage to betraying the only group that wanted to talk instead of kill us." "Does sound pretty stupid, you put it that way," the woman said. "Course, just cause it's stupid doesn't mean somebody won't do it. You dragons ain't no different from us when it comes to doing dumb shit." Indek was sent into hysterics at that. Say what you would of Indek, but he'd always kind of liked humans, and the sardonic human had a firm grip on his sense of humor. He finally managed to speak after a good minute of laughter. "I rather wish you were wrong, but you're not." The woman grinned at him. "You're all right, yeah, big turtle. You know Nemesis had a hell of a go, or so I heard, getting you guys in, but for whatever it's worth, I'm glad y'all's here. Nice to have dragons on our side, too." "What's your name?" Cethline asked, intending to seek her out later. It would be nice to have someone to talk to, who would not judge her. Who was neither her servant nor her superior nor her enemy but just a friend. Maybe this woman was a spy of Agartha. That was a fear she had. She knew so little, and she had been thrust so suddenly into this world of politics and espionage and war, but she had to talk to someone. "Name's Flane," the healer said. Flane Heavering. Flane. Drowsily, Saint Cethleen turned over in her sleep in the Black Eagle's camp, smiling, remembering that brave woman, remembered long conversations with her and heroic deeds done by that motherly woman, and wondered in that brief way we wonder things in our dreams what had happened to her descendants. Somewhere nearby, Linhard, whose family name is Heavering, slept the sleep of the dead, exhausted from the doctor's tasks he'd done all the night through, working his fingers to the bone so that the wounded of the Black Eagles would still be in the land of the living come this morning, and it was a testament to his hard-earned medical skill and healer's hands that, of those among the Black Eagles who had been injured in the Second Battle of Gronder Field, every single person tended to by Linhard personally would not only live, but recover completely. Caspar, early riser, had slipped out without waking him, knowing how exhausted such work left him, and with one more fond look back at his sleeping fiancée, took off to put his armor on and begin his shift of guard duty. After downing a cup of coffee, and then taking another mug as precaution, Felix dressed himself in the tent as Ingrid cooked and devoured her horrifyingly large breakfast outside, gluttony the one indulgence she had, though she had to eat slower these days with her ragged teeth. The simple robes of a scholar and a sage still felt odd on him, and he wasn't sure he'd ever not feel awkward, not wearing a sword, but he'd put the blade down when he inherited all the house, to remind himself that he could not be just a warrior any longer. The only decorations he bore were those that marked his station. Faergus, as he'd thought this morning, was a place where position mattered, where declaring that position and living up to it were necessities of life. He'd ignored those necessities for years, but now, in the kingdom's darkest hour, he couldn't do anything that would damage Dimitri's position. A new king, only king because of his parents' illness, had issues of legitimacy, issues that had already caused him problems. House Karen was not the first noble house that had betrayed them for the alliance, and much of the territory they'd lost in the east had been because, between the Duke of Dragons and an untested prince, too many barons, counts, and earls chose to throw their lot in with the duke. Felix would not fail Dimitri by adding on to those worries, by appearing to be anything less than the direct servant of royalty that he was. Respectability was a matter of showmanship, and while Felix had all the charisma of a falling log, he'd learned to at least dress well enough. The sash and cloak over his robes declared his house, his allegiance, and his status, and were enough like his own father's formal clothes that he felt better wearing them. His father had left a powerful legacy behind, one Felix would simply have to live up to as best he could. When dressed, he finished off his cup of coffee, downing it swiftly and without complaint. Caffeine mattered, not the drink itself. That done, he put the cup down nearby where Ingrid would eventually pick it up for cleaning, and from his desk picked up the large folder that contained all of his notes and information, ranging from simple observations to currently active treaties to the names of every lord in Faergus as well as their disposition. His right hand occupied itself with a vast tome not of spells, but of laws, every law in Faergus, from the king's heaviest proclamations to the lighter sentences of lesser lords. When he stepped out, Ingrid was ready because of course she was, and the two walked through the camp towards Dimitri's headquarters. Dimitri and Didu almost certainly weren't awake, but Felix liked to be waiting for them at the conference table when they arrived, for the same reason that Ingrid tried to be there when he awoke. It was what a good servant did. The distance was considerable. Felix had the idea to separate the leadership out, when they started this Kingdom Grand Army, to prevent all of the leadership from being overwhelmed in a single attack. It was better for everyone if the kingdom's chain of command could not be destroyed in a single successful raid. An unexpected benefit was that it let Felix get a feel for the camp when he headed over. He'd walked through many a camp in the 5 years of this war, and while most soldiers were asleep, that itself gave him a sense of the mood. After a bad loss, soldiers did not sleep well. The night was disturbed by the sounds of souls in distress, by weeping and grieving, and while there was some of that after a victory, sound sleep amongst the troops was the surest sign of a battle gone well. And the camp, this early in the morning, rested peacefully under the blanket of stars that still lay over the world, mourning just a lightening of the blackness at the moment. As they neared the command tent, they ran into the only other lion awake, Ash, whose years as a burglar had made him used to odd hours, a skill that had helped him tremendously in his years as a knight. In his hands he carried a bag stuffed with messages and dispatches. Remembering his thoughts this morning, Felix's eyes flickered to where Ash was missing the pointer finger of his right hand, the wound that had forced him to pick up lance work to supplement his wounded archery. "Hey guys, the knight said, bright and chipper. Good early morning, I got the mail. Good morning, Sir Gaspard, Ingrid said formally, and Ash beamed at her for it. Morning, Ash. Anything of immediate concern or interest? Felix asked. Queen Mother Cornelia sent us a letter informing us that the Eagles were coming to help us, Ash said. A timely and useful message, Ingrid commented dryly, and the trio laughed quietly. The Eagles precede their reputation, apparently, Felix said, as the chuckling died down. What else does her letter say? It mentions that the Eagles saved her at Arianrod, Ash said. He'd glanced over the letters himself, opening them and making sure there was nothing poisonous or lethal inside before he brought them to the others. He had people for that, of course, but he stood as the last line of defense for the Lions, and so he checked them all personally. The fortress would have fallen, save that the Eagles swooped in and saved them. She also details a Hierophant. Something weird Claude's come up with, alongside that preacher he keeps on retainer. You guys remember Marianne? Felix sort of recalled her. He'd spent too much of his school days self-obsessed, seeking to be better than his brother at something, with swordsmanship his preferred method. She was quiet, he thought. Vaguely, he said, shrugging. If he'd known how important his classmates would be, not just to his future but to all of Fodlan, he'd have been more sociable. Hell, he'd barely paid attention to his fellow Lions. I remember her, Ingrid said. Hilda's girlfriend, if I recall correctly. Very religious. I met her when she was dragging a golden deer student away from Dorothea's Rhea during that ridiculous song. Ash laughed. Oh man, I forgot about that. Ingrid the unachievable, right? Felix quirked an eyebrow, he didn't remember this. Wait, what song? Ash kept laughing, as Ingrid pinched the bridge of her nose, or at least, what was left of it. An arrow had shaved off most of the front, fire had melted the rest of it into a single mass, and even the wonders of Dusker science had only been able to regrow so much of her ruined form, scalpels tearing new holes in the fused flesh so she could breathe, even as the strange and experimental medical treatments they tried undid her shattered form as best they could. I turned her down, after she cajoled Edelgard and the Eagles into helping me deal with the worst suitor I'd ever had. The man tried to kidnap me, Ingrid explained. Felix nodded that part he'd heard. After that, Dorothea openly asked me if I was interested. I told her no, and she started a school club. The Rejected by Ingrid Association. Ash sang out, still laughing. The Rhea. Felix's eyebrow began to achieve orbit. Ingrid chuckled a bit too, though she was still clearly embarrassed, scarred lips turning into a wry smile. She found the others I'd turned down. Dorothea had apparently written a song, and when her and the Rhea saw me, they started belting it out. It was intended to be sad, but she was a bit drunk, and her accompanying choir of I believe there were 6 people there, were all very drunk, so it came out much more enthusiastically than intended, was a bit of a waltz, honestly. Had a good beat. Catchy as hell, too, Ash said, before singing softly in falsetto, Ingrid, so unattainable, Ingrid, so unreachable, so unachievable. Ingrid slapped him on the shoulder, though gently. Hush, you. It was a bit of a mess, Lord Frildarius. Manuela arrived to see what was going on, but then she started drinking and singing along too, and after about the 3rd round I think she forgot that I'd never turned her down. She cried and told me I was too beautiful for this world. Felix wrestled down a laugh at the mental image. Ridiculous, dramatic Manuela, who no one had seen since, who had died when Claude assaulted Garagmok, or at least, that's what Felix assumed, no one had found the body. Maybe Claude had buried her, she'd been his teacher, after all, and he was sometimes stricken with sentiment, particularly in comparison to Rhea, who was some other thing. So, why didn't you ask the Lions to help you with this suitor? Dmitri would surely have helped, Felix asked, and Ingrid shrugged. I didn't believe Dorothea, Lord Frildarius. She told me the man was a scumbag, said she'd dealt with him personally before and that he was slime. I thought she was exaggerating, but as it turns out she was, if anything, understating the problem. We ended up in a literal battle, with mercenaries on one side and the Eagles and myself on the other. I really should have asked Dmitri, I just didn't believe it could be as bad as Dorothea said. She shook her head. I owe her my life. You'll have a chance to repay her, I suspect, Ash said, smiling at her. They're all alive. I still can't believe the Black Eagles are real. Seemed, I don't know, to. Fairy tale. Felix offered, and Ash nodded. Like something out of those old chivalry books, Ash agreed. Ingrid grinned. It reminds me of Chronicles of Valkyrie, specifically, she said, and Ash nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, it's just like the scene where Dash. Please, spare me, I beg of you, Felix asked, before the two could go herring off about their common interests once more. Sorry, Felix, they both chimed in unison. Thank you, he commented. Now let's get in there. It does us no good to get up early if Dimitri arrives before we do. I want to read the mail over myself, at any rate. They strode into the command tent, a sparse and vast blue thing, in race guarded at the moment by a few of their Dusker allies. Ingrid gave them a deep bow, honoring the people who had, beyond all hope of recovery, saved her life, before she held the flap open for Felix and Ash, following them in and taking up her position standing behind Felix. He'd offered her a chair before, but she'd declined, said the scars on her legs itched if she sat too long, and she preferred to be ready at any rate. Felix's own seat was next to Dimitri's, while Ash took the one to Felix's left. Ash handed over the letters for Felix to read, the correspondence mostly that relating to or for the Blue Lions. Ash handled the bulk of the messages the army got through his own subordinates, Kingdom Quartermasters having always fulfilled the secondary task of postmaster as well, but messages for those closest to Dimitri were handled by him personally. Felix went down the letters with quick eyes, years of practice rendering him a swift reader, reading everyone's mail. If they wanted privacy, they could join a different army. Not all of Felix's brusque nature had left him, and they'd gotten used to it as his way of protecting them. One letter for Sylvain from his older brother Miquelon, informing him that he was taking off on a raid into Alliance territory again, this time supported by Christophe of House Gaspard and the mighty knight Gwendel of House Rowe. Apparently, he'd heard rumors of some rebel movement in the Alliance, rumors he thought worth checking up on, and he was using his discretion as Warden of the Northeast to look into the matter for Dimitri. Miquelon had included what little he had heard from his soldiers about this supposed rebel movement, that it was led by some Alliance noble who had found she could not stomach Rhea anymore, that it was located in the northwest of the Alliance, and seemed to be centered on a small village near a lake, named after the Saint of Dragons. Probably nothing, but Miquelon had heard rumors they had dragons on their side, and that was just a little too interesting to ignore. That was the first, and more business-like, half of the letter, conducted cleanly and concisely. The second half was Miquelon continuing in more informal tone, which for Miquelon meant that it was half swears. The first paragraph of that second half was spent informing Sylvain of how Gautier's lands were doing. Farms are doing fucking great, of his hiring of a court mage for Gautier, hired a Dusker alchemist, he blew the lab up twice on his first day, so clearly I've made a great goddess-damned decision, and how Miquelon's 2 children were doing. The kids are going to be fucking giants. What the hell is Ladislava feeding them? The second paragraph of the more informal portion was Miquelon encouraging Sylvain to just ask Felix out already, something Miquelon had done in his last 3 letters. He even had instructions on finding a Dodden minister to perform the ceremony, albeit Miquelon's version was half swears. Fucking ask him to marry you already so I can be your goddess-damned best man before my balls rot off from old age and I have to go to a monastery to dedicate the rest of my life to spit-shining the goddess fat ass, was the specific terminology used. Miquelon had always been coarse, despite his upbringing or, perhaps more accurately, because of it. Sylvain's father had been cruel, to his eldest, had placed unimaginable pressure on him, and in a spirit of rebellion Miquelon had finally left voluntarily, cutting all ties, except one. Sylvain he'd kept in contact with surreptitiously, Miquelon understanding the horrible pressures Sylvain would now be placed under as the new heir and, perhaps, feeling a little guilty that he had abandoned Sylvain to that pressure, or at least, that's how Felix interpreted it. Miquelon had become his own man, had formed a mercenary company by the most absurdly direct method imaginable, had wandered into the outlands and distant territories and found brigands and bandits, and personally pummeled them into human shape, forging from groups of disparate outlaws a single faction he named the Forgotten. Miquelon, nameless, had taken his band of former cutthroats, and he had led them to glory as a mercenary captain, somehow taking these lawless folk and turning them around through sheer force of will into a band of rough and honorable soldiers, with a reputation as shining as gold. It was said the Forgotten never broke a contract, that they never turned down a plea for help, that if you could not trust your nobility to save you, the Forgotten might do the job for free. Their names became heralded in every small village, and after years of such service they were spoken of in the same breath as other legendary mercenaries, from the Grail mercenaries to the Blade Breakers. Sylvain had been told a place for him was available in the Forgotten, if he needed to flee his home, and knowing he could walk away had kept Sylvain sane as the heir of House Gautier, for all the years it took him to become his own person, had helped him become that person, knowing that, if all else failed, Miquelon had a place for him, he could join his older brother and be free of his burdens. The war had changed things for everyone, but for Miquelon, the change had been more dramatic than most. Already well regarded, his Forgotten had proven themselves one of the few forces capable of challenging the Alliance's control of Eastern Faerghus, holding the line for the kingdom where no one else could, even slaying dragons at a time early in the war when such a feat was held to be near impossible. Miquelon had even found a wife in the chaos, some Adrestian officer who had led her band of warriors north when Inver fell, her hoping to find refuge in the kingdom, finding not just safety with the Forgotten but eventually love in Miquelon. She wasn't the only one to be saved by Miquelon, either. There were many people of Faerghus who could tell stories of him, whose stories all ended with, "I would have died, but that Miquelon and his soldiers were there." Fleeing west, fleeing from traitorous nobles or alliance warbands, many of Faerghus found that their pursuers were stopped by a single mercenary company, flying a black flag of skulls and spears. Miquelon's Forgotten had held the line where high-born nobles fled and won victories where entire groups of knights failed, and their morbid banner became, entirely despite itself, a symbol of hope to a besieged people. The man's heroics had inspired such reverence that Dimitri's father had rewarded him by granting him knighthood and nobility, restoring his lost status, and raising his mercenary company into a knightly order, the Order of the Forgotten. Their flag made a coat of arms and formal heraldry. Sylvain's father had been enraged when Lambert ordered him to restore Miquelon to his birthright, but according to Sylvain, who relished telling the tale, King Lambert had coldly told him that his choice was to either re-inherit Miquelon, or be removed from House Gautier's rule himself and replaced by Miquelon anyway. House Gautier was on the front line, was one of the easternmost houses that still remained loyal to Faerghus, and he needed a trustworthy lord there, and no one had proven trustworthy like Miquelon, who, owning no territory at all, had still defended Faerghus land. King Lambert could not afford to have a disloyal man in charge of that house, and to place Miquelon there was something his own spymaster was already encouraging him to do, as well as Dimitri, who knew of Miquelon through Sylvain, and seconded the spymaster's recommendation, remembering how well Sylvain had spoken of his older brother. Sylvain's father had no choice but to comply, renaming Miquelon his heir. He had died to Alliance arrows 2 years back, and bravely he was not a coward nor disloyal, for all his other faults, and Miquelon had inherited House Gautier from him, along with the title Warden of the Northeast. Sylvain had been saddened by his father's death, despite how complicated their relationship had been, but his brother's ascension to his rightful place and beyond was an unalloyed delight. They were never close like Glenn and Felix were in their youth, their father standing between them, but in their adulthood, without him, the two had grown thick as thieves. As for the words about him and Sylvain, after the war, that had been the oath they'd sworn, when they'd figured it out, when Felix had realized why he was so angry with Sylvain's philandering, when Sylvain figured out why he had never cared about any of the women he was with. After this mattered too much to let themselves be distracted with anything else. Should they both live, they would find that Dodden preacher, and Miquelon would be Sylvain's best man. A letter for Ash from Lord Lonato, notably opened more gently than the other letters had been, a single neat slice of a knife and not a swift ragged cut. The talk was simple, informing Ash that Kristoff and a group of knights and Dusker volunteers were going to support Miquelon's attack alongside Gwendol, though Lonato admitted he did not know the details and had simply chosen to trust Kristoff that it was necessary. Much like Miquelon's letter, after duty came family. Lonato told a few stories of how things had been going in Gaspard since, of Gaspard's farming trobule, of Ash's siblings, of how big Kristoff's children were getting, of the new blacksmith he'd hired, an Adrestian expatriate, all the little things in life that loomed so big, the things the war was, in the end, about protecting, from the kingdom's point of view. Much like the Black Eagles and their fallen land of Adrestia, Faerghus had not started this war, and the kingdom was fighting only so that, at day's end, there would be a kingdom of Faerghus for children to grow up in, a place where letters like this could be sent back and forth in peace, and not read by the spying eyes of a retainer before finding their proper place. Reading these letters made Felix feel a bit conniving, but it mostly made him feel resolved. It was for people like Lord Lonato, and even people like Miklon, that he fought, in the hopes that they could someday go home to watch over growing crops and growing children and growing changes. It was what Felix hoped to do, to go home and watch over little Annette as she grew with Sylvain at his side, and rule House Frildarius well enough that he did not shame his father and brother's memory. That was one of the reasons he read the letters, alongside the simple need he had to know everything he could, so his advice to Dmitri was sound to remind himself of why the war needed to be fought. A letter like this could keep a man going where nothing else could. But Lord Lonato would not send many more letters like this. Lord Lonato's health was failing him, as it had been for 2 years now. Age was finally toppling the old nobleman. Christoph's wife, a lady of a minor house, and their children, were with Lonato now, tending to him as he faded, a gentle lady, Felix remembered, having met her a few times when traveling. A good companion to have at one's deathbed. Lonato had formally adopted Ash and his siblings into his house 5 years ago, at the war's outset, declaring that the boy who had fought to save his prince was worthy of a title, be he common or not. Ash had been delighted at the time, the papers a formality to his own feelings on the matter and to Lonato's feelings too, the old man having always been prone to emotional decisions. The only reason he hadn't already adopted Ash and his siblings was that he hadn't had a good enough excuse, but Ash's heroics in saving Dmitri were more than enough. It would take a special kind of stupidity for a fellow noble to argue that Ash did not deserve to be ennobled for saving the crown prince, especially considering that the crown prince, now king's husband, had been ennobled for literally the same thing. It had benefit beyond the emotional release, though Lonato was doubtless not thinking of such things. He wasn't a very practical man, Felix had found. Ash's formal adoption meant that, should the worst come to pass and Christoph be slain, House Gaspard would have a capable ruler, one who had the ear of the king, who could protect it as a regent until Christoph's eldest daughter came of age. Felix hoped it would not come to that, however. Having lost his own brother, he knew how much it would hurt Ash if something happened to Christoph. Letters for Dmitri. Cornelia's letter, which was mostly businesslike, alongside a request for more information about the Black Eagles, but ended warmly and with an assurance that she believed in Dmitri, and knew that while what he was doing was risky, even if it failed, he had done the one thing he could. She sent news that his father was recovering, and that he loved him as well. The second, third, and fourth were simple requests for supplies and allocations that Felix could deal with himself from minor nobles. Even in the midst of a war for survival, some of the nobles were seeking to use this war as a means to increase their own personal security, and he would review the requests in private later before making his recommendations to Dmitri. They weren't important enough to examine further at this point. The fifth and final letter for Dmitri was a heavily coded communique from one of their spies, disguised as a minor noble's request for vulneraries, which when translated reported that she had traced everything Lawrence did and still couldn't figure out what it was he'd hidden, save that she thought he'd taken it to Inver. Felix hissed a breath out between clenched teeth. Goddess Death, how had Lawrence somehow become the smartest opponent they had? Even Felix, who had only vague impressions of non-lions, remembered him as an irritating little shit of a boy, all preening and pretension. Yet none of his spies, even the best, had ever been able to figure out what it was he kept smuggling in and out of the alliance. It was infuriating. He sighed and moved on. The last letter was for both him and Ingrid, a dispatch from her father, talking of how well little Annette was doing, along with some information on how well House Galatea had been doing with House Frildarius' support, a famine being averted by imported crops and better agricultural practices. Felix read it, then passed that letter to Ingrid behind him, who read over it with a small grin. "I wonder what Annette will think, when she hears I named my daughter after her," Ingrid said, and Ash chuckled. "Maybe she'll write a song," Ash said, "and I bet you'll enjoy that one more than you did Dorothea's." Ingrid laughed and nodded agreement. "Wonder what metaphors she'll use this time." "Who knows? Annette's songs are layered things," Felix replied. "Remember the one about Manuela, disguised as a cleaning song. That one had been so mean, but so accurate, Ingrid said, shaking her head. Her hair shook limply with it, what had once been a glorious blonde mane fit for any lion now ragged patches of thin, listless yellow, great swathes of her head bald patterns of healed scabs. You wouldn't think she'd have it in her, she was always so sweet, but when she wrote her songs, there were hidden meanings everywhere. They all nodded, and Ingrid sighed. I'm really glad she's alive. I hope she gets why I named my daughter after her. I thought she was dead. We all did, Felix said, shrugging. The rumors of the Emperor, we thought that was all they were. We watched Edelgard storm out there. I can't believe Petra apparently pulled her out alive. Hell, I can't believe Petra was alive, not until we ran into her. Honestly, I chalked up the Black Eagle's rumors to Adrestian optimism, not cold hard reality. Yeah, but that's not surprising coming from you, Ash opined, you're a cynic. It's a bigger deal when me and Ingrid both thought they were dead, we're the hopeless dreamers. They all laughed at that, as Felix drew out the account books and notes, and made ready for the morning's meeting. Sikal dreamed. A memory it was, though with that haze-like quality of sleep. The aftermath of one of the first battles of the war, Siros in her true form breathing holy death upon these humans, who had defiled their goddess in her sleep. He remembered the pride in his heart as he tore through the Agarthants, their surprise when he had snuck past them in human form and opened the gates, turned off their clever defenses, so that the dragons outside could ravage them. He remembered Siro's glowing praise of him, her sorrowful tone when extolling his virtues and noting that he had lost his ability to transform after his wife's death, her conviction when she said his wife would be avenged and he would regain his true, divine form. He remembered how good it felt, to forget his wife, to forget how much he hurt inside, to pretend he did not remember the ancient curse of dragons, that they remembered everything, that they could never forget, and submerge himself in the work of his axe, hacking, the lumber before him screaming human meat. It was the closest thing to truly forgetting that dragons could come, to be so involved in a task that they focused on it to the exclusion of all else. He remembered going home to his weeping daughter, and how disgusted with himself he'd felt, that he was not there to take care of her. That he had let his own grief overwhelm his love of her, that he was failing her as a father. He remembered how he'd thrown himself into the next fight with even more gusto, in his desperation to forget that disgust, just another horrible hole inside of him that he tried to paper over with abomination. How he had taken to dragging Cethline along with him, on Siro's great crusade, in the hope that his daughter would not hurt anymore, that she could find the same peace in slaughter he had, did not see how she saw with clear eyes what they were doing. He remembered Nemesis, who came to them, Nemesis, who had murdered divinity, Nemesis, who came to them alone with Suthi's bones in his hands not as a sword but as an offering, he a sacrifice himself. Nemesis, who stood before Siros and her council of three, Nemesis, who spoke of his regret and sorrow, and offered his very life and turned to Siros, if it would end all this. He had begged Siros to kill him and be done with it, to get her revenge and her justice cleanly and well, if she would but abandon her crusade against his kind, and not punish a species entire for the sins of one man. He had offered himself up to any cruelty she could imagine, to die to long tortures years from that day, alongside the last pieces of her mother that he had, if only she would turn aside from this terrible path. He remembered Mikul snorting in contempt. He remembered Indek looking at Nemesis as though he had never really seen a human before, as if Nemesis was worth looking at, as if he was seeing something more in the barbarian's form. He remembered the expression on Siro's face, the way she considered it, just for a moment, the coin of choice flipping in the air inside her mind. But Sikal was not the only one who buried his grief in massacres. If Siros had taken him up on his offer, if she had taken Nemesis and the sword and agreed to turn aside from the great and awful crusade, she would have to finally face the fact that her mother was dead, that she would now live forever with that perfect memory of her in her heart, never to see her again, never to hear her again, and, further, realize that she had been wrong, that the horrors she had already perpetuated in this war were abominations against her mother. She had made a choice, the same choice Sikal had always made, even unto the present. He remembered Siro's roar as she caught the coin and decided, her sadistic mockery, her promise to Nemesis as she attacked him with all her might that she would kill him and all his people besides, that it was no less than what they deserved, remembered Nemesis fleeing, running for his life and, impossibly, managing it, escaping despite all four of their own best efforts, for the Agarthans had chosen him wisely. Nemesis, who escaped his attempt at heroic sacrifice with Suthi's spine in hand, returning to the verdant flower that, in time, would blossom into a Drescha, to atone not with his death but with his life for the awful things he had done, seeking to save his people from his own sins. He remembered much of that day, and he remembered that he spoke with his daughter of how Nemesis came to them, of how he had tried to end the war, and have them live in peace together again. He remembered what he had not seen, of his daughter thinking, of judging between Ceros and Nemesis, and thinking on that great moment when all this might have been averted, and given the choice between them, his daughter saw the truth Sikal had long since blinded himself to, the thing about his queen that he must admit in the depths of his heart that if hero or villain exist in this tale, the names of Ceros and Sikal do not sit on the right side of it, on the side Suthis would have wanted. He remembered when Cethline had fled, when she had found, impossibly, the goddess' own murderer a worthier king than the goddess' very daughter, when she had chosen humanity over her own father, and the pit in his soul opened ever wider, ever wider. He remembered Cero's voice the only thing keeping him from falling in, as she mutated into the preacher she would become, her commands and her will a safety harness that kept him from going away inside and never coming back. He remembered seeing Cethline's symbol flown alongside Nemesis' flag, he remembered fighting dragons he had known, who alternately swore to kill him or begged him to come home, remembered one in particular, a grim dragon who had sworn on the goddess' grave that he would give him the wound that would kill him, who was killed by the Agarthans before that could happen, his tusks made into a weapon, later, a spear. A new memory intrudes the girl, he is going to kill the goddess-damned descendant of Nemesis, she is right there and his axe descends, but then there had been that single flash of glorious light, the shine glinting off the sharp edge of a spear, and then pain. The grim dragon's mighty tusk, though it had to cross all the centuries to do it, had finally fulfilled his ancient promise. He remembered how it was never enough. The grief never went away. He just piled atrocity on top of that grief, so that he didn't have to face the truth, his wife was dead, and he would never have her back. Humans had slain her, he remembered how she'd looked, stretched out over the desert sands she had loved so well, his flying wife, who had looked on his ground-bound form and found in him something to love, so delightful and happy, all smiles and jokes, now just something the crows picked over. He remembered an earlier time. Before the corpse of his wife, before the grief that ate him alive, before. He remembered being happy. It was a distant memory now. He was earth and she was sky and his daughter was the sea, which was held between them, they had been so happy. Ceros had been happy for him, even, she one of his oldest friends, he one of hers, perhaps her best friend, one of the few who could say they had lived a length of time even similar to hers, he part of that second generation that had come after Ceros had been made, when the goddess grew confident and made not one dragon, but a dozen, her own attempt to see where her limits lay. Indek and Mikul and he has not thought of Indek in decades, how had it come to this? Indek, who laughed. Indek, who taught Cethline how to swim, who was delighted to be called uncle, that human term Cethline had learned and loved so much. Indek, who had been his friend, had been part of that tight-knit group of him and Ceros and Mikul, but who had went west at Sikal's daughter's call, had found in the small child he had taught a lesson for himself, and turned his head from Cero's light and towards the darkness of Nemesis. But before then, he was just his friend, and Cethline's beloved uncle. He remembered Suthi's delight at his wife's pregnancy, little Cethline the firstborn of all dragonkind, the very first dragon not made by Suthi's cunning hands but by the simple interactions of love and lust, proof that Suthi's had not made mere golems but a true breeding race, that she was, in fact, a true creator goddess and not merely playing at divinity. He remembered Suthi's joy at each step of the process, how even the messy miracle of birth had set her to laughing with glee, even as she helped midwife it, made sure the birth was as painless and clean as possible. He remembered pacing long trails in the dirt outside the lakeside lair his wife was laying the egg in, Ceros there to keep him out and keep him occupied, he nervous as all new fathers are, regardless of species. He remembered her first cry. How different she was now, he'd seen her on the battlefield, his little girl, serving under a human banner, under the same human's banner, an Adrestian eagle. Something touched him. He jerked awake. Searing pain on his hand, numbed only by a few vulneraries, flooded him. Wait. Not searing pain on his hand, searing pain where his hand had once been. Goddess damn that prince-ealing brat, goddess damn him. One of his men was speaking to him. He could barely hear him over the pain, the herbs were wearing off. He reached for his pack, fumbled with his off hand to open a latch that his good hand could have snapped open without a thought, applying the pungent poultice inside to his wound. A few minutes later, he recovered enough to ask what the soldier was saying, and to give commands. They needed to regroup. He'd worry about his hand later, about the way the veins looked, wrong. A clean cut, and his men had coated it in antiseptic, so why did he feel so sick? No matter. Work to be done. Always work, to forget his grief, though somewhere in the back of his mind, a small voice whispered, asked him what he was doing, urged him to turn back. It sounded like Cethline. To the bridge of Murden, he said, as he snapped his helmet back on, and ignored that voice as best he could. Lawrence slept the dreamless sleep of the exhausted, in his small, makeshift camp, far enough from the road that none would bother him. Some scattered remnants of his army wandered the road from time to time, and they all missed their resting commander, most of them heading towards Murden, where he would betray them again. He had repeated the mantra before he finally fell asleep, the words that had kept all the deer going all this time, from the tomb of an emperor to Claude's lips to their hearts, the fuel for the terrible engine that was their great betrayal. For the plan. For the scheme and the dream. For a better future. It didn't always help. He did not sleep well every night, and accepted the torment as his due allotment for his horrors. But tonight, whatever forces in the world that are responsible for punishing people like him are busy, and the mantra keeps their feeble efforts at bay. He slept peacefully, to arise refreshed, and make his way to Murden. Byleth bolted awake again. She had dreamed again, but could remember none of it but a lament spoken in a voice she had not heard since Rhea trapped her in a dimension of burning light. It ran through her head, a snake slithering around her thoughts, so much pain it was nearly physical. What damnation is this, that the man who murdered me tried to build my dream, and my daughter seeks to destroy it? What have I done, to deserve this punishment, that I must kill my daughter for the descendant of my murderer? What could possibly warrant this hell, that I am forced to see my daughter become this? In the thin morning light, Caspar poked his head into her tent, all smiles, smiles that dropped as he saw her face. Hey, Professor, it's I, have you been crying? Byleth looked at him, breathing hard, eyes puffy, nose running, salt water trickling down her face. No, she said quietly, and spoke truth. Not me. Miquelon woke up after a restless night mostly because he was dreaming of his wife. He was a simple man, with simple wants, and he hadn't seen his wife in 2 weeks of careful travel. The only good news was that his rampant sexual frustration meant he'd probably pull apart the first thing to ambush him with his bare hands. At the moment he felt mad enough to headbutt a dragon to death. Still, the work awaited. He got up, shook himself, and when Deadly Diane, his lieutenant, stuck her head in to wake him up, he was half-dressed already. "We moving, boss," she said, then seeing he was awake, "I'll tell the others." "All right," he said. Diane was one of the thieves he'd picked up in his first go-round at gang-pressing criminals, and was one of the only ones still around, not taken either by Alliance arrows, draconic jaws, or simply deciding to quit while she was still ahead. She liked fighting too much to quit, and while she'd called herself deadly to sound tough, the way all brigands tried to, she'd earned the epithet working for him, with her creepy little daggers and that oversized crossbow she'd made. He scratched at his scar as he went, souvenir of a bandit who had weighed his options when Miquelon presented him a chance at redemption and decided that the most proper course of action was to hack Miquelon's face off. Miquelon was not going to lie, he had enjoyed killing that asshole. Damn face still ached. As he hobbled out, still half asleep as he called lazily for his aides to help him get his armor on, he saw Kristoff, who was not only up and fully suited in his armor, but had a small fire going with breakfast on it. Miquelon blinked at him. "What are you doing?" he asked dumbly. Kristoff beamed his bright smile at him. "Cooking breakfast. Any special requests?" Miquelon shook his head in bleary confusion. "Do you sleep?" "I merely wait," Kristoff said with a smile, and Miquelon genuinely wondered for a minute if that was true. People like Kristoff bugged the hell out of him. he was that kind of piece of shit perfect knight that Faergus sometimes produced despite itself, the result of being raised by a good man to follow the example of, and choosing to live up to it. Miklon, who had to figure out how to be a good man all on his own, no help from his father, envied him a little bit, envy being perhaps Miklon's chiefest emotion, even now, but he admired and liked Kristoff too much to let it bother him much. It reminded him of the way his little brother talked of his friend Ingrid, who seemed the same kind of impossible, fairy tale knight, though Kristoff didn't have the weird scars and tragic backstory going on. Course, he also didn't have the magic bones, either, though Miklon had never been certain his brother wasn't fucking with him when it came to some of the stories he told of how all the king's healers and all the king's men had helped put knightly Ingrid back together again. What would the Dusker healers even be doing with metal shaped like human bones anyway, and rune-encrusted thread, anyway? Well, if you're making breakfast, I ain't gonna fight you on it, Miklon said. Same here, a booming voice announced. Always did prefer campfare to softer foods. Never did much like relish the idea of sitting on my ass in a castle getting fatter when I could be out fighting. That voice's owner strode out of his tent, Lord Gwendol, the most aggressive person Miklon had ever met, and he was no wilting flower himself. Gwendol was like a rolling boulder, he'd come to a stop someday, but goddess death, he'd do a hell of a lot of damage first. Corralling Gwendol into something manageable reminded Miklon of his early days as a mercenary, when he spent most of his time watching over his own troops. Well, I'll get to cooking then, Kristoff said. Today, we reach the valley. After a short breakfast, they broke camp, and the makeshift battalion, not nearly large enough to call it an army, moved, traveling rare and little-used paths, more like memories of roads than proper places to travel. They kept quiet, Pegasus Knights scouting ahead while the main unit of cavalry rode, and it gave Miklon a tremendous amount of time to think, almost all of his thoughts directed south, towards Sylvain. He hoped his little brother was all right. Gronderfield. Goddess, what a fucking mess. Gronderfield, where the kingdom had been born, where Dimitri would lose the whole thing if his great trick didn't work. Dimitri, whose father had been a fine king, whose father Miklon would owe all the days of his life for his kindness, for the piece of paper that had turned him from disinherited mercenary to prodigal son. Dimitri had a big crown to fill, that was why Miklon was out here at all, to help him wear it. Goddess knew he wouldn't come to a hellhole like this without better than good cause. But if the rumors were true? He gnawed on that thought for a while, coming to no more conclusions than he already had. Travel stretched on and on as they marched through hills and forest and little steppe grasses, which eventually mutated into the burning lava and blistering, fiery crust of the Valley of Torment. Soon after reaching the dimmed area's edges, word came from their Pegasus Knights, one fluttering down. "Sir," she said, saluting him briefly from Pegasus' back, "we've got movement. It looks like the parties we're expecting." "Good," he said. "Keep somebody in the rear to flee if we're attacked, and keep watch, we're liable to be ambushed, either by our supposed friends here, or the entire alliance if they get wind of what we're doing." She nodded and took off again, and Miklon looked at his two fellow lords. "This is it," he said. "Let's hope it is an ambush," Gwendol said, with genuine delight. The fact that he was this old and this battle-hungry spooked the hell out of Miklon. People who loved combat so much almost never made it past 30, to be as old as this dude was, his prowess in battle must have been terrifying. "Let's hope they come in peace," Kristoff said, younger and wiser. Down across from them, in that burning place, came a group much like them. In the lead was a woman with orange hair hanging in a small side tail off her shoulder, riding a roan stallion, a bow slung across her back. Behind her rode an older man, with a bow in his hand, too, and an irreverent grin on his face that told Miklon he was going to be interesting to work with. They were escorted by cavalry, mostly heavy armor, though a few appeared to be Monachites. Great. There really were dragons among them. This was just amazing. Thank the goddess he had the Lance of Ruin on him, might give one indigestion on the way down. They flew a flag that he was pretty sure had the Blade Breaker's symbol on it, but that couldn't be right. Geralt died at Garreg over 5 years ago. In the middle of the group, protected by the heavy cavalry and Monachites both, there was a woman with long black hair and a stern look on her face, rapier at her side. Lady Judith of House Daphnel, Miklon called as he saw her. I do hope this isn't an ambush. I would already be releasing arrows at you if it was, she announced. Lord Micklon of House Gautier. Have you come to parley? Yes, he said. So what's all this talk of rebellion I hear? Judith smiled at him, the tight, simple smile of a practical woman. You're not going to believe what I'm about to say, she said, and the bow-wielding man laughed and laughed. Chapter 7, Act 2, Tales of Eagle and Deer. Set the stage, turn the page. 'Tis the day after Gronder Field, see now 2 of the 3 houses, as the next great act begins. Dorothea and Edelgard's paralogue. To speak of love at last. Dorothea Arnauld, once a street rat, once an opera star, and from now until the day she died the general of the Black Eagles, woke up with the sudden sharpness that years on the street and on the run grant to all those who work. No muzziness for her, just asleep one moment, and snapping awake the next, her stream of consciousness coming like a cloudburst in her head. She rose up, in her fine, pillowy bed. It was her one great comfort, her silly little indulgence, having slept on too many cobblestone streets as a child, her body ached for comfort, for softness in her sleeping arrangements. Stealing pillows for Dorothea had become something of a game among her friends, and Dorothea did not at all mind the results. Her bed wasn't a bed so much as a series of blankets artfully arranged over a multitude of fluffiness. The rest of her red tent was more practical. A small desk and a small, somewhat comfortable chair, both of which could be folded up and packed in a wagon, multiple cabinets, all of which held papers and notes and spell books, also easily shoved into a wagon. Some ink, some paper, 2 lanterns, and a single small, portable wardrobe, containing a small assortment of neatly folded, well-cleaned outfits, pairs of boots, makeup, perfume, and her jewelry, most of which they'd managed to steal over the years. None of it were her original things. She'd fled Garreg Mach with just the clothes on her back. Dorothea popped her head out of her tent briefly, checking outside. Sun was rising, but wasn't up too far yet. Raphael was outside, already up and making her breakfast, and not a thin thing today, not with the absurdity of supplies they'd taken and were still taking from the Alliance caravan. Morning, boss, Raphael said, her unofficial, but still loyal, retainer. She hadn't realized just why Dimitri, Claude, and Edelgard had retainers, not until she was a leader herself. She'd always assumed it was just one of the arrogant perks of nobility, but being a leader has taught her otherwise. There was a practical purpose served. A true leader's concerns were so big that they quite simply needed someone else to handle the basic things of life, to free them to concern themselves with other matters, and while bad leaders would abuse that, good leaders needed the support. Retainers had tremendous value. "Good morning, Rafe," she said to him sweetly, and gave him a genuine smile. Raphael was her favorite, not just because he had served her loyally from the very day that Garreg Mach fell, but because, despite his occasional fits of melancholy, his practical viewpoint complemented her own. He grinned back. "Any messages need sending?" "Not yet," she said. "Tell me when breakfast's ready." "Of course," Raphael said, and Dorothea popped back into her tent. Lot to do today. Her mind went down the list. That was what Manuela had taught her, and it had stuck. She could hear her voice now. Always check the list. Manuela's voice, at that time, was just a little slurred, her drinking habits not as bad then as they would become, but still present, in that little slur, so quiet you wouldn't even hear it if you weren't listening. Manuela, who Dorothea can now admit was her mother, was the only mother she'd ever had, 5 years after her death at Garreg Mach. Manuela, whom she had tried so hard to save from herself, who all her efforts had guaranteed she would only live long enough to be killed by Claude. After she got ready, she'd have that breakfast Raphael was making first. Thank the goddess that Byleth had recruited him in the first place, even if it was for reasons that had nothing to do with the role he ended up serving. As Edelgard had once had Petra, and had her again, a thought that brought a bright bolt of joy into Dorothea's heart. Petra, very much alive and back home, Dorothea had Raphael. She had no idea what she'd do without him. Well, now she knew, she'd probably have roped Hubert or Ferdinand into the job, but that was now, after 5 years of experience with leadership in just about the hardest school of knocks imaginable. Back then, it might well have destroyed her, to have no one to rely on. As it was, she'd had Raphael, Annette, and Flaine all 3, even in the worst days at the beginning, and then Caspar, Linhard, and Bernie had stepped up, and in time, Ferdinand and Hubert had recovered as well. Edelgard had been the exception, the lone eagle who could not fly and had to be carried, but she'd still served her purpose well. The inhuman, supernaturally powerful sledgehammer of a woman had at least been a weapon the eagles could wield at their enemies. Hope spoke up in her heart. After yesterday, maybe she shook the thoughts from her head as she sat down in her small chair and popped open her hand mirror. Best not to worry over something that might just be a blip, a momentary recovery. If it worked, then wonders would never cease. And if it did not, then things were as they had been. Best not to make too big a fuss about it. No, she had to focus on the work, and at the moment that meant looking good. Dressing up was vitally important. She knew now why officers throughout history had worn impressive clothes, why they put on a show. War was a lot like the stage. People needed to look at their leaders and see something there, believe in them. A leader had power of their own, but leaders whose soldiers had faith in them had much greater strength, like a church in that sense. Dorothea mused as she quickly prettied herself with a few basic things of makeup from her wardrobe. She wondered if Archbishop Solon had ever had to dress up like this, and knew he had. There was a reason for his fancy clothes, for the air with which he presented himself. Showmanship can be a skill of terrible consequence. So, face on first, then breakfast, which the rebels ate alone. She only wanted them together for one meal a day, a compromise between the unity it inspired and the danger it represented in putting them all in one place. Then she'd need to see Felix. He'd mentioned something about Laurent's command tent he wanted her to see, and it was strange, almost giddy, to have allies, for Adrestia to lean on Faergus, for the kingdom to lean on the empire. As powerful as the eagles had become, it was nice to have others to rely on, and her old schoolmates at that. It gave her hope that this war could be put behind them and life had again, the life she would have lived but that Claude had called storms and dragons both down on all Fodlan. But after figuring out what was up with the tent, she'd have to sit down with Dimitri and formalize her idea, the thing her, Hubert, Ferdinand and Flane had discussed on the long run down here to Gronder Field from Arianrod, her great idea. Maybe it wouldn't work, maybe it was a pipe dream, but there would be a tomorrow after this war, there would be a day after for Fodlan, and that meant there had to be a plan for that day. Dorothea would not lose the peace after winning the war. No, she would do better than that. She would win the peace, too. First things first, of course, first the war. First, she would win it, and there would be pushback coming. This great victory was the prelude to the Alliance trying to swing back as hard as they could. That's how it went. Every victory set you up for a counterpunch, and you were judged on how well you survived that retribution. So deal with that first. And then, in time, Dorothea would take Claude's throat in her hands and strangle him for all the dead, true, but for Manuela above all, her mother, who could not take care of herself and yet, somehow, had found the strength to take care of a little piece of gutter trash. Manuela, who had taken Dorothea under her wing, back when Dorothea had been no Black Eagle but just a defenseless chick, her mother, whom she had never called that, for fear Manuela would reject it and break her heart. But despite those fears, Manuela had been the only mother she'd ever known, had taken her in and kept her safe in her nest even as her own star had been on the dim and her bad habits were starting to catch up with her, had protected her as fiercely as any mother ever had. Even in her fall, her mother had tried to protect her, keep her safe, until such time as her feathers had come in and she could fly on her own. She had taught her so much, kept her safe both from other opera workers and from noble patrons, had used up all her fame to make sure that Dorothea got a chance to grow up safe. Dorothea might be the one person in the world to know the true Manuela, not just the drunk, dramatic disaster of a woman that was mocked in the newspapers, but the dedicated, intelligent, kind-hearted woman underneath all her faults and failures. Her mother had been a cracked diamond, still beautiful despite her flaws, and she mourned her. Dorothea missed her. For all her drinking and her problems, her mother had still kept it together enough to help her, to love her, if Dorothea was being honest. She had never said it, but you could not call fussing over a child's wounds anything but love, you could not call defending a little one and providing it a home and feeding it anything but love. Manuela had saved her life, had given her a home, had loved her, and it is a debt Dorothea can never repay. But she can make a go of it by killing Claude. For Manuela, she would kill Claude herself, when his powers were brought low and the armies of Leicester were crushed. For her mother, whom she never even got to bury, she would strip Claude down to nothingness, and then she would choke him to death, the slow way, with her own hands. But that was just the first thing. All this war was just a first step. When that was done, she would work to bring peace, even to the people of Leicester and Ciro's dragons, if they would but surrender. Revenge had its limits, even when one was avenging one's mother, and Dorothea knew them. First Claude, dead. Then second, the rebuilding of all Fodlan, and quite a task that will be, recovering Adrestian territory, figuring out who should rule the Leicester Alliance's former land, probably fighting at least one war with Almira and maybe Dada depending on how weak Fodlan seemed afterwards, restoring Brigid, finding a place for Cethline and her newborn tribe, and what a life Dorothea had led. She took time to marvel for just a moment. I am seriously considering the question of where to place a new city for dragons, she thought, and giggled for a second. As fundamentally strange as that question was, it was a genuine one. Dragons had different needs than humans. Some were coastal and mountainous, Dorothea figured. Dragons didn't view mountains as being nearly the obstacles humans did, and that meant the land would be less valuable to humans, but they also needed access to the sea for those like Flane. But somewhere near the cities, too, they couldn't let dragons withdraw from the world again, or they were just asking for another Ciros to arise. Dragons would have to be part of human society down to its bones, part of this new world they would make. They needed a place of their own, for a people deserved that, but they would also have to be part of the lifeblood of the new world. But then again, that was why she hoped her idea would work, a federation, not one nation, but many, striving together. These thoughts and more were interrupted by Raphael's excited voice outside her tent. "Hey, boss, Edie's here to see you. If she's busy, I don't want to disturb her, Raphael," came a soft, uncertain voice, and that quiet voice caused Dorothea's heart to seize up more than 1,000 screamed battle cries. That voice. She had not heard that voice in 5 years. Those gentle, shy tones she had heard for so long at Garreg Mach, during those peaceful days, coming from a girl who would one day be an emperor, which were lost with her eye during the school's last day. Edelgard had not spoken in that way in years. No, she had spoken, but her voice had been growls or imperial commands or simple too formal politeness, not anything so tender. A voice can be a way of speaking, and she had not heard this one in half a decade. "Nonsense, I think. I think she'd be happy to see you," the big man said, and Dorothea could have blessed him right there. He heard that different sound too. "I'm here, Edelgard," Dorothea called out, her voice wavering, just the littlest bit. "Dorothea," came that soft, uncertain voice again. I'm sorry, can I speak with you?" That voice, not Edelgard, but Edie, after all this time. "You can come in," Dorothea said, and Edelgard gently stepped inside, shyly averting her eye from Dorothea, as if afraid of catching her in a private moment and wanting to show respect. It was kind of funny, honestly. Did she think Dorothea would have told her to come in if she was in no shape for visitors? With a smile, Dorothea waved her to her massive pillows. "Sit," she said, and Edelgard did so, the short emperor plopping down on her makeshift bed/sofa/pillowy abomination. Dorothea's tent had few niceties, but the all-devouring tumor of softness in the corner was nice to sit on. "What do you want to talk about?" Dorothea asked, and Edelgard wasn't looking at her, seemed little and unsure. Edelgard, who Dorothea had heard Faergus troops call with reverence the Phoenix after the great battle. Edelgard, whose black eagles had risen from the ashes of Adrestia to save them all. Edelgard, so powerful, so mighty, so fearless. That very same woman simply sat there, looking down, hands clenched together, more terrified than she had been on the battlefield, desperately gathering her courage. This is not the appropriate time, Dorothea, and if you have more important duties to attend to, I'll understand, but this has gone too long without me saying it. Now that I'm back to myself as I hope to try and remain, I need to say it." Edelgard placed her right hand on her left arm, gripping herself tight, a posture Dorothea knew well. Holding yourself tight, gathering strength as she turned her face away from Dorothea. The songstress recognized how much pain was there, as Edelgard made ready to say something that could not be taken back. "I'm in love with you," Edelgard said, all in a rush, as though the words were poison she had to spit out. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, you don't have to love me back, I know you can't, it's okay. It's just. She paused, took in a heavy breath, and kept going, softer, quieter, sounding odd. You shine, Dorothea, the way your magic does, you are beautiful lightning in human form. You are a light that I could follow forever, just you shining, going about your business, and I the world's happiest moth, just following the light and the warmth of you, never expecting anything more. You shine, Dorothea, your very presence makes my heart feel lighter. Dorothea had known, of course, but to hear her put it like this, not triumphant confession, but like a release of pressure, knowing it would be rejected but helpless to do anything but keep talking anyway. It's okay, I know you don't feel the same way. And don't be afraid I'll do anything to retaliate, I would never, I understand. I don't want to pressure you, I would never hurt you for saying no. Never. Never. I understand, really I do. I wouldn't want to put up with me either. I'll make a terrible wife. I'm not me most of the time, and while I'm improving, I'll always have the ashes, Dorothea. Edelgard trembled, but did not cry, did not break. The words spilled from Edelgard's lips in a waterfall of self-hatred, and it broke Dorothea's heart, that Edelgard, sweet Edelgard, seemed so certain that she would say no, that she had prepared herself for this meeting in the assumption that Dorothea would reject her. Edelgard drew her courage back inside her again, rejected the easy route of the ashes, though this fire burned her more than most did. How in the world was combat so easy and these emotions so hard? I'll always want to go back, to hide myself away again. It's like my eye. I will never see out of my left eye again, and I will never be entirely free of the ashes. I'm wounded, crippled, broken. I understand if you don't want this. It's no problem. She forced her head up and looked Dorothea in her eye, and a queasy, weak smile was on her lips, her attempt to put on a brave face. Dorothea's heart ached to see it. You will always be the great leader of the Black Eagles. Everyone knows I'm not really in charge, but everyone also knows that you're our true leader. And you've led us, impossibly well, Dorothea. You have held us together when no one else could. You've faced impossible odds, and you prove not to be their equal but their superior. I am fine with having nothing more than your friendship, I am honored to know you. I'll always support you, the way you've supported me. You don't have to love me back for me to protect you. It's okay, I knew you'd say no before I walked in. I just had to say it. With all things said and done, Edelgard closed her eye and let out a long, shuddering breath of relief, and just sat there, as Dorothea considered all her words. Dorothea had faced many suitors in her life. A few were decent sorts, who had come hoping for yes, but able to handle no, and they left her presence with her blessing. More common were the men who assumed that the opera singer would be grateful she'd even gained a moment of their time, who did not confess love but merely demanded she satisfy their lust, because they expected her to be too frightened or impressed by their status to say no. Men who, in her youth, were fought off by Manuela's fierceness, and then later by Dorothea's own talons, grown sharp and skilled by watching her mother swoop down on them. But she had never, in all her long and flirtatious days, had someone be like this. She had never had someone like this, who seemed convinced that the only reason Dorothea would ever say yes was fear of retribution, who would say anything to assuage her fears that she would be forced into what the suitor clearly thought was a poor match for someone of her standing, who treated her like she was the one with all the power in the relationship, like she was the high-born lady, not simply the world's luckiest gutter trash. Someone who seemed afraid that their very presence might pollute her, somehow, as if Dorothea were some pure and precious thing that could not afford to be associated with something so lowly, who knew with terrible certainty that her attentions would be found revolting. The very emperor of Adrestia, who should have sat on a royal throne with a crown of nations on her brow, had approached Dorothea like the former street rat was some impossibly important lady whose hand she was unworthy of, as if little Dorothea was so high above her that even the idea of such a union might be offensive to her. Her, Dorothea, who somewhere on the inside, past the Black Eagle General and the Middle Frank opera star and the Thundering Mage, still remembered being that little girl on the streets, no father, no mother, looked down upon, who got to be here today only on the kind heart of Manuela, who took her in. Edelgard thought that Dorothea was so great that she, rightful emperor of Adrestia, wasn't good enough for her. Dorothea's face grew warm. A genuine blush. She marveled at that. She had learned to blush on command, not in the opera but long before it, on the streets, where presenting a sweet and innocent facade meant someone might give her just a little more money, where blushing as if they were new when hearing the same compliments over and over again when hearing the horrible things that men said, from time to time meant money enough for food, or charming a dangerous man just long enough to get away from him, or convince him to protect her from others less susceptible to her charms. Lying had been second nature to her, always had been. Acting is just a lie, too, after all, a lie your audience chooses to believe. She'd had to lie so often about her feelings that she had almost forgotten what it was like to genuinely feel something. But this warmth was real. A real, honest blush. At Edelgard's regard, she felt innocent and new again, to blush like this, as she had not blushed in over a decade. This warm tingle, this honest want for another person, she had spent so long pretending that this real thing surprised her with its power. She hadn't genuinely wanted anyone in years, not after Edelgard was lost at Gareg Mach. For all that Petra brought her body back, Edelgard had been gone for the last 5 years. The last time she'd felt such genuine desire had been at the Goddess Tower, when Edelgard told that beautiful story, when she was still Edie, and not Lady of Ashes, echo of the good fire that had burned there once. Dorothea had mourned her, the same as the others had, but she was a good actress, and so she had subsumed that mourning in her work, had focused on leading, because someone had to. Whatever tears she shed for Edelgard, alive but dead inside, she had done in private, and the only people who suspected were Hubert and Raphael. Hubert, because he simply noticed everything, even in his grief, and Raphael because the giant was her retainer and strangely wise, in his simple way. But now, she was back, and she was so brave. She had confessed despite her fear and terror, her Edelgard, no, her Edie was back. Dorothea reached out a gentle hand, and put it to Edelgard's cheek. The Emperor's eye snapped open at that touch. She opened her mouth to speak, but Dorothea moved a finger before her lips, and that gentle pressure was enough to silence Edelgard. She had always done whatever Dorothea wanted, after all. And now I shall reward her for it, Dorothea thought warmly. Edie, she said, I have safeguarded you for 5 years in the hope that the woman I knew at Gareg Mach would come back to me. I put no faith in nobles or titles. You know this. I did not safeguard you because you were my emperor. I safeguarded you because I knew a woman, once, who sat outside a shut-in's room when her fears consumed her, so that she would have company, so that she would be in less pain. A woman who took food to that shut-in when she was too scared to leave her room to eat. A woman who, even as a girl, had saved the life of another. A woman who fed stray cats and gave them stupid names and loved them fiercely. A woman who wanted me, and had all the power in the world to make me hers, who with a single imperial request could have demanded that my commoner body warm her bed, but who never pressed, never asked, enjoyed my attentions but never demanded them. A woman who would never even think to order my presence at her side, who treated me with the greatest deference and respect. Me, a street rat, a nobody. You've always treated me like I was a high lady. Dorothea moved her hand, cupped Edelgard's chin, stroked her cheek fondly with her thumb. A woman who became the friend and leader of all the strange students of her house, from a fighty little guy to his sleepy boyfriend, who was even good to Ferdy, back when I hated him for what turned out to be a mistake on my part. An emperor, and a great, kind, good woman, and those things almost never go together, Edie, but they came together in you. Dorothea smiled at her, as Edelgard's eye opened wide, looking in this mirror Dorothea was holding up before her, seeing someone in herself that she had never seen before. A warrior woman, too, strong and powerful and brave. A heroic woman, who even in the midst of her berserk rages saved the innocent. You were panicking when you saved Flane, Edie, you were on a rampage, and still you saved her. You led us in those days, you and Byleth, you led us to glory in the tomb, you led us in saving what was left of Remire, and you led us at the last, when we defended the artifacts and discovered the truth behind all Claude's poisons. And even more besides those great things, I still remember saving the people of Brigid from those pirates. I remember how you helped me when my sweet Ingrid was in danger. I remember how you never complained when I asked you to help me keep Manuela safe from herself. Dorothea swallowed. Manuela was an open wound, all these years later, but she pressed on. This conversation was not about the dead, but about the living woman before her. I remember the goddess tower, the story you told, I remember singing to you. Edie, I don't do that for just anyone. Only you. Edelgard put her hand on Dorothea's, her eye a bright fire, warm and wet as she looked at Dorothea. I have waited 5 years for you to come back. I know of your problems. I've read books, over the years, looking for ways to cure you, and they confirm what you say. It will last a lifetime. But I am willing to help you shoulder that burden. I am willing to take you, all of you, the good and the bad, for all my days, Edie. I know you, and I love you. You mean it? Edelgard asked, some part of her convinced this was a trick, that the thing she wanted would be pulled away from her at the last minute. Yes, Dorothea said. I love you, Edie. I love you, Edelgard said, and sniffled. I never thought you'd say yes, sorry, I'm trying not to cry. You can cry, Dorothea said, blinking away a few little happy tears of her own. I'm crying a little, it's a good moment for it. I've cried a lot already, recently, I'm half afraid I am going to dry out, Edelgard joked, stumbling, still trying to stifle her sobs, and that was so ridiculous that they both started laughing, Dorothea removing her hand to clutch her stomach. It sounded a little like crying and it felt a lot like hurt. But that was all right. People cried when emotions were too big to keep inside, and happiness in such largesse was a rare visitor for both these rebels, so they enjoyed the moment. When it was done, Dorothea cocked her head at Edelgard. I'm going to kiss you, is that all right? Dorothea asked, the way no one had ever asked her, and Edelgard blushed furiously, not a warrior woman of 22 but that schoolgirl of 17 for a moment, awkward and shy. The heat inside Dorothea grew, seeing her like that, seeing this impossibly stoic and powerful woman so thrown off by something so small as a kiss. Innocence had been taken from Dorothea by the streets, but, absurdly, impossibly, it seemed to have been returned to her in the form of Edelgard, despite the woman's violence. Blood-splattered Edelgard, furious Emperor Edelgard, who regarded the possibility of a mere kiss as something to blush over. It was adorable. Such a strange beast, Edelgard, Dorothea thought as she looked at her with fond eyes. Bloodshed to the nth degree, but this strange gentleness to the nth degree, too, not one thing or another but both, like fire, fire that warmed your body or burned it, capable of both at once. Edelgard's blush finally settled down and she could speak. Yes, but I've never kissed anyone, Edelgard admitted. So I won't be very good at it. Dorothea chuckled. I prefer that, actually. You get somebody inexperienced, you can teach them how to do it right, you get somebody thinks they know what they're doing, well, you can't fix that kind of mistake, that's the worst kind of lover. Better to get them fresh. And I'm not just talking about kissing, either. Oh my, Edelgard said, blushing scarlet, as Dorothea laughed again and brought her in for a kiss. It was soft, and a little bit sloppy, Edelgard's eyes screwed shut as she simply absorbed the experience of her first kiss. Dorothea let her have it. There would be time, later, to teach her how to kiss, but for now, Dorothea simply gave her a moment to enjoy the experience. Thea, Edelgard whispered as their lips finally parted, and she said her nickname like she was invoking the goddess, sending a shiver down Dorothea's spine. She would do a lot, to hear Edie say that again, in that way. My schedule's clear for a bit, Dorothea said. Want to just be here, with me? More than anything, Edelgard said softly. They just sat together for a time, Dorothea gently kissing her, talking quietly with her, looking as Edelgard's eye regarded her with matchless wonder. Raphael, outside, ate the first breakfast he made, and prepared 2 breakfasts, for when the 2 were ready to come out. Hubert and Bilatha's paralogue. Oh holy night! Today was the best morning Hubert had woken up to in 5 years because today was the first morning he'd had in a world where Petra was alive, and Edelgard was herself again. Hubert was a man of simple wants, he wanted the woman he loved to be alive, and for his emperor to be whole, and the war had dashed all his simple dreams out of his hands. But now the world was right again. Petra was here, and they would talk, and they would see if they fit together, If 5 years at war had changed them so much they could not fit, and even if it had, Hubert was a good man, he would be merely glad that one he had loved was safe, that his friend was alive. Edelgard was recovering. They had won the battle at Gronder, reinforced the bonds of the eagle and the lion, and they were stuffing their wagons full of stolen goods. He even had a cup of coffee on the boil, and fine coffee it was, too, distant produce of southern Almira, where they said coffee originated from, discovered by a goat farmer whose animals had ingested the plant's beans and went wild on him. The caravan they were raiding had possessed them, probably some officer's private stash. Hubert was grateful to that, probably dead, alliance officer, and while didn't know if the goat story was true or not, he could believe it. He could smell the caffeine as the beans cooked. If goats had eaten these, they'd be so fired up they could have kicked a dragon to death. Even for Hubert, ancient aficionado of coffee, this was some powerful stuff. He couldn't wait to drink it. They'd run out of good coffee almost a month ago, this first sip would taste like heaven. Shame no one else agreed with him, save Flane, who appreciated the caffeine. He remembered how he'd amused himself back at Garreg Mach by offering his bitter coffee and watching the Fodels panic trying to know how to decline, but respectfully. Not that they'd all quit on him. Lady Edelgard had taken him upon it, winning a bet with Dmitri by drinking 3 whole cups when the mighty Prince of Faerghus could only drink 2, they both got a stomachache, but she won the 50 gold they'd bet. Later she'd admit to them she'd cheated. Her tongue had been numb since Brigid. The other eagles had applauded her deer-like cleverness in winning her contest with the chief lion. Her tongue had only awakened in her throat later, when she went away into the ashes, when whatever madness hit her at Garreg Mach's fall subsumed all her old hurts, a poor trade, to regain a sense of taste and lose one's mind, but nobody, least of all Edelgard, had a choice in the matter. Hubert wondered why that would happen, what could possibly make that so, and idly pondered what research could be done on the issue, but that would be for later, if the war was ever won. Of those who were not cheating, only 2 besides Dmitri managed to drink an amount worth being memorable: Ferdinand and Annette. Ferdinand had managed to drink half a cup out of sheer determination, then told Hubert, in a tone of complete seriousness, with tears in his eyes, that it tasted like the ashes of dead children and the tears of the innocent. Annette, so brave and so energetic, drank a cup once, swallowing a whole mug of the bitter stuff. An hour later, the fishing pond was the site of an impromptu ballet as Annette, skipping and singing on the pier, began inadvertently casting, summoning tiny but powerful dust devils that swept through the pond and showered everyone around it with water and very confused fish. Hubert was banned from offering her any more coffee by Byleth and Edelgard both, though Flane, who came away with a basket of fresh fish, had approved. Petra had laughed until she cried at the gentle chaos Annette spread. That memory had once brought him amusement, then pain when Petra was gone, but now it could be funny again. Petra was alive, and had the world ever been better? My love is alive, Hubert thought, and offered a gentle and silent prayer of thanks to the goddess in Byleth. Byleth, approaching his location with questions in her mind, felt that prayer, that genuine gratitude, something dark and cool and sweet, like a sip of chilled water on a hot day. She felt it slip into the thing inside herself that was a goddess and a horrified mother and something like her closest kin, all three, the parasite/symbiote/sister she carried inside, who fell on it famished and hungry. The camp was at peace this early in the morning, various soldiers staggering awake and making breakfast, tending wounds, fixing equipment, the little details of any army after a battle. That didn't change, even among the scattered souls of this camp of strange travelers and heroes and freaks, the most motley army the world had ever seen. Dodden voices spoke the words of Adrestia to lilting voices from Srang, former allied bandits healed wounded soldiers of Dusker, Morphean foods were prepared on Faergi skillets by Monokete hands. Hubert had always marveled at the living patchwork the eagles attracted, that the famed fable of their name brought from distant shores. Hubert was even more experienced with that than anyone. Hubert's tent was located in the middle of his small group of dark mages, the most potent artillery they had, even fiercer than Flane's dragons, but the talent for the elder magic was so rare and so precious that his group was even more ragtag than the rest of the eagles. In this most absurd and offbeat of armies, the dark mages were the single strangest group. Case in point were his current neighbors. To the left of Hubert's tent was a man from Morphise who had once been a sailor, whose skin was half tattoos and whose speech was half foreign words Hubert had learned to translate over 3 years of commanding the man. They were all curses. To Hubert's right was a tent containing 3 women from the Alliance, who had come to serve initially out of horror at what they'd seen their own people do, and had eventually started a relationship with each other, coming together over shared disgust with their former homeland and a likewise shared obsession with food. Before him was a fellow Adrestian's tent, her a nobleman's daughter who had run off with her lover, a good man who had died saving her life from her father's assassins, a mistake the father had made, because now his daughter was the most ferocious of Hubert's dark mages, did not cast her spells so much as scream them into being, each word leaving her mouth with all the force of her icy rage. Behind his tent was a straying barbarian who had left his homeland seeking to learn peaceful ways, a man from a land torn by constant warfare who was the most considerate, polite, and serene man Hubert had ever met, a scarred and ugly avatar of humility and peace. None had known they were dark mages, not until they had joined the Eagles and Hubert had tested them for it. In each he had found that the oldest spells resonated with their souls. Hubert had taught them, in the same careful way his father had taught him, and it was to his credit that he had not yet lost a single pupil under his tutelage. The elder magic was dangerous magic, it had secrets and dangers that no other magic did, but his wise father had taught him to resist them, and he was able to pass that benevolence onward. His dark mages died in the war, but they did not succumb to the very shadow they were using. He hoped to tell his father in person that he had upheld the traditions of the Vestra family, even in extremity. He hoped to tell his father in person again that he loved him. Until Petra, he had not dared hope, but now, he hoped only that his father could last until they retook Inver, and Lady Edelgard reclaimed her throne. Hubert looked over the tents of his fellow shadows fondly as his coffee heated up, smelled the gentle smells of smoke and food, listened to the murmurings of early morning welcomes and hellos, the soft noises of lovers awaking in each other's arms amidst the semi-organized chaos of the tents, the soft scrapes of spoons in bowls and stones sharpening weapons and the susurration of fastening leather, and realized that he felt good. He felt, for the first time in far too long, truly at peace. He turned his attention back to his coffee, stirring it, watching and waiting for just the right moment, enjoying the contented feeling he had not felt in years. It wouldn't last, of course. The Alliance would seek to press a greater army against them. This was the dangerous part of war. This was where advantage was a thing of moments and indecision. There'd be a pushback. The victory here today would cause the Alliance to push back as hard as it could. There'd be bad times ahead. But right now, he was content with his coffee. A few minutes later, right as he was getting his mug ready, an old metal thing he'd recovered from Gareg Mach, replacing an older cup that his preferred beverage had eaten the bottom out of, Byleth barged into the circle of his little fire, passing the numerous tents nearby with all the speedy gracelessness of the socially awkward. "Hubert," she said, with her usual lack of emotion. "I need to talk with you." Hubert glanced up at her, for a moment dumbfounded by the suddenness of her appearance, finally recovering. "Of course, Professor," he said. Then, in a fit of impish mischief, he pointed at the kettle before him. "Coffee?" No, never, that hasn't changed at all," Byleth said, and Hubert gave her a sardonic smile, as she grinned weakly back, both remembering Gareg Mach. "Suit yourself. What can I do for you?" I'm sorry, this is a bad time, isn't it?" Byleth suddenly realized. "Too early in the morning. I should have waited, sorry. It's not that urgent. I'm still bad at social things, sorry. It's just the way you are," Hubert said with a shrug. A year of socialization at Gareg Mach and emotions awakening had not really rubbed the rough edges off of Byleth, but he honestly found his professor's brusqueness and blithe obliviousness rather charming. "I'm used to it. What's the trouble?" I've been having a lot of weird dreams," Byleth said. I know I'm not human, Hubert, and I want to know what I am. I want to understand the dark magic that made me." Hubert nodded. "I've been waiting for you to ask about that. We have none of Solon's notes on your creation, no real information at all, save for your father's journal, and we've been quite busy these last 5 years, but I did have my spies collect anything they found out about homunculi. A side project. I was wondering if there was a way to revive you, perhaps." Byleth smiled at him for that again, that small rise in the farther corners of her mouth. "Thank you," she said. "What did you manage to find out?" Hubert sighed as he poured his readied coffee into his mug. "It's not really much. Homunculi are vanishingly rare in history, and it's hard to tell what are genuine reports of your people and what are actually reports of golems or even ghosts. The formal term homunculus was only agreed upon within the last century, though people like you have existed at several points in history." Byleth's thin smile grew into what would be, for other people, a very small smile, and all at the words "your people," at the sense of belonging they gave the lonely woman, small as it was. Hubert recognized it for the beaming smile it would have been on anyone else, and he smiled back. It was impossible not to, seeing his professor so happy. He did not know why she liked that, but, well, perhaps he did. Dark mages were solitary sorts, too, and maybe the professor thought of herself as a freak. "At least she's with the Eagles," he thought with amusement. "We're a motley crew." "What do they say?" she asked. "They say that you are capable of, well, anything a human can do," he said. "Though some other, mostly vague, powers are ascribed to your people. Homunculi appear as both heroes and villains in some stories, though they are much more likely to be the latter, I am sorry to report. The humans recording these tales had a bias, which I apologize for." Byleth shrugged, recognizing and approving of Hubert's gentle and polite way of describing what he'd found. Hubert wasn't usually like that, the tall man blunt and to the point, and she appreciated the kindness. "I figured," she said. "We are made of darkness, after all." "Darkness is not evil," Hubert said, the endless refrain of every dark mage on the planet, even the actually evil. After all, being an asshole wasn't due to the magic, and even right bastards liked to be appreciated for their own talents. Humans are just diurnal creatures, and so are prejudiced towards the sun and against the night. Were we a species awake mostly at night, a similar conversation would be had between someone like yourself and a light mage, I imagine. Dark magic has no morality, any more than a sword or a spear does, it simply is. So why do so few practice it?" Byleth asked. "Partly it is simply that we are diurnal as a species," Hubert said, slipping naturally into a teaching role. Teaching of dark magic was one of the few joys he'd had, in the long years of Petra's death. Few human souls resonate with the elder magic. Magic is partly an effect of personality, for humans. Theoretically, a human can learn any spell, but in practice, it is simply easier to call forth the magic that already suits one. Flighty and energetic personalities can call upon wind, hot tempers and deep rage call forth fire. The most likely reason Lady Edelgard can summon it, personalities of strong faith and determination can heal. There are exceptions, of course, times where a person's magic does not match their nature, but there's usually an explanation in there somewhere: heavy early exposure to that kind of magic, living in an area saturated with one kind or another, etc. For the oldest magic, a personality of mysticism, of secrets, of, well, not to put too fine a pun on it, shoddiness, is required, coupled with an extremely strong will and great courage. The right personality for dark magic is rare, unfortunately. More common are those who were exposed to it at some point early in life. But that's for humans, Byleth murmured. What about for homunculi? I'm not sure, but I have a theory, Hubert said. From conversations with Flane, I have learned that magic works differently for Nabateans. Their magical affinities are determined by their elemental associations. Flane is a powerful healer, and a quick study as a mage, but only icy magic suits her when it comes to hurling spells, though she did manage a wind spell once, said something about her mother being a sky dragon. And if I'm made of darkness Byleth began, and Hubert nodded. The professor had always been a fast study. I suspect exactly that, he said. Humans are a creation of chaos, as the church teaches. We were here when the goddess descended, born of the randomness of long evolution, and so we have influences from all magical sources. You, on the other hand, are shaped like a human, but you were made out of night. I very much doubt you could do normal elemental magic even if you tried, you just don't have the connection. Even the fact that you are capable of light magic is explained by your other passenger. Suthi's nature was pure light, as far as anyone can tell. It's not you casting those spells at all, most likely, but parasitically drawing it from her. Parasitically. Byleth said, as somewhere deep inside her, something hurt at that word, shame, and guilt hot as the sun. Her smile faded. Hubert internally frowned. He was not one to mince words, but he also hadn't realized he was stepping on a sore point. Apologies, I misspoke in my haste. From what little I understand of what Gerald wrote down, you and Suthies were both drawing something from each other. She got a physical connection to the world in you, you drew life functions from her, and you both partook of your mutual prowess and powers. I should have said symbiotic instead of parasitic. Parasites are one-sided things, thieves, but symbiosis is when two organisms work together as one. The latter definition is closer to what you and Suthies were. That shame and guilt lessened, though they did not leave, like a clenched fist in her soul, but Byleth nodded to Hubert. She'd take it. I'd like to learn dark magic, she said. It might help me deal with these dreams. Hubert nodded. Dreams are related to the dark, though they stand as their own sort of strangeness. Still, adding another tool to our arsenal is never a bad thing, and I suspect you would be a prodigy at the elder magic. It is inherent to your very creation, part of the very building blocks of your soul. Come into my tent, we have a simple test we can perform that'll awaken it, if you've any latent talent at all. They headed inside, Hubert downing as much of his coffee, which was just as good as he'd figured, as he could in one go, before gently placing the cup of bitter ambrosia on his desk. Hubert's room, though he did not know it, was a mirror of Dorothea's, save that his tent's fabric was black and he did not have the galumphing pillow beast in one corner, rather using just a small blanket and bedroll. Hubert was not a man who needed many comforts. He reached into one of his cabinets, and withdrew a vial of magically reactive ink. Hold out your left hand, he said. It doesn't have to be your left hand, but the church holds that. Suthies once said, darkness is the left hand of light, and so there is a bit of a tradition. Byleth held out her left hand. Hubert held up the vial of ink and muttered words that had been old when Suthies was born, words that reflected the language black holes spoke, words midnight had whispered to itself in the time before there were stars, a soft and whispering language, the sleepy murmurings of a world that was not yet born. In Adrestian, Hubert said, darkness, the last thing, and the thing that lasts, night eternal, be inside thee or not, and be revealed if there. He carefully dripped a single drop directly into Byleth's palm. And then, there it was. No fancy thing this, no blast of power or roar of triumph, this was the silent night, not the blazing light or primal chaos or formal order. Just the night, a quiet thing, the ink drop in her hand turning itself into a ball of purest black, and as Byleth gazed into it, she saw the slow turning dance of the stars, and she understood. In that small drop of holy and silent night, she saw herself from outside herself, saw the shadow she was, not some slithering thing, not some crawling abomination, as she had feared, but something natural, something right. She was as natural to the universe as the humans about her, as the Nabatea, for all her fears. Did not everything that lived cast a shadow? And was your shadow not your closest companion, all your life? She had suffered the touch of burning light and the horrors of Rhea's magic. She of all people had no excuse to confuse light for good, and to hold the opposite view. All things had a place, and this was meant to be. She was meant to be. Be her creation artificial, still Solon had made her out of a natural thing, and it accepted her as kin. Darkness, that people could rest from day's labors, the cover of night, that the small could hide from the big, that the weak might flee the strong and have hope of escape in the shadows. The nothing that was, so that everything else could be, the canvas on which all wonders were painted. She gazed around herself, at the universe entire, saw that the outer dark went on forever, galaxies and nebulae and suns and planets, and knew this, she belonged here, no less than the trees and the stars. It did not assuage all her fears. She was still a lonely thing, at day's end, the only homunculus in all the world, but this, at least, she knew, as she looked at that little ball of blessed ink, and her eyes saw the universe entire, she belonged here. Last of her people and loneliest, still was Fodlan her place in the universe. The only homunculus, but she felt, there were other things that were like her, if not the same, other children of the night. Right next to her, Hubert and all his dark mages, who did not have this in their bones but knew it as a friend. Farther afield, another was nearby, her mind seeing the image of a blue lion, murdered by a million weapons, resurrected from death by wise foreign hands, who was not alive at all but undead, dead once but no longer, whose ghost had possessed her corpse so that she could fulfill her wish of being a perfect knight. By a lakeshore far from her, she saw 6 others, who wore human skins and were not human, monarchies whose true forms were the great snake-like forms of shadow dragons, and they were making ready for war, they were preparing for battle. And somewhere far to the east of that lake, something in the north, on the border between Fodlan and Almeria as he always was, a man whose name she knew, not a homunculus but something of him was becoming like her, deeper shadows. Claude. But the moment passed, and she withdrew inside herself, and was back in Hubert's tent, her revelations momentarily forgotten in the shock of transition. Few can call on the elder magic, Hubert said, as he saw her blink, pupils huge, understanding spreading like a benevolent plague across her face. It was a moment he cherished, a fundamental moment in any dark mage's life, the wisdom that flowed from touching the very shadow of existence. Congratulations, Byleth, you join the few, the proud, and the strange. She blinked again, still staring at the orb of ink, floating gently in her hand like a soap bubble. Hubert tapped her shoulder. Don't look into it too far, not yet. That can be fatal. The problem is one of dissipation, darkness is too big for most to handle. Darkness is everywhere, and it takes a certain focus to resist the urge to just go into it, to get lost exploring it. People get rendered empty, not because the darkness takes them, but because they get lost while exploring its endless possibility. Not a few ghosts are born from that. Hearing that, Byleth closed her hand, shut the knight in her palm down. The ink, losing cohesion, splattered into her hand as a sticky mess, though before Byleth could even begin to look for a handkerchief, Hubert was cleaning her hand with one he'd already prepared. Everybody does that, Hubert said. Except the Srang guy, anyway. I learned to be ready. Byleth, who had no idea what he was talking about, just shook her head, watching him clean her hand of the ink that had shown her so much. I realize why people might get lost. It was beautiful. Hubert smiled at her. It is. It also does not help that it is connected to the dead. While I can't claim to speak for the Nabatea, or for your people for that matter, I know that for humans, at least, our souls cycle within the human race. When we die, pieces of us go to those we loved the most, to strengthen their spirits. Some dark mages can tap into that, but it's rare, hard, and it's even easier to get lost in the darkness chasing the ghosts of your loved ones. Necromancy is a dangerous divination. Her loved ones, chasing ghosts. That quiet sobbing in the back of her skull. Byleth's eyes widened, not by a little bit, but by a lot. Hubert saw that look on Byleth's face, and he remembered that the events of 5 years ago were not so long ago, for the woman before him, that she had not aged in the meantime, either physically or mentally. For him, the chaos and sorrow of Geralt's death was a thing that had happened half a decade ago, and while Hubert had grieved, he had only known that good man for a short while and from a distance. For Byleth, who was the man's only daughter, those events had happened only a few short months ago, and he could not imagine the sharpness of that pain. A bolt of pity shot through him. He hadn't thought of that. Don't, he said gently. I tell you this only because you should know the full extent of your powers. If you chase your father now, you will be lost, Byleth. You are not trained enough, you do not know enough. In time, you will be able to do so, but not now. Not him, Byleth said, surprising him. I do want to see my father again, but there's something else inside me. What of Suthies? Oh. I think, Hubert said with a very small voice, as the scale of what Byleth was talking about hit him, as he realized how much that might matter, that perhaps we should train you as fast as we can. Oh, goddess, he thought. In fact, that was a very appropriate thought. Oh, goddess, what might we do, if we could contact you again? Somewhere inside Byleth, Suthies, who did not want to be found, curled up around herself tighter, and wept. The fire dragon's paralogue. The Honorable Leviathan's convert. She'd come back in the morning to check up on his brother, and it meant he did not know what to do. The fire dragon did not know why she cared. She had come and she had brought breakfast, leftovers from the meal they'd had yesterday, more of that fine hot chili that burned his tongue and soothed something inside him. He'd been dreading their prisoners' meals, he was used to variety in his palate, the great benefit of human form, and the idea of subsisting on bland food disgusted him. But his fears had proven unfounded. The food they'd served was no gruel, but some kind of warm, delicious beef chili, flavored with blazing peppers of Adrestian extraction. Heavy and hot and filling, and perfect for a fiery Nabatean, but he could not help but wonder why. By the time the healer had brought them dinner, his brother's eyes had fluttered open, and he'd been able to sit up and eat. Still, he'd made sure to take the first few bites of both their bowls, to make sure there was no poison in them. He couldn't imagine there would be, not after all the effort they'd put into healing them, but he was paranoid. His little brother was counting him, and he'd always been protective of his little brother, ever since his eggshell hatched too soon and the priest had dismissed him as a runt. Runt, yes, but brother too, yes. When he'd suffered no pain or dizziness after eating, he'd refilled his brother's bowl from his own and they both ate. His brother had eaten slowly, but he was eating. The healer had said that he would be slowed for a while until his natural fire rekindled, but he would live, and then they were left alone all that long night, his brother curled up at his side, they'd been given some blankets to sleep under, nice and toasty, the way they liked it. Then this morning, more food. More of that good chili. He ate from both bowls again, but it did not take him as long to decide they were safe, no point in killing them now, he figured. But he still didn't know why the healer was doing this. The healer, who was not a healer, he knew now, but the leader of this group of rebel drakes, he saw it in the way the others deferred to her, the way they sought to catch her eye, or looked at her with gratitude and respect. It reminded him of the way he'd been taught to think of priests, those elder dragons who were most directly Siro's holy servants, but without the undercurrent of fear that permeated all interaction with those ancient souls. Why was someone like that serving breakfast to prisoners? What was this? She'd left a little while ago, that strange healer, that rebel leader, heading to some conference or another with her human allies, moving out at a human messenger's request. A messenger who had stayed behind for a moment, and was now chatting amiably with one of the Nabatea about all the supplies they'd managed to steal, a conversation about a lot of things that the fire dragon did not understand. He felt foolish, he felt uneducated, he felt, oddly enough, used. Why was he not taught these things? Why was this not, all these words? His military training had consisted of nothing much, compared to what he'd seen from his enemies. He hadn't even known any dragons opposed Siros, though admittedly he had not been the best of students. Perhaps they'd covered it and he'd missed it. Still, between him and these members of the enemy, he felt a gap, wide as the ocean. Appropriate, perhaps. He had felt the leviathan weight of the healer's true form, knew what it meant. He chewed two things at once with his mouth, his meal, with his mind, all this. The camp, the people about him, Nabatea and, what did she call them? Firstborn of the world. Such a strange idea, to have a term of respect for those he had been taught to dismiss, a word that was not spit or slur but an honor. Firstborn of the world and children of the goddess, all around him, moving as one. Things that would never happen in Almira took place each second about him. He watched dragons and humans talking around him, and saw no fear in anyone's eyes. He witnessed monarchies working all around him, doing work he'd only seen humans doing before, but he also saw humans doing that work too, helping them. They gave this help not out of fear or servitude, but due to allegiance, the hands of both races turned to the same tasks. He saw a flag flying from a great pole above the combined camp, colored the sea green of monarchied hair, with a shining white star in its center, descending, the way that a goddess had, once upon a time, descended onto this world, and from her blood birthed a new people. A flag that flew proudly beside other flags, flags of human nations, blue and red flags that were not beneath or above the sea green, but fluttered beside it in the wind, equal in dignity and respect. A dream, perhaps. Something hard to make real, but a goal to strive for, a thing you might, if you worked at it, truly make someday, the kind of thing that should exist, if it did not. He thought of the healer, and her words and actions. He thought of her healing an enemy, his very own brother, this enemy leader, who would bend her knee to make sure his runt brother lived. He thought of a leader who would bring food to prisoners. He thought of lies and manipulation, and how hard it would be to fake all this unity, if there were not some sort of truth to it. He wondered about many things for a long, long time, even days later, as he watched human and Nabatean hands erect a fourth flag, flying higher than the other three, a black flag, on which a white griffin stood proud beneath a sea-green star. He would serve under that flag, in time, as would his brother, learning the healing arts from the woman who had saved his brother's life and both their souls. Hilda and Lysithea Paralogue. 203 Dreams in Inver. Goddess, Adrestia was so fucking hot in the summer. Thankfully, it wasn't so bad in the shade. Hilda leaned back into her comfy lounge chair, and sipped her chilled wine. Her and Lysithea were waiting out an almost improbably hot afternoon, the sun doing its level best to kill everyone in the Adrestian capital. Hilda, used to the colder conditions of the throat, didn't much like it, and for Lysithea it was actually openly painful, the storm dragon that made up half of her skin a thing of shadows and rain and coolness that could not handle so much sunlight. But, thankfully, the house Hilda had nabbed for them had a pool. Hilda lounged next to it with a series of pretty parasols for shade, wearing a lovely one-piece bathing suit designed to fit cutely against her muscled and curvy form, while Lysithea let her vast form wallow in the shaded, cool waters, her long neck and twin faces out of the water and laying on a series of comfy, fluffy towels laid out beside Hilda. A table next to Hilda carried a variety of drinks with magically created ice floating in them, all once owned by this house's former master, who had the same tastes Hilda did in wine, sweet, almost sugary, like lemonade with bite. On the far side of the pool was a table with a long tray of crisp, cooked pork, for Lysithea to enjoy when the urge to eat hit her. Hilda idly brushed Lysithea's hair gently with the fingers of her left hand as she sipped her wine and enjoyed her lazy afternoon, the two having dismissed all their servants for the time being, though Lysithea had still put a spell of silence up around them for privacy. Hilda once again congratulated herself on taking this house. Hilda had commandeered it from one of Inver's richest traders, a disgruntled nobleman who had sold the city out for a fortune when the alliance arrived. He was one of Casper's relatives, funny enough, who had disagreed with the rest of his family about the need to sell out to the alliance. Vile little bastard. Hilda had killed him and stolen his house her first day in town, claiming she'd been sent by Claude to clear out traitors and his name was on the list. A good memory, his shocked disbelief as the axe came down had been a delight to her. She sighed happily, and reached up, adjusting Dorothea's hat atop her head. Her finest prize, stolen 2 long years ago, in the same battle in which she'd nearly killed Edelgard, her proudest moment, that the laziest scion of a house of monsters could go toe-to-toe with Nemesis' holy descendant and not just contest the battle, but win. Hilda might be the one person that Edelgard, one-woman army, had ever lost a duel with, and that victory was a sweetness to a martial heart. Though, at the time, her victory had left her worried. Claude had been convinced that Edelgard was not the one to lead Fodlan to a new dawn, but Hilda had always bet her money on the Black Eagles as a whole. Despite that, Hilda had wholeheartedly agreed with Claude's plan to go after the Eagles relentlessly, because Hilda was also determined to make them prove it. When Edelgard had lost that fight, Hilda had worried, but the Eagles saved her, and Hilda's efforts to hunt them down afterward came to less than naught. Hilda had threatened 100 villagers, burned a dozen villages, murdered the innocent and tortured captives, and all it had done was lead her straight into an ambush that nearly took her head off, in which the Eagles killed half her forces and sent the rest into screaming retreat. She'd been thrilled. She'd been right after all, the Eagles, and not the lions, could lead Fodlan to a better world. Dimitri had barely held Faergus even with all the help the deer were secretly giving him, but the Eagles, under Dorothea's wise command, with the deer gunning for them with everything they had outfought, outfoxed, and outflanked them and come out ahead. They had built an army of all the world, they even had dragons, and with it, they would overrun the alliance, kill Rhea's dragon loyalists, and save the world. They would also kill all the deer, but Hilda had come to terms with that a long time ago. It wasn't Edelgard, precisely, though Hilda hoped the Emperor would come back to herself, it was the Eagles as a whole, these children of Adrestia who had grown up into legendary rebels. And it fit. Irony and contradiction were the only friends the deer had ever had, they ran in the veins of the Golden Herd, and it was irony and contradiction for the oldest nation in Fodlan, Nemesis' ancient empire, to give birth to a new age. It had fit. Hilda was not a religious woman, but she did believe in patterns. Still, it would only work if the deer could play their part. She hoped things had went right at Gronder, and again at Murden, right in the sense of going wrong in just the right ways. The plan was so fragile, the scheme was so breakable. They were giving their lives and their honor for this, but even that sacrifice might not be enough. On slim chance did the dream rest, particularly here, at the end, where so very much could go wrong. The poison might not work at Murden. Lawrence might not escape the bridge in time, they thought he could, but mechanisms could get rusty, or fail, or anything. Lawrence had to live, because Deirdre was going to be hell to capture without inside help. Claude had to be at the throat. He couldn't command the defenses at Deirdre and leave the aquatic capital defenseless. He was going to be busy killing Ceros and doing what he could to establish himself as a monstrous madman, a figure of terror that would overshadow all history and, more importantly, downplay the draconic contribution to the evils plaguing Fodlan. There were records that had to be forged, plans whose authors had to be rewritten, all kinds of things Claude had to do that would establish him as the great monster of the story, and Rhea just a side note to the tale. Sometimes, Hilda wondered if that wasn't part of Claude's revenge against Rhea. He would take this woman, this daughter of the goddess, who had devastated the world so often, and he would diminish her, he would make her, in history's eyes, nothing more than his unwitting and foolish accomplice. A fine revenge, on such an arrogant monster. Of course, that hinged on whether or not Claude actually could kill Rhea. Hilda had told him that she wasn't sure his new powers would be enough. She'd argued that all the deer should jump Ceros at once, that Claude should not trust that he alone could do it. She wanted Lysithea there to spit thunder and chaos out of one mouth and spells out the other while her and Lawrence gutted her, while Marianne and Ignatz turned their Hierophant powers against their supposed master and Claude rained arrows down from above. She was a stronger fighter than Claude, no need to take stupid risks. He'd told her no. He needed them in other places. Claude had sworn he could do it himself, that he'd simply attack her by surprise. It could work. Hilda had seen enough great warriors go down to sucker punches in her day. Geralt was the classic example, murdered by Shamir by surprise when, in a straight-up fight, he could have beaten her to death while drunk. Perhaps it would work, but the risks of failing were so high. Ceros, after all, wasn't active at the moment. Oh, she had her experiments and her obsession with her mother's crest stone, but she was content to sit in the throat, enjoy tea, and let Claude do all the heavy lifting. Ceros wasn't paying attention, that was how they were getting away with so much. Victory was finer than wine, and Ceros was drunk on it. Having conquered most of Fodlan, she viewed all that remained as basically clean-up work. Ceros, distracted, was not so deadly, but if Claude failed to kill her, she'd stop being so distracted. A failed assassination attempt would wake her up, that was the danger. Wasn't there an old saying about sleeping dragons and letting them lie? The metaphor did not matter when the meaning was so literal, and that saying applied double, triple, an infinite number of times more to a dragon with a god complex and a pathological hatred of humanity. Ceros, asleep, had still done all this harm. Ceros, awake. Hilda shuddered to think of it. It wasn't just Ceros' own power. She wasn't really a dragon anymore, after all, no matter how deadly her hated human form was. No, the problem was her mind. Hilda had examined Ceros' military campaigns, both the relatively recent ones she'd waged in Almira as Rhea to unify that land under her domain, and what little they knew of the more ancient ones she'd done under her own name, and they'd been brilliant. The secret records Claude had stolen over the years, revealing how the ancient war had played out, had taught her just how smart Ceros really was, if she bothered to put her mind to it. She'd been in a bad position until Nemesis rebelled, but she learned fast. She'd even burned all humanity's knowledge. She'd gotten control of an Agarthan weapon, something called the Javelin of Light, though some of the records indicated there were multiple javelins. They weren't really sure what that was about. But all sources agreed that she had used them to wipe out cities and libraries and other things, things that mattered and made things, things that recorded human science, things the records called factories and laboratories and communication networks and computer centers. It had been Ceros' last great act, her final fuck you before Nemesis and his elites had broken her at last, but it had been too late. All the things that held human knowledge, now lost, now dust, they'd had to work to recreate anything at all. None of humanity's ancient wisdom, either gifted by the goddess or learned by their own hard work, had survived. Except, perhaps, a flash in her mind, the image of Mercedes, as she had been in her last brave moments, the arrow the holy woman had held to her own throat, a sacrifice for the future. The notebook, that Hilda kept with her at all times, and all the secret things it said, the hope that Hilda carried with her that was heavier than her axe had ever been. The thing that might make the dream real yet, and they hadn't even known it existed when they started, the proof that someone had to be looking out for the last and loneliest house of Garag Mach, that all the horrors they endured and inflicted would be worth it in the end. Mercedes, of all the things Hilda had done, that one stuck with her, that one filled her nightmares when images of the pens beneath House Goneril did not, when her mind did not make her relieve what she had seen in those cells. She had done so much evil, for the greater good they sought, but Mercedes was the one that haunted her the most, and she hadn't even killed the woman. But you did, truth whispers inside her. You brought her death to her, you killed her as certainly as anyone who has ever met your axe. But now was not the time to think about it. No, she had to stop thinking about it. Focus on something else, Hilda. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. After a few seconds, she recovered. She adjusted the head again, a nervous tick, and forcibly redirected her thoughts towards the headgear. She'd kept the head as a trophy after it had fallen from Dorothea's worried head, the eagles fleeing to save their emperor, and she'd cleaned and maintained it over the years, even had it professionally resized for her head. She took comfort in it now, popped open a hand mirror to see just how stylish she looked. She actually looked a bit odd with it on, but she liked it. Besides, every bad guy needed a weird quirk in their appearance, or nobody would remember them at all. Dorothea used to be an actress, she knew how it went. The operas didn't get sung about normal-looking folks, you needed a weird hand, or a really unique piece of jewelry, or something. It was one reason Hilda was delighted that Edelgard had lost an eye patch was just the thing for a little extra oomph in a person's looks. It was a perfect thing to have, too. It reminded anyone looking at her that Edelgard had lost things too, united her with her devastated country. And it wasn't like it had slowed her down, despite eventually winning against her, Hilda had been hard-pressed. Edelgard fought like a sack of wolves with rabies. If it hadn't been for Hilda's armor being so heavy, and the pure water she'd downed beforehand, Edelgard would have killed her. Still, if Edelgard had her eye patch, Hilda was going to need something, too. Something for the opera to remember her by. So she'd popped Dorothea's stolen hat triumphantly atop her pink head. If she was going to play the role of villainess, she was going to do it in style. Her nerves, lowered, threatened to rise again, the endless cycle of panic. Breathe in, breathe out. You'll be okay. Just a little while longer, then you can rest, just a little while longer. Breathe in, breathe out. Calmed, she relaxed back into her chair, muscles having tensed up as she thought about, well, everything. Lysithea spoke up, having noticed Hilda had stopped brushing her hair. You all right, Hilda? I'm fine, Hilda said, and Lysithea gently bumped her hand with her huge head. Just, well, bad memories. No one was more familiar with that than the deer, so Lysithea said no more on it, and the two sat there in relative peace for a few more moments, Hilda's hand on Lysithea's head a source of stability for her. When the warped deer spoke again, it was on a different topic. I had a dream again, Hilda. This morning, I slipped away from myself for a few moments, and I dreamed. Oh? Do tell, Hilda said. Hilda heard it with one ear as she ran down her recent history in her mind, reliving good moments to help her keep calm. These last 3 days had been, well, fun. The capital of Adrestia had been in need of a good cleansing, and they were just the women to do it. Hilda had been playing the role of vaudeville villainess, giving her the freedom to do anything she wanted, to execute anyone who needed it, claim petty cruelty or sadistic urges, and have no one look twice. It'd been a blast, to wander and bear like the world's cutest serial killer. It was our world this time, us, but Byleth chose a different house than Edelgard's. Several times did she choose a different house to be professor over. The dream had 3 variations. I even saw a world where she joined us. No one had yet realized that Hilda was creating holes in the local alliance leadership, not the real big guys. She couldn't kill them without trouble, but nobody looked twice when she went after the middle management. Shame that it was already causing problems for the local administration, shame that no one was noticing. Hilda was too perky to play the cold, calculating mastermind very well. That was more a Lawrence thing, but the joyful, clownish murderess, that role she could play, and excel at. Already her and Lysithea had fought off a pack of assassins sent by some terrified alliance middle official or another, which she viewed as a sign of great progress. One was still alive in a technical sense. Hilda had used one of Claude's poisons to freeze the man's limbs in place. He'd talk, soon enough, and then she'd have more targets to hunt. What was that like? I doubt Claude and her would end up happy at the end of it all. You can't go back from being monsters. Lysithea snorted at that with two pairs of nostrils. No one knows that better than me, but I get what you mean. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can organize it into something sensible. As Lysithea paused to arrange her thoughts, Hilda pondered in bear. So many loyalists, so much work for the axe. She had always been Claude's executioner, and it had always been one of her favorite roles to play. Someone had to do it, and there was a sense of finality, of work being done, when you cut off a bastard's head. The only role she'd enjoyed more was that of liberator, lockbreaker, and there was a bittersweet taste to those memories. Her great hunts with Lysithea, the good she did tainted by recollections of her family and the things they had done. Lysithea, of course, had the role of Hilda's pet monster, and she'd had a blast with it. Between being sinister and pretending to be bestial, she'd had a ton of fun, and pretend it really was. Knowing these were her last days had given Lysithea's mind the drive it needed to stay focused and functioning. She only failed to be herself for short periods each day, usually in the morning when her waking mind couldn't quite corral her bestial instincts. She'd had the chance to randomly savage a lot of people who deserved it, and scare the homegrown resistance of Inver entirely out of the capital, running the band of smugglers and spies into the surrounding towns, where, eventually, Edelgard would pick them and add them to her great rebellion. They'd be able to tell Edelgard ways to break into Inver, particularly through the sewers, which Hilda was deliberately leaving open. It sounded like the kind of thing a mad villainess would miss and that some heroic rebel would figure out. It'd play well when the story got told. Of course, Hilda also fully expected the Eagles to surprise her with something she hadn't thought of. They hadn't survived all these years with Claude at their throats just to fuck up invading Inver. Lysithea spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. So, things were very different. You're right about not being able to go back, but Byleth never was a monster, not like we are now. Rhea would not stomach Byleth, not once she figured out what she was. Claude had still been the Stormcaller, but everything after Garreg Mach's fall was different. We joined Byleth, our loyalty to her was greater than our loyalty to Claude, and she could not join him. Not just because Rhea would not let her, but because she was horrified by what Claude had done, by her father dead in the dirt and Rhymire and all the rest of it. Rhymire, which was on Claude's lips when he awoke far too often. Hilda knew. She had helped him through more than one nightmare. Understandable, she said. Lysithea grunted, nuzzled Hilda's hand. Indeed, she said. We were rebels, fighting the alliance from within. Claude accepted it, and, well. We lived, but Claude died. He got us to the end. He was betraying Rhea to help Byleth, but at the end of things he went berserk. Hilda, he could not handle the powers he used to defeat the Prophet. Byleth had to kill him and he died in her arms. That Byleth had loved Hubert, of all people, who had joined our house in the innocent days of White Clouds, and I feel almost like love might have saved Claude, but, bah. I've never been a romantic. I am, though. I think that sounds kind of nice, actually, Hilda said with a smile. So, wait, are you telling me I abandoned Claude in that world? I would never. You didn't, Lysithea said with a giggle. No, you were with him. You died here in Inver, doing exactly what we're doing now. You had some pretty good villainous one-liners, it was pretty impressive. I should write them down, we could use them for inspiration once the Eagles get here. How'd you get into Inver? Hilda asked, intrigued despite herself. Sewers, Lysithea said. Hilda chuckled. So Hubert was a golden deer, huh? Him and Ingrid, yes, Byleth had specifically wanted more stoic souls to counter our boisterous personalities, Lysithea said, and Hilda chuckled at that. But we never swore the oath, never made our great promise, just you and Claude made that promise, I think. You did it all by yourselves, and towards the end he even got to kill Rhea with his own hands. He surprised her and it worked, Hilda. It was barely enough, even with Ciro's caught completely by surprise, even with you helping, but it worked. Well. That made Hilda feel a bit better, silly as it was to rely on the dreams of her poor mutated friend, but she had just been worrying about that, and it was nice to take comfort in something. Let's hope that works out twice, then, she said. Anything else interesting? You were a hell of an opponent. Wasn't even a hierophant, just a top-class ass-kicker. Good, Hilda said smugly. I don't intend to job to Edelgard, she's got to earn her fancy chair back from me. Lysithea chuckled at that, then gave her what passed for a smirk on her broad face. But here's the real question, what terrible test must Dorothea pass to get her hat back from you? Hilda laughed at that. Like hell she's getting the hat back, I want it fair and square. Edelgard can take her throne but the hat's mine. Lysithea chuckled, then made a thoughtful noise, rendered weird by her echo. I've had so many dreams of late, it's weird, I'm more awake than I've been in months, but in those little seconds that I am still asleep, I dream such long dreams. I'm remembering more of them, too. 2 dreams have I dreamed, and here's an interesting point of trivia, Byleth teaming up with Dimitri is one of the worst results. How so? Hilda asked. Our plan works, we swear the oath and make the promise, but the lions never learn anything, the notebook is never found. He never sends Mercedes to hunt it, because Byleth escapes Gareg Mach with them, she does not fall, and with the sword of the Creator and all Byleth's power at his side from the war's start, he is not rendered so desperate that he needs to send Mercedes out. It is victory, of sorts, but not the right kind. The silver moon is silver, not gold, it is valuable but not as valuable as it should be, not as good as verdant flowers or crimson wind or even azure snows. Hilda kept scratching Lysithea as her words started to slur into gibberish, trying to keep her focused, and she approved, rumbled, and pushed against her hand before she kept talking. Edelgard dies in that world, too. She dies most of the time, I guess. So did Claude, eventually, and all of us, too. Makes sense, Hilda said. We made the promise, after all. She pondered a moment, and then asked the question that was bugging her. Does Claude always die? Hilda asked, not sure why that mattered, why she felt like it might be important. These were just dreams, right? Seems unfair. He's died in all 3 dreams I've dreamed that had us in them, the great dragon beast said. We die most of the time too. Byleth siding with us saved our lives, but the rest of the time, we die, Lysithea. We die. Ugh, Hilda said. I was hoping for, well, it doesn't matter. When does Dimitri die, though? You haven't said anything about him dying. Dimitri's rather hard to kill, as far as I can tell. Only one timeline in which he dies, in which Byleth joins the church after she wakes up, when formerly she'd teamed up with us. She's accompanied by a young woman named Kronia, along with others she saves the archbishop and that one Dimitri gives his life to save them, and you killed him, Hilda. Claude's great executioner in that timeline. Byleth signing up with the church leads to a winter of azure snow, teardrops turned into frost over a lot of graves, a lot of people die. Byleth is so special, her decisions carry so much weight. I pity her. The terrible burden of such choices. Lysithea grew silent, finally grunting and writhing in the pool, churning the water with her lanky, serpentine form. Is your split bothering you again? Lysithea sighed at Hilda's question. Yes. Could you? I'm sorry, you're comfortable. Don't worry about it. Hilda put her drink down and rose up. No, it's no trouble. She hummed as she reached down into her personal bag, one that she always kept with her, full of medical supplies for Lysithea, a handful of hatchets. Hilda was never truly unarmed, and the little red notebook, carefully preserved from whatever place Mercedes had managed to pull it from, so long ago. Things she could not trust with anyone, that mattered too much to be left be. From that bag, she pulled out a bottle of medical oils, something half lotion and half vulnerary, not intended for wound care so much as it was for pain relief. With a sponge, she gently applied it in the split between Lysithea's faces. That was the place that always hurt the most, and Lysithea rumbled pleasantly as Hilda tenderly rubbed the ever-sore spot and brought blessed relief. "Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Hilda." Hilda grinned as both Lysithea's faces smiled at her, or at least, made the best facsimile they could with their shared jaws. She'd always enjoyed taking care of Lysithea, her friend, and her mount both, particularly on the great hunts that brought her so much peace. Lawrence had his women, Ignatz had his art, Mary Ann collected church relics and saved them from Rhea's purges, Claude had his little brown notebook of poems in classic Almiran style, and Hilda had the blood of slavers and the lives of freed slaves. Different strokes, different folks. But back to Byleth. Being special, that's what Solon's notes said, though I must confess I didn't truly understand them. I'm an axewoman, not a mage or a priestess. I'm just glad you 4 mages took over all that. I'm no clever study, I'm afraid. I didn't even know what a homunculus was. Lysithea chuckled again, shifting in the water so that the coolness would spread around her strange skin, enjoying the relief Hilda's ministrations brought. She was never really without pain, but a dull ache was better than the sharp stabs running through her skulls. Few people do. Rare and ancient magic. Even we had to spend so long just staring at those stupid papers. Me and Lawrence worked on the magic, Mary Ann and Ignatz worked on the faith part of it. I can't comment on the whole Suthies mess much, but a homunculus, well, the empty man had those, in one of my dreams. Dark magic to make a thing that looks like a human body, but isn't one, that's the short version of it. Solon added something new to the mix, using Suthi's crest stone. The soul of a god, light incarnate. It's a wonder Byleth didn't explode. His first 12 attempts did, according to his notes, their bodies literally popped out of existence, burnt to cinders. Oof. Why'd that happen? Hilda asked. Bodies weren't dark enough, couldn't handle the light. Things need a balance. Like a math equation where he had too few negative numbers to come out to zero. He had to go further, invest even more shadow into the next one, to balance out the light, and they still kept bursting on him. But, finally, he figured out how to make a homunculi so stuffed with darkness that it was equal to a god. How'd a mortal manage to do that? Hilda asked. Agarthan technology, and a few items of the goddess herself. He had it brought to Gareg Mach in secret, placed underneath the monastery. He used it, stuff he barely understood, along with more mundane methods and a whole lot of time and resources, but it worked. He was seeking darkness enough to equal divinity, a living dark god to hold the power of a dead god of light. It took 2 decades, a gold cost in the hundreds of thousands, and ancient technology to build Byleth, but he still didn't know why she worked when the others didn't. The Agarthan tech he was using wasn't exactly what he thought it was, but it worked well enough, apparently. Hilda sat back and took another sip of her wine, pondering. How the hell did Geralt end up with her? Good question, Lysithea answered. Solon had no idea how. One day he served, the next Gareg Mach was on fire and he was leaving with a baby. Wild, Hilda said. Lysithea hummed an affirmative response, moving her huge warped faces away, lifting a great twisted hand and spearing with one mighty talon a chunk of the pork the servants had left. Servants who had noted over the last 3 days that, despite all appearances, Hilda and Lysithea had done them no harm whatsoever, that they were even polite to them, respectful. Servants noticed such things, their lives dependent on them, and noted, too, that for all Hilda's giggling and cheerful bloodlust, for all Lysithea's monstrous growls, neither had harmed a servant. Thus it was that the servants of the palace, alone of all in Bear, respected them more than they feared them, and had some inkling that they were different, somehow, though neither of the deer knew any of this. Lysithea popped the pork into her mouth and messily chewed the pork with her awkward jaws, which had been cooked until the skin crisped. Food had no flavor for her now, but it still had texture, and she liked the sensation of hardened skin bursting in her sharp teeth. It was the reason she'd asked for wyverns as meals. She liked the way their scales popped in her teeth, the way living food was warm in her mouths, the feel of chewing on freshly killed meat. Texture could do for taste. Hilda drank her own wine, listening to the pop and crackle of Lysithea's meal, just enjoying the flavor of a too sweet, just right vintage, until Lysithea was done and could speak again. Hilda leaned forward, withdrawing a large cloth, and wiped Lysithea's jaws clean as she talked. A god of night with a god of light inside, that'll be interesting, Hilda said, pondering that as she cleaned up her friend. Lysithea didn't like being such a messy eater, but not much you could do when your mouth was made that way. How does that work out for us? Lysithea nuzzled her gently when she was done, rubbing her great head against Hilda's hug. It works out well. Thank you. And, one more thing, Hilda, I dreamed that it worked. I dreamed that it was all worth it, it worked, in the end. Claude's scheme works. Hilda paused, and then gave her another big hug, a stronger, more real hug. Good, Hilda said fiercely. Foolish to take comfort in these things, but if she was taking comfort, why not take it all? Lysithea leaned into the hug, and did not tell her the truth that she had made that last part up. She had not dreamed of what would happen at the end of this timeline at all. What she'd just said was little more than a happy lie. The warmth of Hilda hugging her neck banished any doubts in her mind that she'd done the right thing. Marianne's paralogue. To make a fool of the devil. Marianne woke up muzzily. She was in her hospital bed, she knew, as she had been put there last night after Catherine's desperate race back to the throat had finally finished, burning out 4 horses along the way and, not sleeping, as far as Marianne remembered, though even her absurd, Hierophant-enhanced constitution had not been enough to keep her more than semi-conscious. Ciro's voice crawled in the back of her skull as she blinked away sleep, roaring from where she had locked it away. Traitor! It hissed, knowing all she knew. Liar! But Marianne had fought voices screaming obscenities at her in the back of her mind for long years. This voice was much easier to fight than the suicidal thoughts had been. After all, those had been her own voice, if warped by her sorrow and pain. This was an outsider, this voice had been artificially implanted in her, and so she had an easy enough time ignoring it. Liar, yes, Marianne responded to that voice as she awoke, silencing it for a moment. But divine lie it is, for this lie shall make a fool of the devil. Goddess in Byleth, hear me, give me strength to lie. Stop praying to me, Suthes begged, inside Byleth, even as that prayer filtered through their shared soul and her famished divinity fed on the faith inside. Let me sleep, let me dream, let me not be here in this awful place, this horrible world, let me sleep. How are you feeling? Ciros asked as Marianne's eyes opened. Speak of the devil, and you shall find her standing next to your hospital bed, Marianne thought tiredly. There was a smile on Ciro's visage, gentle and motherly, and Marianne wanted to rip her face off for the insult. Ciros had never nurtured anything but her own wrath, and when the goddess in Byleth reached the dragon's lair, she would tear her head off with the sword of the Creator. But for now, the promise and the plan and the scheme and the dream. The mantra that had let all the deer play their parts, all these years. Recovering, holiest one, Marianne replied. I apologize for my failure. I should have been able to stop the Black Eagles. Catherine described the situation for me, Ciros said, waving one delicately manicured hand dismissively. Marianne's nose, oversensitive ever since her transformation, smelled whiffs of massage oils. For all Ciro's professed disdain of her form, she spent a lot of time being pampered. Was there nothing she could not be a hypocrite about? You cannot be blamed for not being able to defeat a foe who shouldn't have been there. According to Catherine, you slew many of them, even despite being surprised. Catherine is truly kind, Marianne offered. What a mess that fight had been. She hadn't expected to see Black Eagles at all, and had to improvise. The reports said they would have been Laurent's problem, not hers, but it wasn't the first time the deer had to play their part by ear. She was just grateful the Eagles had proven strong enough that she hadn't had to fob her part of the battle too badly to be convincing as the loser, not after Annette dropped all the fire of Arian Rod on her. When had the littlest lion learned to roar so loud? She, too, was a magnificent warrior in the fight, Marianne offered, and did not smile on remembering Byleth cutting the love-struck fool. Ciro's voice railed against her for mocking Catherine, but anybody whose first instinct on seeing Rhea was "Hey, I love you" was about the damnedest fool Marianne had ever met. Indeed, Ciros said, placing a hand on Marianne's arm. From anyone else, it would have seemed sweet, concerned, motherly. From Ciro's, it seemed possessive. I almost lost you. I am still here to serve, Marianne replied, as she had for many years now. Her own little joke. She never said whom she was serving. Claude and the goddess in Byleth, always them. Claude, who prepared the world for the goddess in Byleth, her very own prophet in the wilderness, making the world ready so that, in time, she could arise and on a carpet of deer bones, make a better world. Indeed, Ciros said with a smile. And not only are you soon to be joined by Ignatz as a hierophant, but Catherine shall have her reward, too. I am stepping up our production of hierophants. Long practice kept Marianne's surprise off of her face. Stepping up, but the cost and time involved. Praise the goddess, she said automatically, as her mind pondered. A miracle? I believed hierophants were slow to make. Ciros smirked. She was friendlier with her hierophants, more open about the hatred and contempt that slithered around in the darkness of her veins. A miracle, and a bit of human inspiration. Your former race has some uses, apparently. I can't believe it took me this long to make use of them as a resource, but I suppose that's the benefit of hindsight. I've been terribly lazy, but at least I did figure it out eventually. Cyril gave me the idea to have humans help me, and I spread it to a larger task force. Hierophants should be much easier to make. Safer, too. Goddess in Byleth, what the hell had the little bastard done? Marianne kept her rage off her face as Ria's voice in the back of her skull laughed in triumph. I am grateful that my once people can serve you so well, holiest one. Shit. What were they going to do now? I am as well, Ciros said with a benevolent grin, magnanimous in victory. If this pans out like I hope it will, I may yet even regain myself. I suppose I shall have to grant Cyril a reward, for such fine service. Perhaps I will make a hierophant of him, too. That seems a fitting reward uplift him from his base humanity. You are not quite Nabatea. She ran a carefully sharpened nail down Marianne's arm. The golden doe did not shiver, but it was close. Goddess in Byleth, protect me from your daughter, Marianne prayed, and Suthes wept. But you are so much more acceptable than humans. I think, maybe I should give you a different name. Hierophant I named you, when I had the idea that you would be rare servants of mine, but if you get more common, well, you'll need a new name. A prerogative of divinity, I suppose. My mother created us Nabatea, and I have created you hierophants. I've a right to rename you. Something to ponder in the future. What arrogance, Marianne thought sharply. Suthes made her children out of her divine blood in her own will. All Ciros could manage was warping humans into monsters. The acts did not compare. Hierophants were not some new race, but a lessening of the two great races of the world into something weaker, slaves to Ria's will, beneath dragons, or humans both. We are your creations, Marianne said, lying, her tone warm and pleasant. I am pleased to bear whatever name you give me in my kind. I am merely grateful to have been chosen. I always did like that about you, Marianne, Ciros said. Your gratitude. You know that I saved you, and you appreciate it. So few are appropriately grateful to me. Marianne blushed, something she'd learned to do on command. The scheme had made fine actors of all of them, for this great play that had for its audience all the world. Someone had once said that you can't fool all of the people all of the time. The deer thought that person was a quitter. I must leave, so that I can oversee the last steps of Ignatz's ascension, Ciros said. Rest, and heal. Marianne lay back her head, and tried not to wonder if Ignatz would destroy this whole thing, if all the work and mental exercises and practice he'd put himself through to become a candidate for Hierophant would hold, and if he would still be himself when he awoke. This was the riskiest part of the plan. This attempt to make sure she had fewer hierophants that were loyal to her, so that an army of monsters was not at Ria's side. Not part of the original plan. Part of the improvisation they'd all done over the years, though this particular improv session cost them more than most. They couldn't risk Ria having an army of such warriors at her command. They had to delay the process as much as possible. Marianne had volunteered, so that Ria would waste her time on her. She kept delaying the transformation as best she could, sabotaging her supposed ascension, but eventually there came a day when the change was on her, and to her surprise, she lived. Survived. Ignatz had volunteered later, once Marianne confirmed it was survivable, and that the deer's secrets could be kept safe. Rhea had so much trouble making hierophants, she had to spread them so thin in her forces. With Ignatz, too, that meant that of the 3 hierophants she'd made, only one was really loyal. But if she could make more so easily now, so swiftly now, they had to act fast, but Marianne was still recovering, and had no way to send a message to Claude. She could only hope Ignatz would not spill his guts as to what they were doing. "Goddess in Byleth, help us all," she prayed, and wondered how Lawrence was doing, and if his great and terrible work was done. And Suthies, dragged by that prayer, could not help but follow, her divine attention focusing on the bridge even as she tried, desperately, to ignore the world that hurt her so. Seath's Paralogue. Betrayal at the bridge. The Great Bridge of Myrddin was a hub of activity this late afternoon, Alliance soldiers setting up defenses and preparing the place for battle according to plans made years ago by Lawrence, who had defended it from all comers for half a decade. Huge ballistae were set up on either end, shooting log-thick bolts that could tear through entire groups of men, flinging great spears fit for the hands of giants. These deadly weapons were spaced such that each monstrous crossbow was covered by at least 2 others, so should an enemy steal one of the great weapons, it would easily be cleared by fire from others, each piece protecting every other piece in an overlapping field of fire. Hidden pits were dug before the bridge's southern entrance, their bottoms filled with vicious spikes, and then covered over cleverly with thin mats of living plants. These traps would slow any advance of cavalry or infantry, and a great map was drawn up in the central command chamber of each pit, so that after the battle they could be filled and normal traffic resumed. Many towers were constructed along the Great Bridge, hooked to one another with covered wooden bridges, loomed over the bridge's street-level paths, each meant to allow archers and commanders both a better view of the battle, and a place from which to rain hell down on enemy attackers below. Great cauldrons of oil were made ready to put to boil, and stones gathered for the great catapults at the bridge's center, which could rotate and attack targets on either end of the vast thoroughfare. Just as the great engines and traps were laid, so too were the human and animal soldiers getting ready for war. The fires of smithies roared and hammers sang on steel as swords were unbent, axes sharpened, dents in armor pounded out and horseshoes nailed in. Wyverns and Pegasi riders patrolled the skies constantly, and scouts flew in from the south at regular intervals, reporting what they saw, though from the snatches of it Seath caught as he and what was left of his elite troop flew in, the Black Eagles and the Kingdom Grand Army hadn't left Gronder Field yet. That didn't surprise him. After a battle that big, any army would have to sit down and take a day or two to consolidate, to figure out who was lost and take stock of equipment and get everyone organized to move out again, much less 2 whole armies, who had to be careful not to step on each other's toes as they did those things. That delay would prove fatal. As this bridge was, right now, Seath would not have wanted to lead the army attacking it, already it was a nasty prospect to fight. In a day's time, the extra prep would render the bridge the hardest single point in all of Fodlan, unassailable from without. Even the food and equipment were top-notch. A massive cafeteria located next to the officers' quarters by some wise architect held excellent chefs of Deirdre hired by Lawrence, who were whipping up hot meals. Lawrence's troops were not forced to subsist on tooth-crunching hardtack, but on fine meals of fresh bread, spiced vegetables, and grilled meat, and as anyone knew, a hearty meal could make a soldier fight twice as well. As for equipment, beyond the work the smiths were doing, each soldier was being issued a provision pack for which no expense had been spared. These provision packs had vulneraries, rations, torches, extra arrows, cigarettes, and even a single draft of pure water each, which must have been exorbitantly expensive to buy, but the soldiers appreciated it, and talked warmly of their brilliant commander, who spent all his gold for them, and had never once led them into a fight they could not win. Lawrence Hellman Gloucester, who the troops cheered, who spent his family's vast fortune not on a rich man's toys or some weird, perverse hobby, but on his army, on taking care of those who served him, and the sentiment echoed by every voice was this: whatever Lawrence wanted, they would see done, or die trying. He'd lost once or twice, of course, but the common soldier dismissed those as the inevitable runs of bad luck any person had to deal with. Otherwise, their young commander had the respect of even the oldest veteran. He had safeguarded them through half a decade of bloody war, They were confident they would survive this, too. Hell, Laurent's only flaw was he liked fucking a bit overmuch, and what asshole would begrudge the commander a moment's peace between the sheets with a willing, well-paid lady? So morale was high, no enemy force had ever taken the bridge, and no matter what the scattered survivors of Gronder said, these men knew their business. The Black Eagles might be legendary, but so was Murden's Great Bridge, and the bridge's legend was older. Discipline was tight, some of the best commanders in Laurent's army were stationed here, and their men moved as one, ready for war. These were warriors so drilled in what to do in battle that it became a second skin overtop their first, natural to them now, the kind of men who seemed less professional out of battle because they had proven their discipline when it counted. Between such motivated, skilled defenders, the narrowness of the bridge, and the fortifications, the bridge would be almost invincible when it was done. Laurent was a fine strategist, Sikal had to admit. Which made what had happened at Gronder Field even more confusing. Seath flew in, soldiers saluting him as he went, but he barely noticed. The pain in his arm was growing, despite all his efforts. Perhaps Laurent had a healer on staff who could treat the wound. Lurking in the shadow of his cells, looming large as the goddess Anger, the ghost of the grim dragon smirked, as his curse began to take slow hold. No healer could heal a wound made by sheer force of hate, and Sikal would die an agonizing death by inches, for his betrayal of his goddess and his daughter both, and the grim dragon's spectre wished the king of Faerghus well, for his hands had delivered draconic vengeance at long last. He landed his troop in the area prepared for them, a stable in the bridge's middle for officers, wyverns and pegasi. It wasn't really a proper stable, more of a landing zone, but it served its purpose. Sand had been distributed to soften the landing, and a small pen erected with deeply secured posts to tie flying beasts to. It was relatively near the officers' quarters and the commander's office, conveniently. He needed to speak with Laurent. The stable was just a wide open space, big enough for a pack of wyverns to land in. He and his troop landed, and attendants rushed forward to take their wyverns. One, seeing his arm, spoke up. "Sir, do you need a healer?" "Not yet," he growled out. He left his helmet on. The reverb effect would make it easier to interrogate Laurent, and it would hide his discomfort from his wound. "I'm going to speak with the commander." "Riders, flank me." The attendant quailed, and nearby attendants did their best to seem less noticeable, hoping not to draw his rage, though he had never attacked his own troops or servants, human or otherwise. He was not entirely a monster. "Yes, you are, father," came his sweet Sethleen's voice, and he could not bear to face her. He had attacked the enemy leaders at Gronder Field, but he had not intervened when she attacked, because seeing her on that battlefield, he could not, would not fight his little girl, and he could not face her, either, not when some part of him knew what he'd become. He had wanted to save her, 5 years ago, save her from Ciro's rage and hide her away from all the world, safe, protect her the way he had failed to protect her mother, but now he could not bear for her to see him like this. He stalked forward, his troops falling in line around him. Soldiers moved about him on the grey stone, the metal edifice of this masterwork looming over him, the entire place a frenetic, but not frantic, military beehive, a lot of people in a lot of hurry, but nobody in a lot of panic. Discipline, which had been so lacking at Gronder Field, but discipline wasn't a switch you could turn on or off, an army had it or it didn't. Something was wrong. Seath had not lived all these centuries without developing a sense of danger, and right now it was screaming at him. Something was wrong. More and more inconsistencies popped to mind as Seath crossed the short distance from the stable to the command center. Liquor for the troops provided before battle, almost never a great idea, but his work here showed Laurent knew what he was doing, so why? The discipline problems that ran so endemic. Why so many archers? Seath had studied Laurent's record before joining his army. It said he had a taste for cavalry and mixed armies, not some moronic block of archers, overrun in seconds when the weak front line did not hold. The decision to fight at Gronder Field at all was now questionable. It was one thing to crush an enemy at a location important to them culturally, it demoralized them. But to lose to an enemy on their sacred ground was to galvanize them, was to convince them that they were in the right and stiffen their spines. On review, it almost seemed like Laurent had planned to lose at Gronder Field. He burst open the door to the command center without preamble, two guards drawing arrows on him the second he did so, but one dropped his arrow when he saw who it was. His riders filled in behind him, the intimidating backdrop to his monstrous presence. They nearly filled the room. It was small, the entire command center just a heavy, windowless stone dome whose inside was, nonetheless, a square room, though Seath could not fathom why. It was built for safety, not comfort, a great plodding boulder of a room that could survive anything. On the far side of the room from the door, Lawrence sat at his huge, expansive desk, and a variety of levers and gears sat next to him, ways to control different parts of the bridge, some strange mechanical thing Claude had come up with some time ago. Goddess bless that useful human. Behind Lawrence on the wall, beneath an alliance flag, was a rack of javelins, emergency weapons in case of attack. On the desk before him, Lawrence had divided it up into two sections. On Lawrence's right were a variety of papers, letters, and notebooks, along with a strange-looking helmet or mask that was attached by a long rubber tube to what looked like a thick, heavy box weird thing. It drew the eye, it was too out of place. The men before Lawrence, however, ignored the device, pointing to the map that took up the other half of the desk, to Lawrence's left. It was a map of the bridge and its surrounding area blown to huge proportion, the men placing little iron markers on it to illustrate points they were making, discussing tactics of defense and assault. They were soldiers, commanders, who spoke to Lawrence with the ease of long service, the respectful, blunt mannerisms of professional soldiers. They turned as one to Sickall and his troops, and paled on seeing him. "Lawrence Hellman Gloucester," he intoned. "We must talk." "You are dismissed momentarily, gentlemen," Lawrence said as he rose up smoothly. "So are the guards. Wait outside for our meeting to resume. I shall meet with the Prophet Ria's direct representative alone." The men filtered out, doing their best to not touch Seath, who loomed in the doorway, calling upon all his considerable gravitas to intimidate, though the purple-haired noble didn't seem fazed at all by it, standing at attention as formal as you could please. "Watch them, riders," he told his troops. He did his best work alone. "Make sure no one leaves." His riders left, the last out shutting the door, and like all closed doors, the noise it made had a finality to it. Sickall tried not to shiver as the warning bells in his head rang and rang and rang, and this human, this brave, noble nobody, stood unafraid before him. "What can I do for you, sir?" "Explain," Sickall boomed, but Lawrence did not even flinch. "I apologize, I am confused," Lawrence said. "Explain what?" Sickall exploded. The pain in his hand was not conducive to keeping his temper. "Your failure at Gronder Field. I was there, I saw ill discipline, you distributed alcohol beforehand, your troop composition was wrong, there was, every single decision was incompetent. And you are not incompetent. Explain." "Ah," Lawrence said. "You noticed that, as well? A blind man could." Sickall fumed. "I will explain, but I will need the entire command staff here to do so. I am afraid there is a traitor in the ranks, and your presence will help me weed them out. I left most of the preparations at Gronder to a subordinate I, foolishly, trusted. Please, allow me to bring the command staff back inside, so we can figure out how far this goes. I suspect they were paid off by Dada." Lawrence moved around the desk, heading to the door, as Sickall thought about what he'd said. It sounded reasonable. If you hadn't been there. It didn't contradict any of Lawrence's apparent competence, and seemed like the sort of bad luck a man might have. Anyone could be betrayed. If you hadn't been at Gronder Field yourself, had not seen it with your own eyes, yes, you might believe that. If Sickall hadn't been present at Gronder Field, if he was only reading that explanation in a report, it would have sounded completely plausible. But he'd been there. He'd watched Lawrence. He'd had plenty of time to fix the mistakes he'd seen. He stuck his good arm out, stopping Lawrence just as he reached the door. "You're lying," Sickall said. Lawrence froze up next to him, caught, his first real reaction since Sickall had come into the room, and Sickall grinned under his mask. "You were in charge." "I know. I was there." Lawrence paused, suddenly sighed, and stood up straight, as though a weight heavy as a mountain had been lifted off of him, as if he had suddenly been set free of some terrible burden. Then he sucker-punched Sikal right where his hand used to be. Sikal gave a strangled shriek as pain rocketed up his arm, stumbling back, mind nearly blank from pain. Lawrence raised his hands to hurl deadly magic at him, an arrow of blazing force. Sikal ducked just in time on reflex, rolling towards the desk. His hand scrambled for the first thing he could find and it landed on the strange helmet, the mask connected to the box, and wielding the long tube between them like a flail he swung it at Lawrence. He missed, the mask shattering when he struck the stone floor with it. Lawrence hurling more fire at him, the great map bursting into ashes as mist shots set half the desk aflame. Sikal was going to get killed in these close quarters, so he did the only thing he could, he left them. The Dragon Knight made a run for the door and rammed right through it, even as Lawrence tried to burn him to death, his shoulder charge tearing the door off its hinges and carrying him past the small, huddled group of commanders, who stared as he passed by. Lawrence has betrayed us. Sikal bellowed as he rolled for cover, and a fireball chased him. That's impossible, one of the soldiers said, loyalty propelling him to speak, but Sikal's riders had no such compulsions, and two ran inside to take Lawrence. Both died with javelins in their throats, gurgling out pools of blood in the doorway. Stay back, Sikal said. Doorway's a choke point, he'll kill many of us if we try to rush him. But he's trapped in there, too. No need to get killed by being impatient. We'll burn him out. Bring up some fire mages. You won't have time, came Lawrence's voice from inside the command center, echoing out past the doorway. Sikal couldn't see him. Where the hell was he? Hiding behind that desk? This isn't how it was supposed to go, but I suppose it's a better ending than I deserve. It's fitting that I redeem my father's actions by killing Sikal, Rhea's favorite executioner. You've been killing humans a long time, long before you called yourself Sith, and now, I'll pay it all back to you. Why would you betray your country? Sikal shouted, not sure how to respond to that speech. Lawrence's own troops looked so stunned and horrified that they couldn't move, even as Sikal's riders took up their places. Something was off, the alarms in his head rang louder and louder. I have not betrayed my country at all, Sikal, came Lawrence's infuriatingly calm reply. My country is the Fodlan Edelgard's building with Dimitri's help. My country is the land your daughter seeks to create, with the aid of the goddess in Byleth, reborn again. My country is a place where humans and dragons walk side by side as friends and allies, not masters or servants, Fodlan free at last from its past. What are you rambling about? Sikal said, taken aback. Lawrence sounded so calm, so ready. What was he planning? My country is a land I will never see, but I am its proudest patriot. We are its proudest patriots, me and the others. There was a distinctive sound, a metallic click, as of a lever being pulled. For Claude and for a better future. A hissing sound was the only warning they got. Gas began to rain down from vents all along the top of Murden's bridge, falling at an incredibly fast rate, falling fast as rain. The gas had no smell, could barely be seen as a mere heat haze in the air, but the effects were as smothering as a blanket on a fire. Sikal took a breath of clear air 1 second, and when he drew in the next, he could taste it, a clinging, sticky syrup taste, like water rendered sour and gummy by some unknown particulate. And it gave his lungs no sustenance. Sikal couldn't breathe. Nobody could. Soldiers collapsed, gasping, finding no air, dying in absolute silence, horses and Pegasi and wyverns kicking and panicking as the air in their lungs failed to nourish their bodies. Soldiers stumbled, gasping, their life expectancies suddenly reduced to seconds, scrambling for another breath that would not come. A man leapt off the bridge, hunting desperately for air, and got in a single screaming lungful before he impacted with the water below and splattered into red-soaked chunks of foam-flecked flesh, washed away a moment later by the river's force. The bridge was far too high to attempt such a stunt. A few tried to ride wyverns or Pegasi above the cloud, but wyverns and Pegasi needed air even more than a human did, their bigger bodies burning much more oxygen. Even the best trained beast could not handle this sudden strangulation, and they panicked or otherwise disobeyed orders. None who were on the ground when it began managed to get more than a few feet in the air before they dropped, and those already in the air mostly died as well. The gas had poured from the highest struts of the great bridge, and most of the flyers were underneath it. Any who caught even a whiff were doomed. Flying was an oxygen-intense activity, so the effects of the gas were even more pronounced in the Wyverns and Pegasi. Only a few of those who were highest in the air survived, and they could do nothing but stare as their comrades died in droves beneath them, a massacre on a scale that beggared belief. Soldiers on the far ends ran, and a few of the swiftest and luckiest made it out, got far enough away from the clinging syrup of the gas that they could gulp down sweet air, but Sikal was in the middle of the bridge, where the command post was. He was going to die. Memories flashed through his mind as he staggered, breathless, running towards the bridge's side. He would no more survive that fall than the other soldier had, but he had to try something. His survival instinct wouldn't let him stop. But his memories, they were all of his little girl, and his lovely wife, those times when he was happy. Watching Cethleen playing, or learning to swim. Remembering how his wife got a funny smirk on her face when she was feeling mischievous, or her seriousness in enjoying food. The way his wife had enjoyed fine meals and bad art. Cethleen's first transformation into human shape, a cute little pudgy girl with bright green hair. His wife's bright joy, her smile, her and his daughter, hurt, wounded, him hauling her somewhere safe. Ciros had hurt her so badly, but he'd went back to serve Ciros anyway, hadn't he? What had he done? As he tipped over the bridge's edge, he regretted, and he prayed. Suthies, I am so sorry. Please, forgive me. And halfway down, something grabbed him, some invisible jaw gripped tight the wrist of his missing hand with teeth sharp as swords, and in his surprise he screamed out the poisoned air. He had time to draw in a single breath as the hard tug stopped his fall mid-air and dislocated his shoulder, before he began to fall again, and knew no more. The ghost of the grim dragon smirked as it saved his life, used all the strength it had to catch him in midair before dropping him. Sikal would not get to die by any hand but his. And down the river, Monica von Oaks, a Drestian rebel out fishing, would soon be very surprised by what she'd caught. Lawrence and Suthies paralogue. A plea for the golden deer. Inside the command center, Lawrence sat in his chair, and watched the soldiers who trusted him die. He was still breathing fine, for the moment, save that smoke from the burning map on his desk was a little thick. The poison would take a little longer to get to him, inside the office, built to resist attack. It might even have saved him, buying him time to put on the mask, except Sikal, by total accident because Lawrence recognized the desperate scramble of a man for a weapon had broken the mask that would have let him live. Some clever thing of Claude's, a mask that poison could not get through, connected to a bag in a box that was filled with good clean air. It ran out fast, but he walked quickly. He'd have gotten to the bridge's other side in fine shape. But now, he was going to die. The emotions that flashed through him were strange. Flickering things that bowled through the darkness of his mind just for a second before disappearing, flashes of lightning. He's frightened, of course, but only a little. His death was always a part of this, that he must go into the greater human spirit in this manner is the only surprise. He felt relieved, in some ways, living with the knowledge that he would die has been an impossible burden to carry, and now the burden was being taken away. Come the Reaper with his scythe, and Lawrence would greet him as a friend who had been long in coming. It would grant him peace he had not known since the promise at Garreg Mach. He actually felt guilty. Guilty for being relieved, for his death will put a greater burden on what few deer remain. His death here might even be fatal to the plan. Deirdre will need a new saboteur. But on top of the relief and the guilt is the greatest emotion of all, disappointment. He is disappointed that he cannot continue in Claude's service. Edelgard would need help punching through Deirdre well, Dorothea would need help, to be more honest, and now it cannot come from Lawrence's hands. Damn Sikal, damn him for being present, damn him for spoiling a plan 5 years in the making just because he was there at all. Still, maybe what he'd already done would suffice. Maybe giving them the bridge for free, alongside the damage done to the Alliance at Gronderfield and the supplies he'd left behind, would give Edelgard's Eagles a chance to take the watery capital of the Alliance, and from there, go north, to Rhea's secret base in the Throat, from where she reigned as prophet over 2 nations. Maybe. If he'd done enough. Goddess, there are too many maybes, too many ifs. Possibility was a haunting thing. If Sikal had not been at Gronder, if he had not grabbed the mask Claude made, that would give him air, If Sikal had died at Gareg Mach 5 years ago, if. So many ifs pumping through his mind as he took a breath and then, suddenly, realized it had been his last. The poison was here, its heavy weight smothering the last of the fire on his desk, putting it out, and now came the ending. More ifs tumbled through his soul, the dying fire prelude to his own death. If Rhea had never come back from Almira with death in her eyes and a monster's laugh in her throat, to savage Fodlan with the Alliance as her claws. If the goddess had never died. If he had not found out that his father was a murderer right before the Stormcaller, Fodlan's most dangerous terrorist, pulled his mask off, and revealed the crying face of Claude beneath. Goddess, Claude. His duke, who Lawrence can, in his last moments, admit is more than worthy of being his leader. He remembered fighting about that, when they were still teenagers, remembered how childish he had been, so obsessed with his own idea of legacy that he'd never noticed how obnoxious he was. Claude must have thought him so pathetic, the teenage boy rendered an elder by the horrors that had happened to him, and seeing the former Lawrence as the immature brat he really was. He should have been more respectful of the women around him, should have listened to the word no, should have done many things. He had never truly crossed any lines, other than being an irritant in his persistence, but, he is still ashamed, to think of his schoolboy days. What did Claude think of, when he thought of Gareg Mach? By day, he played the foolish trickster, who danced and smiled and had his crush on Byleth that everyone knew about and thought was kind of cute. By night, putting on that mask, and trying to figure out how to kill the woman he wanted to kiss, along with plotting the death of all Fodlan. And beneath both of those, the man, who had sought to betray Rhea in such a way that all the past was undone, and Fodlan saved. The sentence written on Claude's heart was just this: let the world be better for this, and I will sacrifice everything for it. If any man had ever been a noble, it was Claude. A man, who had not been allowed a real childhood, who had suffered horribly, who still, despite all his pain, sought to make the world a better place. And Lawrence had ever thought he could compete with him? Kind of funny, he had to think now, as his mouth opened and tried, desperately, to draw in air. Nothing, of course. Claude had explained the poison to him once. Coated the lungs, kept the body from absorbing air properly, a wet film over the lungs that kept air out. Lawrence was drawing in air, but his body wasn't taking any in. It dissolved fast, though, which was why the gases sprinklers were still going, reinforcing that death in the air. If they stopped now, he might live, but he had no way to do that. The pressure in the system was so great that it could not be turned off now. They'd had to crank the pressure up so high to lift all that fluid to the very top of the bridge, and now the lever was trapped by that self-same pressure. He could not budge it an inch. The shakes got worse, and Lawrence forced himself not to think of it, as desperation to breathe began to claw at his rational mind. Claude, who had suffered so much, and deserved better. Goddess, they all deserved better, all his fellow dear, from monstrously mutated Lysithea to Marianne, who had went from suicidal to sacrifice on Claude's word. Even Hilda, though she hid it so much better, whose family had done things she had never told them, would never tell them, save that once at camp, Hilda had woken screaming in the middle of the night begging someone only she could see to stop touching him. Lawrence had never asked. None of them had. It was the most respect they could give Hilda, who liked to pretend that her past was a dead thing, and not alive in her head. Lawrence, more than the others, knew what it was she was hiding, knew that the smugglers and black marketeers he dealt with told their own stories about Goneril, and those who were willing to work with them. The Alliance noble had never forgotten the flashing disgust in the eyes of one of the worst men he'd ever known when he asked about House Goneril. He'd hired the man initially to raid fellow Alliance nobles who had capitulated a bit too easily to the dragons, an act easily disguised as simply the usual play-by-play of noble households. The man was an easy murderer and bloodthirsty pyromaniac who knew violence as a lover, and even he was enraged at any suggestion that he'd ever worked with Goneril. They're disgusting, he'd insisted, and that told Lawrence things he did not want to know, that a man like that had such an opinion of them. Even monsters had their rules, even monsters maintained a sense of distinctions in atrocity, and apparently at the bottom of the heap was Hilda's own family. Lawrence realized, as he unconsciously gasped again for air, that of the golden deer, only he, Leone, and Ignatz could claim fair and innocent childhoods. Leone chasing the specter of Geralt's greatness, Ignatz relatively happy his parents loved him, they had just wanted him to be able to support himself and Lawrence himself, so full of pride, up until he learned what his father was really like. Even Raphael, who had left before all this, had to grow up before his time, so that he might take care of his sister, had to live with what Lawrence's family had done to his. Raphael. Maya was safe and in Bear. Safe with her children. That was a good thought. Lawrence could take comfort in that, could take that with him into the dark. He had saved Raphael's sister. Where his father had murdered Raphael's parents, Lawrence had saved his sister. He hoped it was enough, that if any gods judged him, they did not put his father's sins on his back. Lawrence had too many of his own now, to bear those two. All the dear but the three of them, living such unhappy lives, and now to die for Claude's scheme. Lawrence didn't mind dying himself, he had lived a happy life up until 5 years ago, and to sacrifice himself felt so small, in the grand scheme of things. But the others, he wanted them to be happy. At the last moment he does not want the plan to succeed, not to save himself but to save them. He did not mind dying, if his death brought Rhea down and made the dream more real, then he was glad to die, but he wanted them to be happy. He wanted them to know what a happy life was, that they had never had before. He wanted them to live in the dream they were giving so much of themselves to make real. He looked down, pondering what he could do with these last few seconds to achieve his goals, and saw the black ash of the burned map, and the red blood pooled in the door from the dead wyvern riders. Black and red. Adresja's heraldry. A wall nearby, pristine despite the short fight in the room, and he had pen and paper on his desk already. The fire had only consumed 1/2 of his workspace. An idea, so stupid that he must blame it on the lack of oxygen. His brain is strangling on the lack of air, but everything they have ever done is an if, is so full of maybe. If he does this, will it work? Why not try? He picked up a pen with an arm that burned and hungered for air. It was the hardest thing he had ever done, to move, as his body sought oxygen, as his throat and lungs heaved and worked for breath that would not come. He fought the spasms down, the convulsions, wrote the simplest thing he could think of that would still convey his wishes on what turned out to be a logbook's blank cover. Goddess bless his excellent penmanship, even shaking, he could write it out legibly, if his fading eyes did not deceive him. He picked it up, and tried to stand. His legs buckled almost immediately, his body's twitches leaping and driving, cramps starting all over. He was dying, he would not get to finish his plan. Unbidden, a thought lanced out of his mind, a childhood habit he'd grown out of that had returned to him in the hour of his greatest desperation. Goddess in Byleth, help me. Help me save them. Please. A littlest one, who had come to Fodlan from afar, who could not help but watch the desperate drama on the bridge, heard a dying man's voice, and despaired. The last prayer of a dying man, made in honest faith, asking not for salvation for himself, but for others. A truly selfless prayer, a heartful cry, the kind of thing she had, once upon a time, always felt so, moved by. Her favorite kind of prayer, the heroic kind, that asked not for gifts or treasures, but only that others be saved. The kind of prayers that, once upon a time, she had thought that a goddess should grant, the kind that meant something, mortal greatness that should be rewarded with divine benevolence. She had granted prayers like that, once upon a time. She wanted to sleep. She wanted to not see this terrible world, to see what her daughter had become. She did not want to be awake, to be forced to acknowledge that the closest thing to a true prophet she had ever had on this world was the very man who murdered her, that the man who had ended her life had, in time, come to share her dream with her. She did not want to know that her inheritor as leader of her children was not her daughter, but a scared teenage girl who had fled to that man's side. She wanted to sleep. She wanted to dream of a better world, of other timelines, where luckier Suthies got to be with their daughters, where her daughter inherited the crown from her fairly and decently, where that scared teenage girl lived with her happy family, where her murderer was a monster and beaten to death by holy hands and she could take her vengeance on him and be done with it. She could hate him honestly instead of having all these horrifically complex emotions, this hatred of him that was tainted with knowledge of his grief and sorrow and heroism. Why couldn't any of this be simple? She wanted to be somewhere and someone else. To to exist. It hurt to be awake, and know that this was real. Why was she the unlucky Suthies? Why was she the Suthies who had to be here, when other littlest ones got to be happy? But past it all, that prayer, the kind she had loved so much, once upon a time, her proof that these humans were not like her family, could be kind, could love another so much. She wanted to sleep. To dream of better places. But, his prayer, and the reasons he prayed it, they were so pure, his heart was so pure. And Byleth would find her in time, the darkness would find her. What would she say to Byleth? How could she explain about this? She had done so much harm to Byleth already, had stolen so much from her. Solon had not revived Suthies, he had turned her into a phantasmal tick, slurping up the heart of a host so she might pretend to be alive again. What was she going to do? She hurt, and she had made so many mistakes, all this damage from a single moment of despair. She didn't want to be here. She wanted, so much to be different. She understood Edelgard, she got the ashes, that was all her sleep was, her version of the ashes. A way to retreat from all the world. But his prayer was so honest, so open, she could not close her heart to it, could not pretend. Damn this mortal, damn him, for his pure and honest heart, for this wish, for that is all a prayer is, a wish seeking to be granted by divinity. A selfless wish, utterly without thought for his own circumstances, praying only for others to be saved, for the people he loved to be happy and safe. And there was the matter of the harm she had done to Byleth, all her life, and that to not do what she was about to do would hurt her further still. Damn him, she thought, as she reached out with her powers, and blessed him. So little of her left, her divine might a flickering spark, with trembling hands and that prayer for a conduit, she sent one of the last drops of her holiness to him, traveling at a speed past light and dark both, to a bridge in a dying man. She could do nothing more. She simply couldn't. The being who had once reshaped Fodlan's coasts now could only bless a dying man. What had happened to her? What was she so hungry for? What had changed? Or was she just what her mother had always said? Was she just a failure? She sank down again, sinking into her own ashes, wishing the world away, for a time, and slept. Byleth felt all this, a roil inside her, and a sensation of something with the weight of the sun reaching out a single finger, and a name in her head. Lawrence. A surge of strength hit him, calmed his breaking body. Not much, but enough that he could finish the work. He dragged himself up, crawled with aching legs, clenched the logbook he'd written on in his teeth as he dipped his hands down, one into the black ash and one into the red blood. He crawled to the pristine white wall, and with his hands no longer shaking, he painted. He was no Ignatz, but he had spent nights enough watching the man's hands work that he knew how to make the simple design he sought to create. Ignatz's art was a joy to watch, as was Ignatz himself, who was so lost in his work. It had brought some measure of peace to Lawrence, to let his friend, under the pretense of bodyguard work, indulge for just a few hours in the calling that life and circumstances had denied him. In another life, Ignatz would go down a legendary artist, but in this one, well, maybe he might still go down a great artist, if he survived the process of becoming a hierophant, and if Lawrence's little scheme here worked. His hands started to shake again towards the end, as he kept working, as he drew the thing he hoped they would see, that they would understand. If. Always if. But the golden deer were the house of chaos. The house of chance. The house of flip the coin of choice. This was his choice. If they saw it and understood, maybe all the deer would get a second chance, and wouldn't that be a fine miracle? If. He finished, and he smiled as he looked at it. He wiped his hands off, took the journal carefully from his teeth, and drew one last pattern inside it, under his words. This wasn't so bad. This was a good way to die. He was okay with this. Lawrence turned around, leaned back against the wall that bore his handwork, the notebook in his lap where he sat. Lawrence closed his eyes, tried to take in one last breath with lungs and a throat that did not work, and died. Chapter 8, Interlude I, of Ancient Debts, Claude and Hilda in Hell. Claude von Regen, who was not named Claude, not really sat in his lab, and without using his hands, tried to grab a paper. The paper sat there, taunting him with its weight, As infinitesimal as it was too much for his feeble shadow, which strained and strained under it. Claude blew out a puff of breath. This was ridiculous. Not for the first time, he wondered if he should have tried something else. He had alchemical formulas for it, all kinds of things, half of which were stunts of old Agartha that Ceros had kept. Formulas to make one a colossus of steel, formulas powered by screaming rage that made one a hulking thing of muscle and bone. Stranger formulas, that promised ever more bizarre powers, though he wasn't sure how many of those were the ancient equivalent of snake oil. But if even half of them told half the truth, then he could have turned himself into all kinds of inhuman things. Or even just become a hierophant. How fitting would that have been, turn into Rhea's proudest creation and then murder her with it? It wasn't like he hadn't sabotaged the hell out of that process, it was actually a lot simpler than Rhea thought it was. You could do it in an almost irreversible way in a matter of hours, you could do it reversibly in a matter of weeks. Rhea's own arrogance had let him trick her, he'd told her that it was just too hard to make weak humanity like the mighty dragons, and that had pleased her, she'd believed him. It would have been so easy, to just make a hierophant of himself, and fight her. But, no. No. Not even now, and not even against Rhea. Too many people had told the half-breed he wasn't human, all his life, he would not. He was a man, and he would live and die as one, even in the face of the scheme and the dream, he just couldn't. There were lines even he could not cross. This way was better. Every other path would change him, made him not human. This was the only route that left him as he was, a human, just a man. A man with a ton of dark magic behind him, but just a man nonetheless. So, back to the grind. He concentrated. It was odd. Not like anything he could describe. He flexed muscles other people just didn't have. It would be like a bird explaining flight to an earthworm, or a fish explaining how it felt to breathe water to a dog. How to explain it? He hunted for cold calmness inside him, the well of night the potion had dug inside him, and drank from it, moving the hands of his shadow, which stretched away from him. Weird feeling. Something leaving him, stretching out. He reached a shadowed hand beneath the paper, and tried again, straining these new muscles with the effort. Still, nothing. What was he doing wrong? The notes had said he would have the hands of night to do his work, though they'd been vague. Agarthants, back in the day, had a bit of a poetic streak, or, at least, a megalomaniacal one that led them to write a lot of very dramatic things about what their technology could do. While Claude could appreciate that in the abstract given his own poetic leanings, it made it frustrating to figure out just what they'd meant in concrete, real-world terms. It didn't help that half the message was garbled. Solon's note stated someone had spilled something on the damn paper, centuries ago, and ruined the lower half of what had once been a fairly clear, for an Agarthan, description. Combined with the usual wear and tear of centuries, and a cup of fucking coffee might prove to be Claude's greatest non-Rhea nemesis. Thank the goddess the formula was written above the stains. What was left was this. Inherit the power of the children of night, infuse the soul with shadow. The drinker will remain human, but have access to great powers of darkness. The hands of night will do their beating, in the FMO memory MARL, ALT spirits of ancient humanity FMSF year to the DR Cur. The Crete D, will be THR Beck ADCLL. The PWR Manfei SSTSTHDRR loved most, or those who had Deshim by MS dash. The rest was just a dull brown mass, save that the word servant, perfectly cleanly, could be picked out several lines in. Those words, along with the formula, were written on the paper he was trying to lift, though the paper was itself a copy of one of his own copies, which had all started as a copy he'd made of one of Solon's notes, which itself was a copy of something the church had kept in its shadow library, that hidden place in the abyss in which all the most secret things of Agartha were kept. A copy of something stained, long ago, all he had to go on, all he had to bet his great triumph on. But he'd bet on even thinner things before, and come out ahead. He'd have to make do. It's what he did. Besides, he had to admit there was another reason he'd sought this power out. Byleth. Her hair, sea green in time, her strange, stoic nature, socially graceless, somehow magnificent without it. He has lived his life a lie ever since his hair turned white, but Byleth has no lie in her, and he can trust her, in those bright and happy days of Garreg Mach. His crush had an admittedly immature starting point, he had to admit to himself. No one had ever protected him before, the way Byleth did in the forest, saving him from his own stupid plan, not one of his better schemes, hiring those bandits. Byleth had saved him, and he had fallen in love with his rescuer, even as it could never be. Only Hilda had ever guarded him like that before, and he was so young when Hilda started saving his life that there was no romance to it. She was more like his family, his best friend, some weird combination of kin and servant, older sister, and favored minion. Hilda, thinking of her, it hurt, not having her here, it felt like someone had cut out some essential part of himself. He had relied on her for so long. Don't think about her. But trying not to think of something was the surest path to considering it, and he couldn't stop thinking of her, of his history with her, of the places in Goneril's castle where they'd met. He felt something cold on his skin, and realized his shadow was crawling on him, but it was a gentle and soothing touch, and then it reached his eyes and the world went dark. A light. A vision, of the cells of Goneril, a feeling as he walked, step by step, in that damp and rocky place, those caves connected to the sea. Memories? But, not, his hands had never looked like this, he had never had pink hair that fell around his face like this. The dark took him, as he sat there, thinking these thoughts, his straining activating his powers at last. Claude fell away inside himself, and far away, in Inver, Hilda had the strangest sensation of someone's hand on her shoulder, and thought of Claude, as he dreamed her dreams. Many years before the war, in the time when Gerald marched up and down Fodlan with a child in his arms, during the last days before Edelgard's joy was drowned in the blood of Brigid, a hurt and scared little girl went down into the darkness beneath the Goneril's fortress, and found a hurt and scared little boy. What was this? These were her thoughts, how was he doing this? Claude drifted inside her head, a ghost haunting a ghost, seeing what had once been. Her eyes were full of terrible things she'd witnessed, terrible things her family had done to the innocent, now kept in cages at the bottom of their castle. The little girl, least of her family, mocked for her inability to match up to her brother, whose awful deeds were applauded by the house, heralded and loved. Hilda, the lone black sheep, mocked and hit and hurt for her kindness and gentleness, only left alive because it was more amusing to strike her than it was to leave her dead in a gutter somewhere, a fate Hilda knew she would not dodge forever. But on this night, she slipped into the dark, down into the prison cells, and in her hands were the most unexpected things of all, a plate of food, small for an adult but as big as her hands could carry, and a large glass jar full of water. In the dark, she went to the prisoners, and she brought them what food and water she could. Most of Goneril's prisoners were fed and watered but not enough, never enough, and so the little girl's small handfuls of meat and bread, her tiny drops of drink, were worth their weight in gold. 3 trips did she make that night, all she dared do, having been warned about such behavior before. The warning was still dark on her face, a bruised and swollen shut eye, the mark in the shape of her mother's fist. Claude recoiled at that. His mother and father had been rough but loving people, the kind of tough souls who have no mean bones in their bodies. For all the ridiculous stunts they'd pulled on him, they'd hugged and loved him afterwards, and he missed them terribly. For a mother to do that to her own child, he did not have words for it. Hilda was too young to feel this old and tired. Still she went to help them. She had done this for over a year now, even as young as she was, sneaking down here, into the dark of the cells, bringing what little comfort she could. Not all prisoners trusted her, the newest and most cynical avoided her, claiming there was something in the food that made one more pliable to their captors, or simply not wanting to accept food from a Goneril, but others did, and blessed her, the one Goneril who might be worth a damn as a human being. It was not without cost. She had been beaten and hurt for it, as her current black eye attested to, but still she came here on her mission of mercy, a child with the tormented gaze of an adult, seeking to help. She had nightmares so often, but on days when she can feed someone hungry, or give comfort to the hurting, she can sleep, and that is a treasure more precious than unbruised flesh to her. Sweet Hilda, Claude thought, drifting in her young skull, seeing the shape of the woman she will become in the girl she was. His executioner, his pet monster, who was also the kindest of the deer, who cared for all of them. But on the night in question, events proved momentous. On that night, she found, inside the farthest cell, a black-haired boy. He had strange marks on his flesh, and she thought she knew who had inflicted them. There was a new person in her family's guest chambers now, a tall and cruel woman who seemed much more refined than her brutish, axe-wielding kin, and much worse, somehow, into this den of monsters had come the devil herself. Himself, this was himself, he looked himself over. Scrawny little shit, with no idea how much worse it was going to get, his innocence a pennant in his soul that would soon be stripped away by crimson wind. No wonder her kin had fallen all over themselves to impress this stranger. They recognized their god in her. These demons felt honored and privileged to meet the mistress of hell face to face. She did not know what the stranger was doing, but her instinct for self-preservation told her the truth that while her family was brutal and dangerous, Rhea was another magnitude more monstrous, and to draw her attention was to die. So far, she hadn't, and she was grateful for it, looking at this boy, who had been part of the large group of captives she'd brought with her. If she called them captives, it hurt less, to know what her family did. "What's your name?" she asks, as she passes water to him, holding out the plate, now diminished. "Khalid von Regan," he answers, and takes the proffered drink, though he turns down the food. "Thank you, but the food, stomach's not settling." "Water's fine, though." "What's your name?" "Hilda," she said. "Hilda, von Goneril." A pause, but his eyes stray to the bruise on her face, and he resumes drinking a moment later. "Who hit you?" he asks. "My mother," Hilda replies, with a shrug, and Khalid's eyes widen in surprise and disgust. "My mother never hits me," he says. "Mom and Dad. I don't know where they are, but they would never." "Mine would never stop," she tells him, and the sympathy on his face is sweet. Claude would hug her, if he wasn't haunting her memories. What was this? The memory skips ahead, jumping, staggering, finding things about him, he thinks, his mind recovering from his shock. Claude was always smart, and if darkness connects everyone, if your soul is just the shadow your life casts, then perhaps he is looking at Hilda's memories related to him. That is why he skips past things he only vaguely senses, days and nights hiding from her own relatives, desperate and scared prey forced to share a home with predators. Glimpses of things, red flashes of hurt. Then the memory is clear again, and he is horrified. Hilda finds out about his mom and dad first, because she is the one who sees their bodies get taken out of the secret lab. Claude, seeing these memories, weeps. He had never seen the bodies, but now, through Hilda's eyes, he sees them. He gets one last glimpse of his family as corpses. Even after all this time, the wound hurts. His mother and father had loved him so much, he misses them so much. Whatever Rhea is doing, whatever strange thing she is trying to make happen, with these operations that leave her soaked with blood at their end, it seems to produce mostly corpses. Hilda was ordered to oversee the servants carrying them out, a punishment. They know she is scared of Rhea, that she hates the ugly things they do. Normally, this would be someone else's job, someone who was an adult, not a child, but she had made her father angry, somehow, though she could not pinpoint what act of hers had offended. Perhaps it had merely been her presence. He had been drinking, after all, and unlike most men, drink did not dull his senses but sharpened them. He was worse when drunk, even more cruel, and more likely to hurt, and his eyes had fallen on her, last night. So this unpleasantness became her burden. The servants do what they can to gentle her burden. Hilda is the one Goneril who does not treat her servants as toys. Alone of all her family, Hilda had lied for them, covered up mistakes, and the littlest lady of the house is loved by them for her kindness. There is a reason little Hilda gets away with her nocturnal trips to the cells more often than not. Those reasons are the servants in the kitchen and the hold proper, who see her little head of pink hair and do what they can for her, cover her tracks against her hunters. There is no servant who does not dream of killing their terrible lords, held back only by fear of them, but no one wants to hurt Hilda. Claude remembered when she'd taken the house for her own, she had given her brother to the maids, whom he had used, and cruelly. They had finished with him before the evening was up, and Holst would never hurt anyone again. He remembered how Hilda had told the story with relish, and how the Goneril servants, who were given their revenge against their masters, had served Hilda afterwards with all the faithfulness any lord could want. So the servants, who know that no child should see this, but who are helpless to do aught but serve, take care to throw sheets on the corpses when they can, as they deliver them to the processing room. Hilda is there to oversee, but that means nothing, it is just a punishment for her, and so they do not pester her with questions. They simply do the job, efficiently and quietly, taking them from Ria's laboratory to the room located at the bottom of the Goneril fortress, lower and deeper than even the prison cells. But they can't stop her from seeing the corpses, nor from the hurt it inflicts on her. The processing room ends up with 10 corpses before it is full. She is there, when they pull the lever that activates the room's true function. Pumps hiss and grind, and then the fires start, heating water to boiling, water that would soon slump over these bodies. It was an endless cycle, done for hours, boiling the corpses, the water draining as it cooled, to be reheated and then dumped over them again, slowly rendering the flesh and fat into a slurry that could safely be dumped into the ocean, weakening the bones so that they could be crushed to dust later, leaving no evidence of their activities. Some ancestor of hers had built the thing, back when he'd also decided to begin raiding in Almira. This was the secret thing of the house, the open secret that everyone suspected but that no one talked about, the thing this room was built to hide. Slavery was profitable, for there were many rich folk of many lands who enjoyed the act of purchasing a living being, but it had been illegal in Fodlan since the time of Nemesis, back when Adrestia had spread across the entire continent like a blanket. One of the first laws Nemesis and Cethline had hammered out was that no person had a right to own another. Even as the church had decided that those not directly related to Agartha were less human, exalting Fodlan's heritage over others, they had never said you had a right to own someone. But money sings a siren song, and her ancestors had heard the call. She is looking into that room, watching the water wash over the dead, when recognition hits her. She recognizes his father first. The king looks just like him, save that Khalid's face is a bit pointier than his father's, a little more edged. His mother she doesn't recognize, but she overhears talk of her among the servants, and realizes that she is the woman next to him, both their bodies mutilated as Ria had torn them open, hunting their veins, trying to put something inside them. Their eyes are open, their hair fluttering gently in the water that is destroying them, and she is suddenly so sick to her guts that she cannot be here. She turns to flee, something shattering inside her, tears in her eyes, and an old servant a rarity, in a house so casually destructive of its toys, and doubly so, for his dark skin means he has Almiran blood catches her, holds her, he gives her a hug. She cries in his arms, and he whispers soothing things into her hair. It's bad, girlie, he says to the scared child. But you can't leave. They'll hurt you. Just cry. It's okay. They're all busy elsewhere right now. She cries, desperate and hungry for that touch, burrowing into his wise arms. He smells of Almiran spices and sweat, and she digs her face into his chest, this child who should not be so familiar with the smell and sight of death. Awood, there's a boy in the cells, those are his parents. Awood. Claude remembered seeing that name, on the one trip he'd taken to Goneril's fortress, in the wake of his ascension to Grand Duke. Hilda had carved it into their long wooden feast table, along with the names of everyone else she knew who had been one of her family's victims, the table a scroll of dishonors and atrocities that went on and on and on. He'd noticed Awood's because it was Almiran, and near the top of the list. The kindly man simply held her a moment longer. He'll be next, then. She's been doing that going down bloodlines until the whole family's dead. Oh, goddess, no, she said, but Awood just held her tighter, as she broke in his arms, as some part of her went away and never came back. Make your peace with him, child. Death's coming for him. She makes a decision, this child, who was never allowed to be a child, she makes a decision, and all her being reforms around it. No. No. That night, she risks it, going down into the dark to warn him, and she brings him a full meal. It'll be easier if he's got some meat on his bones. His powers try to force him to relive that moment, that horrible moment where she told him of his family, but no. Claude grabs them tight, and forces them away from it. He redirects his shadowed hands. That is one of his worst memories, and he will not see it again with Hilda's eyes. Another memory is near, and he latches onto it, jumps down that hole so that he does not have to go down a deeper one. Another memory, one he remembered, too. He got both sides of the memory, he knew this part of the play by heart. 2 months into the experiments, 2 months in which Khalid must put away his parents' deaths, 2 months in which he learns to hide his grief. Khalid leaned up against the bars of his cell, groaning, as Hilda rubbed vulnerary on his wounds. "Isn't this risky?" he asked. His breath hitched a little. He thought one of his ribs was broken. Rhea had gotten excited as he proved resilient, and her digging into his skin had grown careless in equal measure to her fervor. "Vulnerary, that's money. Somebody's gonna miss it, or notice I'm healing." "Don't care," Hilda said. She said it so matter-of-factly that he had to believe her. She spoke like her sentences were made of stone, like there was no way things could be any different from how she'd decided they were, and to Khalid, it was a great comfort. He had learned to lean on the older girl, to let her be his rock, down here in the dark, and she had not failed him yet. She never would, Claude thought proudly, watching from her eyes as her hands rubbed gentle healing poultice on his cuts. He would always have scars from the surgeries, but because of Hilda, they were smaller things, long and thin snaking white things on his dark skin, not the grotesque collection of brutalities he would have had without her intervention. "Why?" Khalid asked. "Why didn't she care? Aren't you afraid?" She smiled at him, this boy, who was somehow more innocent than her, despite everything, more idealistic, at least. He had something in him she had been forcefully deprived of, something she had no name for, but found terribly impressive, the way fire looked to a moth. Hope, she would tell him years from this day. That was what had convinced her to follow him, come hell and high water. Claude, somehow, still had hope, and Hilda, whose hope had been stolen from her, would follow that star in him all her days. "Every day," she said. Except that wasn't true. Not anymore. Seeing his parents, seeing him. Something in Hilda had broke, and to her own surprise, it wasn't her mind. No, she felt a sort of unbreakable courage now. There was nothing she could not do, should she put her mind to it. Something in her had broken, but it was her fear, snapping like an overstressed timber from the pressure. She had lost her fear in Awood's calming arms, and in the weight of her decision. Khalid would live. She had decided it so. Then why all this? Khalid asked, still so surprised. He had been called half-breed often, even young as he was, and so this simple kindness was beyond his knowledge of strangers. People had been kind before, but only relatives. "They'll kill me, someday," Hilda said, with a shrug. Simple truth. "Any day now, really one day, it'll be funnier to kill me than to hurt me, and that'll be it." "No," Khalid said. He had just lost his parents, and could not comprehend losing Hilda too. "No, they can't. You're good, you should be able to live." She shook her head. "I'm not free to do that," she said, belatedly realizing she was talking to an actual prisoner. She snorted, but without amusement. I am not as bound as you are, but I'm not free either, Khalid." "Why will they kill you?" he asked, concern in his eyes, grass green under his newly white hair. "Why do people like them do anything?" she answered, question for question. "My family are monsters, Khalid. People should be better than this," he said, and they are the first words he had spoken as a man, and not a child, some inkling of the man he will grow up to be, in this caged boy. "There is no reason for this." Hilda nodded agreement, but said nothing, just kept putting aid to his wounds. "Here is a secret only 2 people know, Hilda is the reason Khalid survives." The boy would have died, but that Hilda was there. Rhea was clumsy with human lives at the best of times, her contempt and disregard hard to mask when dealing with those close to her, the distant, benign holy woman. That was an act she could manage, but whenever she had to deal with people on a more personal scale, the true ugliness of her nature could not be disguised. Khalid was just another experiment to her. It was not until later, when he lived and the others died, that she could be bothered to motivate herself to be less obviously terrible to him. He had little food and water, and the gonorrhea cells were not conducive to good health. But Hilda brought him food and water enough that he was, while always hungry, in no danger of starving to death, and when an illness came upon him, a sickness born of the cold and damp that his body, weak from his injuries, could not fight off, she snuck, at great risk, a precious thing of Dusker to him, stolen from her family's apothecary. It was something one of Dusker's wise doctors had come up with, something that was supposed to be proof against many diseases, made if you believed the tales from mold fed on sugar, growing fat and big on cantaloupe skins. The potion had been mixed with precious elixir, bolstering the body even as the mold fought off whatever diseases inhabited the body, and it had cost a fortune to purchase something so powerful. Her family, it turned out, had paid a fair price for the medicine. The green and sickly tasting liquid she brought him, which he'd barely been able to choke down, had worked. She gave him 3 doses, 1 a night, the way she'd seen the apothecary treat illnesses before, and her clumsy attempt at prescribing medicine was good enough. The first night, he did not improve, but the second, he breathed a little easier, and by the third, he was spitting up fluid from his lungs. He would live. He remembered that. He always wondered how she'd acquired the medicine. His brave Hilda. She was never caught, though she had spent all the time worried she'd be caught. Keeping the bottle in her room had been such a risk. The medicine had been expensive, an import, bought at great cost. This was no small handful of food or water, but something of value, something valued much more than Hilda's own life by the Goneril family, and the hunt was relentless for the thief. She had not been afraid, no, that was gone. She would never be afraid again until long after the fortress of Goneril was a distant memory, but she had worried, for if she was caught, no one could bring medicine to Claude, and he would die. A servant, eventually, was accused, when all leads turned up empty, Hilda having thrown the bottle out of a window into the ocean after it was empty. The servant so falsely accused had skin just a little darker than Fodlan Norm, and thus, was easier for her kin to blame. A servant her brother had taken, and done things to, things the family had watched around the dinner table as a form of light entertainment. Hilda had not puked or cried, having long since learned that to react in such a way was to invite pain on herself, but it was a close thing, and in her room that night, she wept silent tears, sorry she had gotten that innocent person killed. But the sacrifice pays well. Khalid lives, and his relatively better health is why, when the other subjects die, he is able just barely to make it through. And the day comes that his cell doors open at last, and his tormentor takes him into the sunlight, to be her great pawn. But Khalid is no one's pawn, but a king, and this he will place in his memory, the beginning of his torments, that he owes Rhea, and someday soon, will pay back to her. The next memory tugs at him, but he follows the strain of his own thoughts, for a time. It is one of his happiest memories, what he is about to recall, and with a small flexing of his strange new muscles, he is back in that moment. It is a week after he is let out. Khalid has fallen all over himself to act as if he is grateful to the woman who murdered his parents, who tells him clearly expecting he'll believe it that his parents died holy deaths and that the goddess chose to take them. She did not. Be the goddess real or not, divine hands did not take his family from him, but Rhea's, and he will never forget it. But looking the monster in the face, aware that he is but a pawn, a valuable one, hard to replace, but a pawn still, he says nothing of his true thoughts. Everything he does to convince her of his trust and faith and integrity, hopefully without being overly obvious about it, and it must work. She seems to assume he is one of hers. This day, he is in her office. She had been briefing him on the coming days, and with that done, had no more further use for him. She has just been dismissed from her presence. The schedule she laid out was simple enough. Soon they will return to Almira, where Claude will take the throne, replacing his dead father with Rhea as his regent, of course. Business must be attended to. Some rebel prince in the east named Nader has been taking territory from Almira, and he seems invincible. They already speak of him as a man who has never known defeat. But for now, Khalid, whom she is convinced is one of her faithful fanatics, is free to do as he wishes in the meantime. All the house of Goneril is at his command. The monstrous folk marry in the presence of Rhea, sensing beastly kin of theirs. Mostly Khalid retreats to his guest room, avoiding the beasts who hurt Hilda, who he has not seen since he was let out, but today, Khalid must do something else. He owes a debt. A life for a life. High Priestess, Khalid, who in the future will give himself the name Claude so that the name his parents gave him will not be tainted with the terrible deeds he must do, spoke, and the great dragon thing raised an eyebrow. One matter before I leave, if I may. Oh. I have a request to make. As I will be leading the alliance in the future, I will need to know more about Fodlan. I would like to have a member of House Goneril, to serve as my retainer while we are in Almira, the young boy said. It will strengthen my understanding of Fodlan and the Alliance to have one of them as my servant over the next few years. Goneril is valuable to me, the Unholy One said. I'm not sure they can spare anyone. Claude bowed, down to his knees. I would never seek to harm one of your interests, holiest one, he said, this man who should have been a king with his forehead on the ground before this blasphemous beast, who lies to her in hope that, someday, he will be able to kill her for murdering his family. I ask not for their greater and more useful members, my lady. I request only that their least daughter, Hilda, who is of no value to the house as a whole, accompany me. It will relieve them of a burden and give me a boon that will help me serve you better. After a moment's deliberation, Rhea shrugged. That seems reasonable, she said. Hilda's not doing particularly important work anyway, not like her parents or Holst. You may have her. Thank you, Khalid prayed in his mind, to whatever force had decided to grant him this favor. Thank you. He let the dark carry him onward. He always had been curious how Hilda had felt at the news. Later that day, Hilda was told she would be leaving the castle, to accompany Khalid as he navigated Almiran politics. She was even told that he'd requested her, specifically, and her family had laughed and claimed they owed him a favor for removing the little brat from their lives. But Hilda knew the truth, and in the privacy of her own room, wept quiet tears of joy into her pillow. She was going to escape. She was going to be free. Even with her fear and emptiness inside her, this still tastes so sweet. No more must she suffer their attentions, no more must she wonder if she will make it to her teens before they kill her. No, now she might be able to grow up, she might live to see the impossibly old age of 20. Khalid has saved her life. And she can keep him safe. She's already risked so much. What will it hurt, to protect him a little more? And he'll need it. Almira was dangerous, she'd heard, a maze of draconic politics and warrior culture posturing. Compared to her family's casual cruelty, it sounded almost restful. She'd master it, soon enough. She couldn't wait to dig in, to start exploring this new land, to figure out how best to protect Khalid. He will probably try to set her free, that sounds like him. She has gotten to know him, over the months of his torture, and the greatest miracle of all is this, somehow he has that shining thing in him still. She cannot imagine how, but he has managed it somehow. All the harm he has suffered has not pummeled the greatness out of him. Not just yet. If she can protect him, maybe never. There was more. All the years in Almira, Hilda, who had grown up too fast, helping Khalid keep up, carrying him sometimes literally. There had been an assassination attempt, 4 years later, and he had been knocked out. He survived only because Hilda had grabbed him and carried him bodily away from his attackers. He had awarded her a medal for it, he remembered. Other visions, her triumphant return home. He'd accompanied her, but she hadn't needed him. A berserk rage had gripped her tight, and she proved more than equal to the task of paying her family back all their evil. She had killed them all. Claude had claimed to other Alliance officials that Hilda had merely imprisoned her family, but the truth was, unless Hilda had missed a few of her cousins, she was the last Goneril. The rest were corpses, disposed of with their own processing center. And how was that for sweet irony? Hilda, interestingly, did not seem to remember anything of that day, no matter that her own hands had done the deed for all but Holst, whom the maids had dealt with. Odd. What else could he see? This was hypnotic, but, wait. With an effort, he roused himself out of Hilda's head. How long had he been down here? What if Rhea came into his room, saw him? He had no idea how much time had passed. Terror, sheer fear at endangering the plan, sent Claude skyrocketing back to his body, chasing that bright spark of fear. He opened his eyes, and saw that his room was painted in black. His shadow, it had grown, it encompassed the walls and the floor both. He didn't feel hungry. He ran a hand over his beard, the white scruff rippling under his fingers. Didn't need a shave, but he was thirsty. He glanced at the clock. Probably should have done that first, he thought with some amusement. He had only been out 20 minutes. It had felt like forever, and no time at all, a timeless place, a state of bliss like that which followed good food or good sex. Well, he had to take Hilda's word for the latter. Claude was a virgin. The idea of having children with his crest condition horrified him, and he had only ever wanted one person anyway, who would be forever out of reach. He shook his head to clear it, even as he relaxed the new muscles, let the darkness recede back into his shadow. He'd read that dark mages sometimes got lost, but he hadn't realized it was like that. Being inside her head, that connection, he could have written her memories forever. He'd read that when humans died, their souls went into those they loved and hated most, blessings and curses, but with this, he wondered if the connection existed when you were alive, too. If you could reach out to those still living, if you were connected strongly enough to them. An idea popped into his head, unbidden. Byleth was made of darkness, it should be easier to contact her, if Solon's notes were correct. He shouldn't, but he wants to see her again, before the end. He has no Hilda here, can't he have something for comfort? He goes inside himself again, the shadow stretching. Just a moment. Just a moment. He just wants to see her again. If the connection was strong enough, she'd never liked him, the way he'd liked her, but she'd tolerated it, at least. He tried to tug on that rope. He found his way easy enough, or at least, he thought he did. He chased the shadow of a woman, who was a woman-shaped shadow, somewhere near. Gronder, that is where he senses her sensing him, she is at this very moment awakening to her true nature in a tent at Gronder Field. Gronder. He sees it, in the scattered reflections of the dead, their shadows dissipating, they buffet his soul like a hurricane, but they tell him what he needs to know. The dead are mostly Alliance, the soul pieces he senses are mostly heading to locations in the Alliance. Not all, even in victory the winning army loses lives, but more, many more. Thank the goddess. Lawrence had pulled it off, Gronder is a kingdom and empire victory. He can see them, their shadows. Ingrid clearest of all, what is she? She is almost like Byleth, almost like him, now, he supposes, but different, feels colder, a grave chill that will never leave her. But from Ingrid he turns to the eagles, a storm of shadows on all of them. Of course. People have died in their name since the war began, died because of them, and died for them. A flight of eagles surrounds the living ones, the spirits of all those who have died with their names on their lips, an army of the dead blessing them and pushing back on the scales of fate. Edelgard, in particular, is the locus of so many souls, and isn't that ironic? The woman haunted by hallucinatory phantoms, protected by a host of real ghosts, so many, it is like looking at a hurricane. He sees flashes, so many people, who send a piece of their soul to Edelgard, that they may aid her from beyond the veil. So many people, who believe in their emperor. Is this the source of the eagles' mysterious luck? So much is dependent on their great skill, but they are also just a little bit lucky, every now and then. Even the might of the eagles must, at times, depend on a coin toss, but they do not fail them, when those times come, and he wonders how much of it is simply the force of all this faith that is put in them. Perhaps it is just the collective will of all Adrestia that grants them the small luck their great talent needs to shine, that forces the spinning coin to land on its edge, an edge sharp enough to cut their own path in life. He can only see flashes of them, they are mostly faceless, just bits and pieces, only a few retain enough sense of self for an identity. A man who reminds him of Ferdinand, whose hands blaze with ghostly fire. A torn apart thing, in the shape of a man, with an axe in his shattered hands. An Agarthan woman, twin blades in her hands, who seems the most complete of the lot, who, he thinks, sees him, for a brief moment, before she rejoins the whirlwind around Edelgard, doing whatever it is the swirling ghosts are doing, pleading with fate, perhaps, or protecting her from the death curses of others. This fascinates, but he doesn't have the right connection to them, he cannot see inside their skulls, he sees them only because he can see Byleth and sense them through her. Byleth. Byleth. She is so beautiful. The ghosts surround her too, but there is something strange, her ghosts are on fire, her ghosts blaze. Holy light leaks out of them, and it is strange to be in their presence. This is light that does not shun the night but lets it in. This is the sun that accepts that night will follow, content that morning, too, will be, light that abides his presence. The ghosts he sees, a face he almost knows, a woman, grown weary by war, a holy woman, who had been a blue lion, once upon a time, but then she is gone, and there is just Byleth, and all her holy ghosts, a light and radiance behind her head that is edged with shadow, a halo of gentle night. He reaches out to her, again. Could he speak with her? He thinks he could reach out to her, right now, and they could talk, they could speak, even as she is talking with Hubert, right now. He could. He could what? What would he say? He can't, they have to believe. Everyone has to believe, forever, that he is a monster. This doesn't end right if he doesn't die. He can't no matter what reveal anything to her, he can't. He withdraws, flees, but he has the oddest sense that something saw him go, something in Byleth that was not dark but light, something that opened one bleary, draconic eye the size of the sun and watched him leave. Something, it would turn out, that did not forget what it had seen, in that glimpse. Chapter 9, Act 2, The World Begins Again. The sun's rays were just beginning to filter in through the dappled forest when Miklon finally found his tongue. So let me get this straight, said the scarred, ugly man to Indek. You're Indek, the actual Saint Indek, recorded in legends as Saint Sethleen's greatest warrior, and either her uncle or her father, depending. The big turtle guy. Yep, Indek said. Uncle, by the way. Her father worked for Siros. The bastard. He'd owed Sethleen better. Okay. And, you're taking me and my troops to a village named Sethleen, which is where you have been since the War of Heroes ended, hiding in the northwest of Leicester all this time. Miklon's face seemed very calm, but his voice had the lightest edge of hysteria in it and something else, almost a sort of amusement, as if all this bullshit was some kind of joke whose punchline he was just waiting for. Indek fought down a few giggles at his dazed expression, managing only to give the man a big smile. Not all of it, Indek replied cheerfully. We used to be located near Lake Totates, but human settlements came too close early in our history, so we moved out here about 800 years ago. Okay. All right. So you're just gonna drop the answer to one of the biggest mysteries in Fodlan right on me. You're just gonna come out and say, hey, we're Sethleen's lost tribe, here's where the fuck we are. That's what we're doing. Yep, Indek said, trying not to bust out giggling, smile growing bigger as Miklon shook his head. Okay. Miklon said, then started laughing. Okay, fuck, sure, why not? Diane. You heard all this too, right? He turned in his seat, to look at the slim archer behind him. Yep, boss, said the thin, scraggly-looking woman. I was here for all of it. So was I, came the clear voice of Kristoff, next to her. I must admit I am as surprised as you are, Miklon. We all are, Gwendol said, from further behind, the brutish older man hacking out a laugh. Shame this wasn't an ambush. I could have understood that. All this. Sethleen's tribe being alive, meeting Saint Indek, if I'd known I'd be in the presence of holiness, I'd have shined my armor better. I apologize for my rough appearance, Saint Indek. It's no matter. I never felt all that holy, Indek admitted. My little niece was the saint in my family. I just went along with her when she did the right thing. Memories swam up inside him, unbidden, perfect with the clarity of the Nabatean memory, his little niece's face, resolute and proud, even as quiet tears rolled down her face, as she told him of her plan. He remembered hearing that voice like his mother's as she spoke, the voice that he, finally, listened to, that told him to go with her, the voice that had started speaking to him the day he met Nemesis. The day that a god-shattering bandit knelt before 4 dragons with their mother's bones in his hands, and offered himself up to die, if they would just simply stop, the voice like his mother's, that told him to agree. Of all Indeka's many regrets, the old dragon regrets most that he did not know the words to say to convince Siros to take up the offer. Holiness is just doing the right thing, over and over again, Kristoff said with a shrug. Gwendol snorted, as Indek chewed that over. I like that, the old berserker told the younger man. You should write a chivalric tale, you've got the words for it. It's my brother's fault, Kristoff demurred. He always had me read to him and my sisters, it gave me a taste for it. If we're going to be talking about fault, I should probably apologize to you too, Miklon groused. You two haven't traveled with me before, but I'm probably the reason this has happened. I live an interesting life, which I think is an ancient curse from Dada. Diane laughed. It is, and yeah, he's not kidding, you too. Boss, you're the only man in the world who would find Sethleen's lost tribe by accident. Isn't that the truth of it? Miklon said, shaking his head. Goddess, I feel like I'm half a black eagle myself, all the weirdest crap happens to me. Every time Ladislava tells me some new story of the eagles, I can come up with something just as weird. Can't go for a piss without stumbling on something odd. Isn't that how you met that Leicester poacher? Diane asked. Yes, Miklon said with exasperation. I tell you, there are few things you want to see less when you've got your dick in your hands than an arrow aimed at your bits. That worked out, though. Lyle was a good man to have around. He's still your game warden back in Gautier lands. Yeah, Miklon said. I still think he didn't have to be so dramatic when we first met, he could have aimed at my head or something. I'd have taken it much less personally. It's just rude to attack a man while he's pissing, Gwendol said. Not to mention how hard it is to fight with your nuts flopping around. I hate fighting naked. Wait, you've fought naked? Miklon said, immediately trying not to think about the mental image that conjured. What the hell happened? If taking a piss is a bad time to be attacked, in the middle of entertaining yourself with a prostitute is the worst, Gwendol said. Assassins, both times. Both. Kristoff said hesitantly, and Gwendol nodded. You'd think I'd have learned after the first time, but I was very dumb in my youth, and the lady was gorgeous, and I had coin to spare. She gave me a refund, which was very nice of her. Diane cracked up. Boss, I think he'd fit into the Forgotten just fine. You attract a lot of real characters to you, don't you? Indek said, having smiled through all this strange conversation. Fun traveling companions, these Feyrgi would make. It reminded him a little of the elites, of traveling with Nemesis. While Indek had never fully known what to think of the man, he had to admit that the once bandit had a strange charisma to him, a sort of intensity that drew the strange and the powerful to his side in droves. Yes, somehow, Miklon answered, putting a hand to his forehead. Don't know why, though. It's because you're a good man, but unlike too many good men, you go out into the world instead of hiding yourself away, Kristoff said serenely from behind him. There are many who want to be good, but must be lead. It is not a surprise that they would find you and follow you, so that you can lead them to greatness. No one really knew what to say in the face of that proclamation, except Diane, who quirked an eyebrow at Kristoff before she spoke quietly to Miklon, whose hand dropped from his face after scratching at his own scar, going back to his reins. Shit, he'd fit in too, boss, he's weird as hell. They continued in silence for a while after that, just riding down the trail. Indeka's left side ached, where his great scar, a souvenir of his last battle with Siros, the battle that had killed Sethleen, sat heavy and tight, pulled uncomfortably by the motions of riding. He scratched idly at the old wound under his chainmail. He could have slept, let it heal, but there had been too much to do. Far too much to do, until it was too late, the wound too old to be restored by sleep, but he'd never regretted the choice. A little pain meant nothing, if he could uphold the duty he had inherited from his niece. The diplomatic meeting in Alel had been cut somewhat short by Indek revealing his true self, which had convinced the Feyrgus party to come along with them. Indek was just glad the church got his forms right. He'd seen what they'd made of his niece, and while he got why they presented her as older, more of a grandmother figure, it was still wrong. Then they'd all taken off to Sethleen, the Feyrgi uncomfortable but a bit too dumbstruck to do anything but follow along the trail. Indek had figured that was how it would go. Based on experience, most people reacted to the revelation of the tribe's existence like they'd just taken a sledgehammer to the skull. In time, Miklon finally broke the silence again. I mean, this is lovely country, he said, waving his arm around them as they traveled. He told the truth, with Alel's molten magma falling behind them and the sun just now beginning to rise in the morning, it was easy to see a land heavy and lush with bounties of pine and deciduous trees, a land rendered heavy and fertile with the good ash of the volcanic land to its west. Summer was upon them, and the world strutted its stuff. Flowers were in full bloom, a riot of reds and whites amidst the deep green of old forest growth, while birds sang their endless ballads of love and war, attracting mates and taunting rivals in the same breath. Daring animals got close to the caravan, trusting its presence to drive off predators, big stags with their horns growing in for the mating season, rabbits darting up near the war horses, squirrels running on the branches above their heads, the never-ending riot of the forest's life. The area had good hunting, and Indek had been careful for them to limit their predation as much as possible, so the area could be preserved into the future. Nabatea did not have the luxury of humans, to think only of the short term. The diplomatic party was riding up a small trail, heading towards Sethleen. The trail they rode up was a small one, little used, and the vast party moving down it was almost assuredly the biggest group that had ever been on it. They were taking it two at a time, but it was almost too much for this path, which was barely more than a wide deer track. Indeka's horse snorted at the closeness. He patted her on the neck. This horse was Biscuit 5, because Indek had run out of good horse names 3 centuries ago, and was doing his best. The trees pressed closer on the path up ahead, and the Pegasus scouts of Faergus were unable to fly through the dense cover. Instead, they flew more or less directly above them, a flying column to match the one beneath them. All the ground troops, be they Monachites of Sethleen's tribe or Faergus knights, shared the same unifying prayer in their head goddess: please don't let a Pegasus shit on me. Lovely country, Miklon repeated, glancing around. Ain't home, but it's sure lovely. If I wanted to get away from people I'd come out here too. He turned back to Indek, face grim and serious. Still, how come you guys have been avoiding us? Humans in general, I mean. Been a couple times in history a few dragons would be pretty helpful. Faergus rebellion would sure as shit have been easier with a dragon or two. Or, you know, right now, when Rhea and her dragons sure as hell don't have any compulsions about attacking us. Can't pretend I'm not sore with you for being a no-show. Your anger is a fair thing, Indek admitted, smile fading. I won't pretend it isn't. But, let me tell you our history, and you can figure out why we've been avoiding you. How much do you know of us? The basics, Miklon admitted. You guys fought alongside Nemesis while Sethleen was alive, then she died and your tribe disappeared. Church says you guys retreated from the world of humans. Indek nodded. That's close. But to give you the short answer, after Sethleen died, and Nemesis disappeared, things started getting bad between us and humanity. It didn't help that Nemesis had a lot of kids, and about half of them wanted the throne for themselves. They were all hunting for an edge over the others. All of them approached us at one time or another, wanting our support. So what did you do? Miklon asked. I tried to keep us out of it. Wrong decision. In hindsight, I should have thrown our weight behind whichever candidate seemed most likely to maintain the peace between races, but I was busy grieving Sethleen and Nemesis both at the time, and it seemed the most respectful path, to choose neutrality in human political affairs. Which means, Miklon interrupted, that when push came to shove, because you tried to stay out of it, you got dragged in, but in the worst way possible. Every group was afraid you'd step in and back up their enemies, and because you weren't on their side, you made a convenient target for demonization. They could whip up their supporters into a frenzy, claiming you were behind their setbacks, and it didn't cost them anything, because you weren't backing them anyway. Bet it was almost a contest, making up conspiracy theories about your people, claiming you were secretly supporting one faction or another behind the scenes. Indek nodded, face grim. You've a fine political mind, he replied. I usually have to explain that part. Miklon shook his head. My dad got a lot of things wrong, he said. One thing he didn't was politics. I hate the whole thing. I'm more honest, and less of a bastard, but I get how it works. Sounds about right, Gwendol said with a sigh. For what it's worth, Saint Indek. I apologize, on behalf of humanity. We tend to grow stupid in large groups, but that is no excuse. Miklon turned to look at the man, almost expecting a joke, but the elder knight's tone had been entirely serious, and his face was set into grim distaste. He'd meant the apology. Miklon turned back around. He wouldn't have expected that from Gwendol, but then again, a person was a complicated thing. If his leadership of the Forgotten had taught him nothing else, it had taught him that. I thank you, Indek said to Gwendol. But no apology is needed on your part. Some of the problem was mine. Cethline might have proven smarter at that work than I did. She was always good at the talking part. With her gone, it fell on my shoulders, and I failed. He'd done his best, but he just wasn't able to bridge the gap, not the way Cethline could. Maybe it was just because, somewhere inside, he was still a little shy. He would always prefer retreat to advance, defense to offense, be that in social or military matters. Cethline had been the brave one, between the two of them, along with all the other great things she had been. Might not have been much you could have done, Miquelon said. Civil wars are fucking nasty. Didn't Nemesis pick a successor? He did, Indek said. But she died of an accident, and before you ask, I've always wondered how accidental it was, too. Of fucking course, Miquelon said. 1,000 years ago, and it's the same shit as today, huh? There is nothing new under the sun, Christoph said, quoting the church's holy writ. There are only variations of the old. Everyone nodded along to that. Not everything the church had written was true, but that one felt right enough. So, civil war's about to break out, and your people were going to get hammered by every side involved, that about the shape of it. Miquelon said. Indek nodded. If Cethline or Nemesis had lived, or better, if both had been there, we could have avoided so much, but they were gone, and what happened is this. Once things began to reach the point of possible violence, when the rhetoric became intolerable, I approached the ruling regent, that would be Vestra, who was doing his best to hold the whole thing together, and failing, and told him that we would withdraw from human habitation, retreat, and lick our wounds. I feared that we would be caught in the infighting and destroyed. We were powerful individually, but we would be fighting literally every human on the continent. Vestra signed off on it, and so we faded from your histories to rebuild. And how weird that had been. Before the war, before his mother's death, he'd been part of Ciro's faction, which had wanted to flee and establish a land of dragons and dragons alone. Indek had been the only one who wasn't a true believer among them, because he'd always liked humans, and had never had the jealousy of Ciro's or Makul's dismissal, or even Sikal's sheer indifference. He'd joined up because, well, his three best friends were going, and in his own way, he thought maybe they needed him for a balance. Makul and Ciro's were always gung-ho, and while Sikal had been the smartest of the four, he'd also been more of a follower. Indek could be a voice of reason on their council, keep their new nation on track. But when the war ended, it had been Indek, alone of all of them, who had in fact established a land for dragons and dragons alone. If there were gods in the universe besides his own poor mother, they had to be laughing hell. Even Indek thought it was funny, on occasion. Okay, so that explains why you left in the first place, Miquelon said. But why the no-show for 1,000 years? The truth's a lot simpler and more disappointing than you're hoping for, Indek said. This was a conversation he'd had several times, and the answer had always disappointed. Beyond the simple fact that our lifespans mean 1,000 years is just a lot less time than it is to you, we are isolated up here, by choice. Until 3 years ago, we hadn't known anything about what was going on in the world outside. We had no idea she was back. And when you learned? Miquelon said. We've been preparing, Indek said. We are not the only force that's been rebuilding in secret. How'd that go? Miquelon asked. The rebuilding. How many dragons we talking here? You'll see, Indek said with a grin. More than dragons, too. Oh, yeah, Miquelon said with a snort. Forgot the rest of the crazy shit you told us. I mean, hey, Cethline's tribe is right here, and I'm Saint Indek. How's it going? Is a lot to take in, Diane said. It really is, Christoph said. But there's more. This is the part I find really unbelievable, Gwendol admitted. Lady Daphne was executed, yet she rides right down to meet with us, and not only that, she has a golden deer with her, one of the Grand Duke of Dragon's pet beasts. Golden deer no longer, Indek said, looking ahead, leaning to see around the Monakeets ahead of him to see the group's leadership. Leonie and Judith were riding at the column's front, Judith having wanted to reserve any talk for a more formal setting and Leonie working as her bodyguard. Indek had stayed behind to talk to their guests. Leonie, we owe everything to her. She was the one who came to us and told us of Ciro's return. Yeah, let's table that last part for now, Miquelon said. Don't want to think about what that means. It means this is the second war of heroes, Gwendol said eagerly, his eyes glinting with fervor. It means these are days of wonder and legend. I cannot wait to fight Ceros. All in good time, Gwendol, Miklon said. So. Leone. You were isolated, so you might not know this, but Claude von Regan's a genius, and maybe letting one of his golden deer into your village was a bad idea? Just suggesting. If it were not for Leone, we would not even know the war was going on, Indek said patiently, reminding himself not to be irritated. It was a fair question, but Leone had become so important to the village over the past 3 years that it seemed absurd to mistrust her. She did not come here under orders from Claude, but fleeing him, seeking to redeem herself for her service to Ceros. She came here with nothing more than the clothes on her back and her infant son in her arms, and almost solely by her efforts alone has our army come into being. The trail began to broaden, winding down a long, low hillside, a wide creek burbling merrily next to it, and eventually crossing it at the bottom of the hill, where it widened even further into a proper river, joined by other streams. The press of trees eased, and the Pegasi spread out, to the intense relief of the marching soldiers below. A long, low bridge passed over the deceptively deep river, carved out over long years by draconic hands, providing a place where a water-breathing creature might hide for a long time without revealing their presence. Just that happened as the caravan's head reached, a sea dragon revealing himself from out of the water, rising up slowly next to the bridge so as not to spook their guests, though given that these men and women had spent 5 years fighting dragons, they paused and tensed, hands flying to their weapons. Leone, the sea dragon said, focusing on her in the front, innate magic translating thoughts to words for a creature whose mouth was designed for predation and not pronunciation. Everything going well? Steady, soldiers, Miklon said at the same time, hoping to defuse the sudden tension in the air. Saint Indek, is he one of yours? Yes, the saint replied. He is Lambton, one of our village's guards. We are near, but you are in no danger from him. The dragon in question wasn't paying any attention to that conversation, wrapped up in his own talk with Leone. Indek shook his head. To be that young again, he was one of the village's youngest, and had been chosen to be a guard out here on the safest trail mostly to get him out of the way. He'd taken to it with unusual gusto. They all figured he'd be bored in a week, but it was a year in and he was still enthusiastic about his task. Weird kid, but maybe worth something if a bit oblivious. Still, the Feyrgi were loyal to their commander, and the dragon was just chatting, not trying to attack anyone, so the atmosphere of fear and possible violence dissipated, though they still gave him odd looks. Lambton was ferociously ugly, resembling creatures that had never been this close to the surface world, and his wide, unblinking black eyes and long rows of teeth, topped with a small gleaming orb that leaned over his face from a long, fleshy tendril, were unnerving, to say the least, alongside his slimy brown skin. Privately, Indek was grateful that, of the waterborne dragons among the village, none of them really resembled Cethline, drawing their attributes from other sea creatures instead. A living reminder of her would have ached more than the wound in his side. Eventually, the young man as dragons accounted things noticed the soldiers. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to spook anyone, the youngster burbled, voice swift and slick like oil and runny eggs, only a few months past his 3rd century and still full of the excitableness of youth. Sorry if I scared anyone, I just had to check with Leone to make sure everyone's who they're supposed to be. We talked before we left, that selfsame archer said, loud enough for others to hear. You just wanted to see the newcomers. You got me there, he said, chuckling. Anyway, now that I have, I'm going back into the water. Sorry for bothering you. He sank back into the river, and not a few Feyrgi were clearly trying to work out how the entire long dragon was fitting in what appeared to be a small river. As the caravan started moving again, more than a few of the knights looked in the river, trying to find the dragon, but Indek was proud of the lad's discipline. He stayed invisible at the bottom, the only evidence he was there the dim, hypnotic glow of his angler, down in the depths. Miklon was clearly wanting to ask questions about Lambton, but as they crossed his bridge, he, with visible effort, returned to the subject they'd been discussing instead. Your army, how many troops does Judith have? We'll talk exact numbers later, Indek said, but the last free army of Leicester is bigger than you'd think. A bit of a lie, the last free army was actually quite small, consisting of Daphne's forces augmented with the remnants of those houses that had fought Rhea's takeover. Leone had gathered them over the years, using her mercenary company to sneak them back to Cethylene, but it was a small number, all told. Still, they had a balancing factor, and Indek couldn't wait for their guests to see it. And Leone pulled all this together, Miquelon mused. Are we sure she's not just gathering all the resistance to Claude in one place? Make it easier to smash all at once. Ceros would never abide us, Indek said. She hated us so much, even more than she hated you humans. After all, we betrayed her, and given her sense of entitlement, well. She would never be able to contain her anger if she knew where we were. We'd be under attack the second she found out about it. Claude is her creature. If he knew, he'd tell her. Leone has done too much to help us. If it was a betrayal, it passed the point of being easy long ago. We're harder to hurt now than we've ever been. It just doesn't make sense for this to be a trick. Miquelon snorted. I hope so, he said. Goddess knows Claude's fucked me over once or twice. The deer are just as bad as their leader. I keep getting stuck fighting this little blonde prick named Ignatz. He's frightening as hell. I've never seen him miss. You wouldn't think that was possible, but he's not only a hell of an archer, but he's smart. Lost a lot of soldiers to an avalanche. Of all fucking things, they'd done something, set up some plan. Don't know how they even knew we were going to use that pass. We get halfway down it, I hear a fucking whistle. Little bastard, he wanted me to know he was there. I look over, and there he is. And after he made sure I saw him, then he fired a burning arrow from a ballista at something above us, something that exploded and sent tons of snow and ice barreling down on my men. Worst day we ever had, Diane said, face gloomy. Still, remember the screamin'. It missed most of us, but it caught the tail end of our group. Lot of good people died that day, people that had been with me from the start. If he'd attacked any earlier, he'd have got me, too. At least the Alliance had to clear the fucking snow off the trail before they could attack us, gave us time to prepare, but we never even got to bury the bodies. The snow buried them first. Couldn't hold a proper funeral for any of them. He shook his head. So you can imagine why I'm hesitant to trust a deer, even one who seems to have turned over a new leaf. Trust me, Indek said. Leone came to us, and convinced us to fight. She will prove her worth to you. Let's hope, Miquelon said, still directing a cautious glance at the orange-haired woman in the front. More silence, as they started up the last hill, just the quiet murmur of the caravan around them and the birds in the forest until Miquelon yet again broke the silence. Okay, so, that last thing. Archbishop Rhea is Ceros. Yes. Is she really the goddess' firstborn daughter? More memories, perfectly clear. Sometimes the Nabatean mind was a curse, though Indek knew that his mother had not intended it that way. Ceros, in her youth, standing beside him, telling him proudly that she was his big sister. Ceros, bandaging up her younger siblings, or encouraging them, or her favorite task admonishing them, a little drill sergeant for her mother and corralling the kids into some kind of order. He still remembered her little voice going, I'm the firstborn, you have to listen to me. Maybe that was the problem, at day's end, that Ceros had loved commanding the others and had always been so very conscious of her position in the hierarchy, so very aware that she was above them. Maybe that was the first sign of what she would become, or maybe he was reading too much into his childhood, putting too much weight on the Ceros he had known, and not the Ceros she would become. Yes, Indek said. Shit. So the goddess was real after all, Miquelon said. There goes my atheism. Fuck. Indek chuckled. If it helps, he replied, my mother always liked human atheists. She said skepticism was a good trait, and to be nurtured. Miquelon nodded. That's a weird thing for a goddess to say, he said, then scratched his scar. What was she like? A question so many of the newcomers asked. All these modern-day humans had grown up worshipping Indeka's mother in a church that covered the continent, so of course they were curious about her. Judith had asked it, so had Emil, Leone's right hand, and many of the soldiers in the army. Leone had never asked. Indek wondered about that, sometimes. But even though the question was an eminently reasonable one, and despite how often they asked it, Indek found that it had never gotten any easier to explain. You'd think it would be. It wasn't like he didn't perfectly remember every time he'd ever answered it, but, well, each time he was asked, he ended up saying something a little different. Never a lie, and he didn't ever quite mean to do it that way. It was just hard to summarize a whole person. Harder to summarize a person like his mother, what to focus on. His first memories of her, when he hatched newborn and hungry and angry from his egg, because Indek had been the world's pissiest baby. Suthies, smiling down at him, her face full of delight, even as he mewed, hungry, her strong hands picking him up gently by his then soft shell. "Hello, little one," she'd said, and her eyes were full of love. "I'm your mama." In reply, he'd tried to bite her nose. Again, he'd been a cranky baby. Or how sad she was, inside, for reasons he'd never been able to parse. Even when things were going well, there was a sort of desperate unhappiness in his mother, just under the skin, and he got that. Even as a child, he understood, because he was shy-natured in his youth, and no matter how much he loved the company of his siblings, he sometimes just had to run off and be alone, for a while, hiding at the bottom of deep lakes and breathing deep of the solitude. It was why he'd made himself funny. Indek was the only one of Suthi's children who ever actually understood her, who saw the great despair inside, and he had always thought it was unjust, that the woman who brought her children such happiness should be sad, and so, with titanic effort, he had went from being her shy child to being her funny kid, and he only hoped that his antics had lifted her mood once or twice. But those were all complicated things to say, and they were near the village, so he told Miklon the simplest truth about Suthi's. How she was always there, how she understood all of her kids, how much joy she took just from seeing them grow and learn, the love in her eyes, be she talking of her Nabatean creations or the adopted spirit of humanity. She was a good mother, he said. Miklon stopped scratching his scar, and nodded his head. Not a bad thing for a goddess to be, he said, with something odd in his voice, something almost wistful. Lot of worse things to be. Then they crossed a ridge, and the village was laid out below them, and Miklon had nothing more to say. Eventually, everything ends, both sorrows and delights, and the day waited for no one. "We need to leave," Dorothea whispered into her ear, her breath tickling her flesh and making Edelgard's body do all kinds of things it had never done before. "Need to meet with the lions at Lorenz's tent." "Okay," Edelgard said, and with one last kiss, rose up, Dorothea still in her arms. "Okay." She smiled at her, shyly, her face a warm and bright thing. Dorothea, amused, kissed her on the nose, and Edelgard feared her blush would set fire. But then Dorothea truly arose, and Edelgard got up, too, from this overfluffed beast. What kind of bed was this? Edelgard vaguely recalled people gifting Dorothea pillows, over the years, a competition she'd barely noticed anything in the ashes. Apparently, this is where all those pillows were sacrificed, to summon this lumpy beast of a bed. "What will we be discussing with the kingdom?" Edelgard asked. "Ash sent a message over about there being something off with Lorenz's tent and the supplies. Hubert confirmed that it's kind of odd, and gave me the details. The supplies, the supply caravan is off. I'll tell you more once I come back." Edelgard nodded. "And after that, I'm sure you've already thought of this, but I've been thinking since I woke back up, and we need to formalize an alliance with the kingdom." "I have thought of that," Dorothea said with a smile. "Here, while I'm at the meeting with Felix and Ash, read over this." She pulled out a drawer, and placed a notebook before Edelgard, on which was written the Griffin Federation. Small tabs of paper stuck out at the side, marking pages within the notebook, each labeled in Dorothea's neat, tight handwriting: Faergus and Dusker, Sethlene's tribe, Economic Union, Military Aid, Church Restoration, Alliance, and Almira. One tab that drew the eye the most: Brigid. "Learn it," Dorothea said. "You've saved Dimitri's life twice now, maybe he'll listen to you. Coming from me, it's one thing, but I think he might hear you out." Edelgard nodded. "I'll make myself ready." Dorothea gave her a quick kiss for that, then the taller woman unruffled her clothes and freshened up for a moment before leaving her lover to her work, Edelgard sitting down at her lover's small desk to read over the plans. They stood atop the hill, and all Sethlene was laid out below them. Calling Sethlene a village a few decades ago would have stretched the word's meaning. Now, it had broken loose from those bonds entirely. The village itself was more properly a small town, laid out below them in a valley that sank deep down out of sight of the surrounding foothills. Overseeing the entire community was a statue of Cethline that Indek had carved himself out of an entire cliffside, a combination of tomb and memorial and temple that had taken him long decades to make. Nabatea did not die, until the day Suthes did, and then they died in such droves that they had no time to learn how to mourn in their own way. As in so many things, the children of the goddess had to turn to older humanity, and from the elder race learn ways of coping. The great leviathan of her dragon self curled around her human shape, and both her bodies watched over the tribe she had once formed. That cliff had watched as a few scattered survivors had turned into many. Birth was difficult for the Nabatea, a long process, but 1,000 years was not a small amount of time even to a dragon. They had been blessed to be fruitful, and so they had multiplied. It helped that they remembered Cethline's healing arts, that they had maintained the great gift a human woman had once passed on to their leader. In teaching Cethline, Flane had saved generations. The tribe kept to her old arts, and it made the difficult process of birth easier. Their homes lay all around the lake which they'd named after him, to Indeka's embarrassment in a great curving sweep, following the round shore. The houses closest to the beach were small, human-sized, for the Nabateans who preferred that body. As they moved out, they grew bigger, more cavernous, most being little more than gateways into actual, dug-out caverns. Few of Cethline's people spent all their time as great dragons if nothing else. It was an incredible strain on food resources, but those who did needed the room. Past the largest houses were the wide farming fields, fed by the great river that came out of the western foothills, descending from the last mountains of eastern Faergus to flow here to this once nameless lake. The farms grew a variety of crops, or supported the ever-present swarms of chickens that were everywhere, along with a considerable number of cows, moving about in fields left fallow and rotated yearly. Eggs and milk, easy and renewable sources of protein, very necessary for some species of the Nabatea, who were practically obligate carnivores. Nemesis idea, when they'd been trying to figure out how their two species could coexist without a goddess to mediate between them, the bandit king approaching each problem with a straightforwardness so relentless it was almost clever. The river, which they'd never bothered to name, wound past these places until it eventually crossed beneath the carved cliff before plunging into the lake, with Cethline's human hands forming a bridge over it. He'd been particularly proud of that achievement. He'd had to invent a kind of rocky paste to get that to stay, and he'd managed it despite being a Nabatean. He was proud, too, of this village. He had failed to protect Cethline, but he thought he had not led her tribe so poorly in the aftermath. From their few scattered survivors and a handful of stragglers of Ciro's army, who had come to them when all things were done, had come this great gathering of his people, larger than any of the great generations his mother had created. A hard thing so many had almost given up to despair, early on, suicide ever present. Those who had held it together only with the adrenaline of combat and who, bereft of war, could not face the grief inside them, had been the worst, too often victims of their own hands. But he'd managed it. At least inbreeding wasn't a problem, as long as they kept it to cousins, at worst easier than one might suspect. Since small as the initial group had been, none of them were related to each other. A minor blessing. It helped that his mother had made her children resilient against such corruption in their blood, a precaution given their small numbers. Of course, she'd also assumed she'd have time to make more of them. Even the divine couldn't predict the future perfectly. Villagers milled about, mostly as humans, the sea green in everyone's hair. A few of the oldest were fishing, but most of those that could be seen were out in the fields, working, weeding long rows of vegetables and grains, tending to the animals, or maintaining the small orchard they'd finally managed to get started in the farthest reaches of the fields. But the town, impressive as it was, did not draw the eye of their visitors first. No, most were staring at the far shore of the lake, where, despite the distance, they could clearly see a dragon being outfitted in armor. She was a grim dragon, broad and low like a toad, eyes small and clever things atop a too small cranium. Her front legs were her wings, two great curling bat things, and her wide, sharp-toothed mouth ended in two great jutting tusks that curved like scythes, their discolored white a contrast to her black and gray scales. A great system of cranes and pulleys was all around her, the makeshift dock by which their human allies applied the great plate of armor in a mimicry of how they'd once built battleships. This was a test run, checking to see if everything worked, some more tightening of the chains and buckles that kept the pieces on, and then the humans and their machines slipped away, to let her try it out. She took a few heavy steps, grunted, said something in the low, terrifying bass of her species, a growling sound like an executioner's axe whet impact. She took a few steps back, and up came the humans and their devices again, making adjustments based on the dragon's words. More than just the armoring was going on, though Indek was glad Leone had thought to set that up, give their visitors a spectacle to watch. First impressions mattered, and given Miklon's literal jaw drop, it was clear this was making quite an impression. All around the dragon being suited up was the last free army of Leicester, the one piece of the alliance that had, so far, escaped Rhea's clutches. Even at this distance, you could see and hear much of what was going on over there, sounds carrying well across the lake. The war industry, 3 years old now, resounded, the high whine of saws slicing through trees, the ever-present sound of hammering as timbers were connected into siege engines and metal was beaten into shape, the hiss of tannery acids as hides were transformed into leather for boots and gloves, the sizzle of cooking for hungry workers. But Indeka's eyes were drawn to the sights, in particular, the flags that flew over the great golden camp. They flew high and free, though none were quite the same flag they had once been. Oh, it was still gold and brown, and still divided into sections, but these were new sections, and only 2 this time, divided vertically down the middle. On the left was the symbol of House Daphnel, with the house symbols of every minor house that had joined her cause surrounding it in a circle. On the other half was Sethleen's crest. The new alliance would not be human alone, though Indek had not been entirely happy with the idea. They had been safe here, after all, and that was the task he had taken up in Sethleen's name, the safeguarding of her people. But, after consideration and a vote of every adult in the village, this had been too big a decision for Indek to make alone. The village had agreed that it was time to re-enter the world. Ciro's return alone meant many of the oldest, those original survivors, would vote that way so they could fight her. The ancient battle remained unfinished. The younger ones wanted to see the world, only the naturally cautious, like Indek himself, voted against it. He had voted against it because he felt he should, that his job was to safeguard Sethleen's survivors, but he had bowed to the group's will. Most wanted to go. Maybe it was time, they could not stay here forever. It was incredible they'd managed to stay hidden this long, and they weren't that hidden, hell, they paid taxes. Technically, they were on the map, if only very specific maps of this particular area, kept only at Gareg Mach. Admittedly, they paid taxes through a complicated scheme he'd set up centuries ago with the church that involved sending the shipments to a local baron. The current one had never questioned the weird religious community at the outskirts of her territory, so long as her payments arrived on time. Then the war had come, she had died fighting for Daphnel, and that was that. All this flickered through Indeka's head in the time it took Miklon's jaw to close, after it had fallen open at the sight of a dragon armored like a knight for battle. That's a dragon in full plate, he said, perfectly calmly. Yes, Indek said, smiling at the human's clear stupefaction. Gwendol started laughing, big deep guffaws. That's brilliant, the old berserker declared. I love it. Kristoff just shook his head. Oh my. Holy shit, Diane said from behind Miklon. Goddess, I hope the Alliance doesn't start doing that with its dragons there. Well, shit, I guess that is the Alliance over there, too. Well, this is going to get confusing. Yeah, Miklon said, slowly shaking his head. But still, dragon in full plate. Thank the goddess Rhea's never thought of that, though why in the world she hasn't, I can't imagine. She hates humans, Indek said with a shrug. It wouldn't occur to her until someone else did it. I doubt she thinks humans have anything to add to dragons. She'd have to be horribly frustrated to even ask a human for help, much less accept it. Miles away, Rhea watched as Cyril's experiments began to show promise, with a terrible smile on her face. So, hell, I'm holding us up, Miklon said, and prodded his horse forward again. Well. My report to my king is going to be, so much longer than I thought it was going to be. I imagine so, Indek said, still grinning. You're enjoying the shit out of this, aren't you? Miklon said, and Indek nodded cheerfully. It's one of my greatest joys surprising newcomers. You get to be as old as I am, you take your fun where you can. Miklon barked a laugh at that, as they continued down into the town, his eyes tracing the great cliffside carving. Indek smiled as he looked at it. Her statue, his great tribute to her. He had worked on it for decades, centuries, getting it just right. It was so hard, to create, to learn, to make things. He had never been jealous of humans until he had tried to shape stone into lifelike shape. His mother had sought to make them eternal, to give them great lifespans similar to her own, but there was a cost to everything. She had to take potential out of them, to solidify it into actuality, and that meant they had so much less of it than humans did. The inner chaos of a human could be given life in poetry and dreams and literature, but a dragon's insides were orderly. They had to work twice as hard to be half as creative. Sometimes, Indek thought he'd only managed the carving because he was trying to copy Sethleen's form as it had been, instead of inventing a new thing. But his mother had not taken all the chaos out of their souls, and that something was hard did not mean it was impossible. And it wasn't like he hadn't had time. So, eventually, the cliff took her shape. Sethleen, the prophet to her people, who went crying out into the wilderness when Suthi's own daughter proved unworthy of the crown she'd inherited. Sethleen, whom they had followed towards the ugly red light from his mother's bones, which in Nemesis' hands had proven, against all odds, holy. Nemesis. Divine murderer. Nemesis. Mortal hero. Indek had never known what to feel about him, hatred, obviously, but then admiration, for his courage, for the intensity of his struggle to do the right thing by the very woman he had murdered. Towards the war's end, Indek thought that he might have even come to like him if for no other reason than because, no matter how much Indek hated him for killing his mother, Nemesis had hated himself for it more, and that was the strangest thing of all. In human lands, Nemesis had his stained glass and his accolades in human lands. Here, in the land of Nabateans, Sethleen took pride of place, and their finest monument to her was Indeka's great cliff carving. At the cliff's top was a relief of her as she truly was, the honorable Leviathan, hewn straight from the rock over long years. Her 6 great fins, the sleek, powerful sea serpent mass of her body, the head, great wide eyes and wide carved mouth, that strong toothless jaw. He'd found a patch of sea green stone while digging out the relief that had been perfect in color. He had used it for her eyes, which sparkled in the sunlight, magnificent against the dusky red stone. Beneath, he had carved the upper half of her human body, her hair using up the rest of that perfect sea green stone, her eyes and face beneath that lovely color kind and smiling. Her dragon stone dangled down to touch the ground, and her hands were cupped before it, palms flat and open. That part Indek was particularly proud of. The palms of her hands were the bridge over the river at the mountain's foot, and her dragon stone formed the doors to the temple. It had taken him a good decade to figure out how to make that whole thing work. "What's that?" Miklon said, wrenching his gaze from the plate-mailed dragon with an effort, awed by the sculpture's size. "Sethleen's temple," Indek said. "We remember our holy ones and our dead, too." Miklon paused, thinking something very hard, picking at his scar, and then spoke up very gently. "You know, they say she's alive down in Adrestia," the scarred man said, with gentleness you would not have expected from a man who looked so much like a hacked-at tree stump. Miklon knew the words he was about to say had edges, and so he did not hurl them into the conversation, but delicately picked them up, so Indek could examine them safely. "They say a lot of things about the Black Eagles, though. Leonie told me the rumors," Indek said. "But I remember her the way Siros had savaged her. It would have been touch and go with all our healers attending her, and when Sikal carried her off, well, that was it." "Maybe," Miklon said, but his hand unconsciously worried at his scar. "My wife, though, she keeps a newspaper. She used to be a bodyguard for Lady Edelgard, the leader of the Black Eagles. Right before all hell broke loose, and Adrestia was lost, they printed a drawing of Edelgard and all her eagles. Probably sheer propaganda, and this would have been half a decade ago. But my wife, she swears that the drawing's accurate for all the people she knew personally, the princess and her Brigid retainer and some dark mage who looks kind of like he just killed somebody." Indek raised an eyebrow as Miklon plunged on with his seemingly meaningless anecdote. "And, well, I hate to say this. It feels cruel, without more. But I've seen that girl. That statue? I saw her. She was healing them, and she looked just like that, except with bad scars all over her. big one on her neck, 2 little ones on her jaw, couple marks in other places. Cethleen, torn in pieces, Ceros biting at her face, her neck, blood splattering everywhere, Holiness gutting the sea like the fish she so resembled. Indek had rushed, tackled Ceros away, caught a blast of breath that tore through his left side for it, the sickening swirl of light constrained so tightly it not only burned but cut. Cethleen, almost in chunks, eyes glassy and dead, warping back to human in desperation to conserve energy as her last act, Sikal, picking his daughter up in his arms, and if Indek could have moved he would have ripped his head off for the insult, but he only lived because Nemesis was there, Nemesis tackling Ceros all on his own to buy Indeka's allies time to move him, red light blazing, the sword a lashing whip all around him. Indek swallowed heavy. "What was the name of this girl whose portrait you saw?" he asked. "Wasn't Cethleen," Miklon grunted. "Flame, no, something else." "Flame. Flame, that's it. Flame. Flame. Are you sure?" Indek choked out. "Flame. Yes," this most surprising human said softly, seeing the spark of recognition in Indeka's eyes. "Impossible," Indek said, even as his mind recalled the woman. The brave healer, who had approached them fearlessly, who had healed sweet Cethleen of her wounds and become the first human to count her as a friend. Flame, half mother, half confidant, and all teacher, the woman who taught Cethleen to heal, in the slow times of the war, who taught her how to put the guts back in a person, not just how to tear them out. Flame, who had been so full of that fragile strength Indek so admired in humanity, whom Indek had accounted as a friend, at the war's end. She'd lived all that time, had survived until the last days, when Nemesis disappeared and his nation tried to eat itself. She had been the last human he'd seen before he left, grieving the niece he had failed, fleeing north with her tribe, in hopes his people could have space to repopulate and regrow after all their losses. He'd offered to let her come with him, her and all her family. They were friends, and he trusted her enough to let her stay where he hoped his people could experience a rebirth. She was not the only one he'd approached. A few other humans had impressed him enough that he wanted their descendants to live alongside his own. Mighty Burgleys, who had killed more enemies than anyone who wasn't one of the elites, Varley, who had always been Indeka's favorite, the woman from the arid lands, clever and an inventor long after Ceros and the javelins had murdered all the other makers of things. Oaks, who had no talent at all, save that his loyalty and integrity were so unquestionable that it made something special of him, a pillar of any community he chose to be part of. But they had all refused. Flame had been their ringleader. They had a plan. Flame and her new husband she'd remarried at some point. Some brave men were going to form a new noble house, and they were going to throw all their weight behind Nemesis' youngest daughter, named Suthes, who for all her youth seemed to be the only one of his kids with her head attached the right damn way. She wanted to preserve the empire, and all the ways of her father and Saint Cethleen, and so it was that the baby of the family was the only one who spoke with the wisdom of an adult in those times. The 4 of them were going to support her, their families to become great noble houses and pit their strength to her cause. It worked, Indek found out later. Suthes the smith, they called that daughter, whom Nemesis had named after the divinity he had murdered, a woman who had accomplished the impossible, and held on to the land her father had made, proving worthy to bear the weight of her name. They'd encouraged him to leave before it got messy. This was a human mistake, they'd told him, and human hands had to end it. Let Indek and his people go free, let his village be, truly, a village for his people alone. "We own the rest of the planet," Flame had said, in her straightforward way. "Won't kill us to let you guys have a peace. A people deserve a land of their own." They'd shook hands, and nodded, the last respects between friends, crystal clear in the perfect memory of a dragon. Flame taught her how to heal, Indek said. "If she's calling herself Flame, she might, but she died. Sikal stole her corpse." Miklon shrugged. "I don't know what to tell you, I'm just reporting what I've heard. If she was alive." "Goddess." The joy of that, his heart leapt in his chest at the very idea. His little niece, alive. "Goddess," Indek said. "Aye. Cethleen, alive." He wondered what she'd think of all this. She'd probably be disappointed, he thought with a disbelieving giggle, she'd be so mad at him. All he'd done since stepping into her shoes seemed like so very little. When you came right down to it, he was a terrible successor. Cethline had led them to glory against Ceros, had upheld Suthi's teachings, and helped build the empire of Adrestia. Indek had a house by a lake, a statue, and a little village. Those were his accomplishments. The elder had inherited leadership from the younger, and proven he was worse with it. She'd mock him, almost certainly. Part of being family was the ability to rag on each other. And he would give almost anything, to hear her yell at him, for her to be present to yell at him. For her to be alive, and whole again, his little niece not punished for her courage but rewarded, and chewing him out for being shit as a leader. If she was alive. He looked at her statue, and for the first time in a long time, he felt that terrible thing humanity and Nabatean both must simply call hope. This doesn't make any damn sense, Dorothea said, holding her chin in her fingers as she and her retainer Raphael stood alongside Felix and Ash, all four staring at the spot where Laurent's command tent had, apparently, exploded. So, you guys didn't do this, Felix stated. Dorothea shook her head. Nope, she said. We thought about attacking the tent, of course. It wouldn't be the first time we'd cut the knot before us by assassinating the commander, but it was too deep behind enemy lines, too risky and too well protected. Well, we didn't do it, Ash offered. So we have a mystery, then, Felix muttered, rubbing at the thin hair on his chin, cut in the style his father had worn in his last days. I don't much like mysteries. They get people killed. They were all quiet for a minute, just standing there in a circle. They were fairly removed from the hubbub of their two armies, and their guards had deployed as a screen around them, watching for enemies. Though it would be hard to approach them stealthily, they were surrounded by open fields. Laurent had chosen his command post well. This had been deep in the Allied camp, and had good sight lines. Their guards talked quietly amongst themselves, generally Faergi asking the eagles a few questions while, in the distance, their armies woke up and began their day, a distant noise on the breeze. Raphael finally broke the silence. Maybe he torched it when the battle started to turn. Raphael said. To destroy any intelligence we could have gained. If he had that much time, why not just run with it? Dorothea asked. Worse, several of the commanders we've interrogated have said that the command staff just disappeared at one point. None of the messengers could find them. You've broken them that quickly? Ash said, boggled, and Dorothea gave him a smirk. We're Black Eagles, she replied simply, and their reputation was such that Felix and Ash simply nodded. They had no idea of the truth. Black Eagle interrogations were a simple thing, for all that they rarely had a chance to do it. Taking prisoners, after all, was resource-intensive, and given their nature as a smash-and-grab rebel force, most of the time they simply killed their enemies. Still, sometimes capture was the better option, when they needed information, and they'd gotten good at extracting it. Not by torture. Torture was something they'd all found mostly useless except in the most unusual and extreme circumstances, though it was admittedly excellent stress relief for the torturer. Torture a soul, and it'll tell you anything just to make the pain stop, not necessarily the truth, and the smarter, more vindictive ones would tell you a believable lie, just to spite you. But keep someone a little while, mostly by themselves, and treat them fairly, and eventually they'll tell you everything they know. Humans were social creatures, after all, and if the only person you see for days was your jailer, and they seemed friendly enough, well, eventually, you'd talk. They mostly killed them afterwards, something they made no bones about. They could not risk a former captive talking to his commander about their locations, but they did make them an offer to join, first. The Eagles were perpetually low on manpower, after all. Most took the deal. Not a few of the current flock of Eagles were former captives. More than half proved loyal enough turncoats. Those who didn't were killed before they did any harm, because Dorothea was not stupid, and had proven eyes watching any would-be recruit. But that wasn't why these officers had talked. The few they'd caught seemed foolish almost to a soul, and they'd been almost eager to talk, convinced the Eagles were going to feed them to their dragons. One had even pissed himself. Cowards and dumbasses, the lot of them. There were only 3 Dorothea thought were worthwhile officers, and none of them had talked, though one had managed, with some effort on her part, to spit directly into Hubert's eye. The rest, though, they were all singing the same song, and that was what worried Dorothea. I bow to superior skill, Felix said politely. Which was weird on its own merits. Her memories of Felix the rude, eager swordsman did not mesh with this calm, polite, very noticeably weaponless man before her, who wore the robes of a mage. What all did they say? Our own interrogators haven't reported back yet. They're all saying the same things, Dorothea answered. Which concerns me, since they don't seem disciplined enough to be giving us a pre-planned story. They are all saying that their commander disappeared, mid-battle. All of them say they were promoted recently, and that their former officers were rapidly jailed in the last few months, or replaced, but all of these soldiers are failures, incompetent. There's a handful of the whole lot that might be worth their post, but that's it. That's not like Lawrence, Felix said. We've fought him often, and he's dangerous. Not like this. We haven't fought him much, Dorothea said. What's he usually like? We fought him a few times years ago, and vaguely remember he favored a mixed military, not this monolithic block of archers. He didn't even have much cavalry. And Lawrence loves his cavalry, Felix replied. Every fight we get into with him, we joke that he must be a kingdom general at heart. There's always a significant mounted component to his military, most of them mages as well. He has a lot of archers, of course, he's still from the Alliance, but your memories serve you well, he favored large, complex armies. In many ways, he was the best of the Alliance generals, especially once Judith was executed for treason. Shame about that, Dorothea said, shaking her head. Judith was trying to rebel against Rhea, though we've heard she's still alive. Apparently the execution got interrupted by some archer, who shot the ropes, and some big guy in black plate mail with a scythe. A lot of people think we did it, but it wasn't us. We're not sure where she is now. Interesting, Felix said. I'll keep that in mind. But as to Lawrence, his skills are no joke. This was just off. Wrong. And the lack of discipline was simply appalling. I saw that, too, Dorothea said. No backbone in this army. They were so sloppy that frankly it probably saved more of our troops' lives than anything we ourselves did. They broke and ran much faster than I was expecting them to do. If they'd stood and fought. Quantity has a quality all its own, Felix said, that old adage that every general knew to be true. At some point, all warfare was just a game of numbers, and a big enough number only ever led to one conclusion. I'm grateful they ran as well and grateful for that magnificent surprise attack you Eagles managed to pull. We were able to use our own strengths to sweep the field, and I thank you for it. You're welcome, Dorothea said. Faergus and Adrestion need each other or we're both going to be serving dragons for the rest of our lives. Felix nodded in agreement as Ash spoke up. There's one more thing, Ash said. You probably haven't noticed this yet, because your group is smaller and so you need less, but I spent most of last night combing the supply train we captured. I've gotten pretty good at appraising stuff to take well, I guess I always was good at it, but I've been a quartermaster for a while now. Ash has an excellent eye for spotting secrets and a good head for numbers, Felix said. There's a reason I rely on him so heavily. Ash blushed at the praise. I guess. Anyway, I was looking at the caravan, and then I was comparing what my people were telling me they were finding with what we should have been finding, and something doesn't add up. There's a lot less of some stuff there than I'd expected. For an army that size, especially with that many archers, the caravans should have been just awash with arrows, bowstrings, unstrung bows, fletching feathers, and arrowheads. We should have been able to make a mountain of that kind of stuff, right? But there just wasn't that much. Don't get me wrong, it's still a ton of equipment for our army. Every archer we have can shoot arrows from now till sunset without really impacting the supply much, but we also have way fewer archers than he did. And the stuff he did have, well, so much of this stuff was just wrong. Dorothea nodded. Hubert came to the same conclusion. Tell me, what leads you to this belief? Well, he didn't have big cavalry units, right? Just messengers, horses and stuff, Ash said. But the caravans are full of horseshoes, nails, even anvils for repairing them. And that's not all that was weird. He had a bunch of stuff for heavy infantry, even though I didn't see any on the field. No heavy infantry, but I swear, there was a wagon that was literally just heavy infantry armor. No joke. I popped that wagon open and almost died when all that steel fell out. What the hell? Raphael stated more than asked. That doesn't make any sense. It wasn't as weird as the gemstone collection, though, Ash said. Couple of wagons just had all these weird gems and all this weird magical lab equipment. Dragonstones, Dorothea said, then saw the nonplussed stares of the lions. Oh, sorry, I forgot you don't have monochetes. Dragonstones are how monochetes return to their true forms as dragons. Their weapon, if you will. Really? Felix said. How do they work? It's more simple than it sounds, Dorothea said. Rhea, well, she's actually, you know what, no, I'll tell you who Rhea is later, that's something everybody needs to be present for. Kind of a big deal. Anyway, Rhea spent centuries messing with dragonstones, so we know a lot about them thanks to her experiments. A dragonstone is basically a gem that lets the monochete form a gateway to their true form. We used to think it actually contained that form, but that turned out not to be true. A dragon's true form is always with it, just locked away. You just have to find a key to open that door. Gems and alchemical equipment can be turned into dragonstones. What's it using? Some configuration of a warp spell? Felix asked, intrigued. Substituting a human being for the original form, but maintaining a tie to the original body so it may be summoned up at any time, maintaining it in the limbo you go to when you teleport dash. That's what we figured as well, Dorothea said, favoring him with a sideways smile. When did you become such a scholar of magic? When my father died, Felix replied, which lobbed a brick of ice into the conversation. A moment after, in the dead silence, he caught his mistake, and said, apologies. I am, still not the most nuanced speaker. I'm working on it. Grateful to have a different topic, Dorothea said. I noticed that you didn't seem to be as brusque as you used to be, back in school. Felix smirked. A lot's happened, Dorothea. When I took over after my father passed away, I gave up my sword, took up magic, and the greater burden of rule. I had to grow up. A lot's happened. Felix had acquired a talent for understatement in his self-improvement efforts. Flashes of the last 5 years went through Dorothea's mind. Her first combat kill, bandits in Xanadu, and so long ago that she almost couldn't even remember it. She could vaguely recall being horrified, wondering if this was standard church practice. She remembered singing in choir, bad jokes in the cafeteria, flirting with all and sundry, and the reactions. Sylvain's distant interest, Ingrid's refusal, and above all Edelgard's strange denied want. The way that every look Dorothea sent her lit the girl on fire, even as she said no. Now the church was dead everywhere but Faergus, and Dorothea's hands were so skilled at killing she could barely recall that first bandit, all those years ago. The most common songs on her lips these days were war songs, boastful ballads, or simply her own spells, thundering forth from her. And Edelgard had gone inside herself, the girl who could not admit she liked Dorothea, now denying herself not just her desires, but the world entire. Though that had changed, too, as recently as this morning, the memory a bright warmth to Dorothea. They had done nothing but hold each other and kiss and talk. They would have time for more later. It was enough to lay there and know they had each other, know that they both wanted it, that they wanted each other. There would be time for more later. It was enough to begin. Dorothea shook herself. Apologies. Memories. We all do that, from time to time, Felix admitted quietly. It's nothing. So, Ash, you were saying the supply train was wrong. Yes, Ash replied. There's too much stuff for heavy infantry and cavalry, and not enough for archers. And there's a lot of these gems, which we could sell for cash or apparently turn into these dragonstones y'all use. Which, if you don't mind me asking, why do the dragons run around as humans anyway? Convenience, mostly, Dorothea said. For whatever reason, while the dragon body's floating around in limbo, they only have to eat enough to keep the human form going. Human bodies are also much smaller, so getting around's simpler, and since humans are so numerous, well, most things we make are made for our bodies, so it makes interacting with the world easier, too. Some were using human forms to hide among us, though of course that was generally before Ceros. Dorothea grinned. Also, every monarchete I've ever met loved food. Dragons don't have a sense of taste, but human bodies do. No sense of taste, Raphael said, and pantomimed wiping away a noble tear from his eye. The goddess was truly cruel. Felix barked a surprised laugh at that. Ash looked vaguely discomfited and Dorothea rolled her eyes. It wasn't the first time Raphael had used that joke. At any rate, so not enough supplies for what he had, but lots for things he didn't have, Dorothea said, shaking her head and staring at the ashes that had once been a commander's tent, hoping for inspiration to strike. Supplies for stuff we've got, mostly, Raphael noted. It's almost like he was trying to resupply us. Some distance away, Claude had a bout of paranoia, but after a careful check of his alchemy lab, dismissed it as a false alarm. Paranoia, in his line of work, was not an affliction, but damn near a superpower. And Dorothea did not like the sound of that, even as she knew it couldn't possibly be true, but some part of her was beginning to consider it. Unconsciously, she reached up to adjust the hat that wasn't there, and worried. Claude was clever, after all, maybe the supplies. Check them, she said, suddenly convinced it was a trap. There has to be something wrong with them. I'm going to put my troops back on old rations until we've checked the food. This smacks of a trap. But that wouldn't make any sense either, Ash protested. I mean, we'll check, but if he was smart enough to booby-trap his supply train, why not just wait at the bridge? None of this makes any sense. And that's driving me crazy, Dorothea admitted. I can't figure out what's going on here. She shook her head, staring into the ashes of Lawrence's tent, hoping an answer would materialize out of the fire. At the Great Bridge of Myrden, where silence reigned, a vulture was disgruntled. This was not a normal state of affairs for a vulture, which are by nature happy and fulfilled creatures doing the important work of cleaning up corpses. Stuff died all the time, and somebody had to take care of it, so in came nature's winged janitors, their bald heads marks of pride in their task. It was even more unusual to be disgruntled right now, in the midst of this war. With the war on, death was even more prevalent than usual. Vultures, who feasted on it, had eaten well in these lean times. This very vulture, in fact, had thought it had spotted a great bounty of corpses and it had been first on the scene. Nature recognized no concept of dibs, so it was important to get your bites in as fast as you could. But these corpses, something was wrong with them. It tried to take a bite. No, something its tongue tasted told it this was wrong. It spat and coughed, hacking out the foreign substance that tried to slide down its throat. It hopped over to another corpse, a wyvern this time, and tried again. No, still more of this substance, slick and fluid. Some kind of poison, it figured, and despaired. No wonder there were no bugs on any of these meals. It should have paid attention to that. If even flies didn't want to eat it, there was nothing for a proper birdie to eat either. It squawked, hopped down the bridge, towards a covered place. It peeked in, curious. There was a corpse in here, too, and it stared at it for a minute. The bird, not knowing what a drawing was, pulled back from the body, which had a strange design. It looked like wings. It shook its head. No flies on that body, either. It turned, and flapped away, privately fuming. An entire bridge full of corpses, and none of them you could eat. Sometimes the world just wasn't fair to a bird. This has been a great day, Leonie thought, as the caravan entered Sethlene proper. Finally, it was all finally coming together. It had taken her 4 years, but looking at what she stood on the verge of accomplishing, 4 years seemed almost too fast. She was better at this work than she'd have thought she'd be, back at the beginning, when she had left Deirdre with the beginnings of her son forming in her belly. 4 years, in which she'd accomplished so much. She'd saved Judith from her execution, though Rhea had tried to cover it up, pretend that Daphne's lord was dead in the ground. It hadn't worked. Leonie, with Judith at her side, had managed to gather the scattered remnants of House Daphne back under her banner, and how ironic, that the house which had lost its vote on the Council of the Alliance would be the very same house that would resurrect it, if all went well. Daphne's star, once fallen, was now to rise again. But the Daphne warriors did not stand alone. To Judith she had gathered not just all that was left of Daphne, but all the remnant of every noble house that had stood against Rhea and her takeover, whom Claude had been careful not to wound too badly as he drove them into the western wilderness. To them Leone had appeared, with Judith's banner flying, and gathered them to Daphne, swelling the ranks of the once diminished house until it stood stronger than it ever had, its disparate components united by the desire for revenge on their oppressors, and by Judith's dream that Leicester could stand as a free nation once more, not doomed to be remembered in history only as the favored weapon of a tyrant. Now the last free army of Leicester was based here, preparing for war, alongside Cethlene's tribe, and that was it, that was the dream, of unity at last. Not an easy dream to make real. It had taken so much effort to convince Judith to meet with dragons, though strangely Cethlene's tribe had needed little coaxing. She still remembered the look in Indeka's eyes when she told him Ceros still lived, a secret Claude had passed to her years before. But while the dragons were happy to join, it had taken arm-twisting and blackmail and all of Leonie's best arguments to get the Leicester folk to team up with them, and she couldn't really blame her fellow countrymen. Of all people in the world save perhaps the rebel Amirans, these allied citizens had the most reason to hate dragons. Rhea had made a monster out of Leicester, and every one of her recruits had lost friends and family to her forces when they fought and failed to keep their land the free place it had been. But in time, they had agreed, and it helped that this was Cethlene's original tribe. After some initial friction, they had gotten along famously. Having a shared foe had helped, exactly the way Claude had planned it would, all those years ago. Added to this was her mercenary company, the Blade Breakers, once Geralt's, and now hers by inheritance. She'd recruited busily in the last 3 years, and now her own forces were significant. Not as large as either the Leicester or Cethlene contingents, but large enough that when she spoke, the others listened, which was all she needed, and the composition was different. She had deliberately built her mercenaries so that they filled in the gaps of the others. Daphne's forces were mostly archers, not just because that was Leicester's own heritage, but because those who had survived their clashes with Rhea were disproportionately the troops who were furthest away from the front lines, which were flattened by draconic breath and Cethlene's tribe of mighty dragons, while they had healers aplenty, lacked for mages. But her blade breakers were cavalry and infantry, siege weapons, and mages, everything she could find that would suffice to support any weaknesses in the resistance. When the time came, they would have to prove unstoppable, or Leicester flags would never fly in free air again. Some part of her wondered if Geralt was with her, if he had thought highly enough of her that, when he died, some piece of him went to her. She hoped so. Shamir was dead of betrayal these long years, but the weapon Geralt had forged in the form of his soldiers could still strike a blow for him, and she wanted him to know. To this arrow of Leicester she could add the might of rebel Almira, and of all her work, she was perhaps proudest that she had dragged Nader himself here, that she had ridden to Almira on a pirate's vessel and found the rebel king, to convince him to join his might to Leicester's, both victims of Rhea striking back. They'd catch her and her troops in a pincer and destroy her in detail, all the way to Almira's heart. She couldn't wait to see the Faerghus reaction to Nader's presence. It was almost a shame Claude was going to kill Rhea first. These people would deserve the death blow against her, especially the Amirans, who had the right before anyone did. But between those two nations, and with the help of these kingdom warriors, who seemed agreeable enough, yes. She'd been worried about Faerghus, but Faerghus had proven quite willing to at least hear them out. She had to hope that continued. Maybe the kingdom was in more dire straits than she'd thought. She remembered Hilda complaining about how difficult it was to balance killing Faerghus with saving it. She wondered how she was doing, how any of them were doing, even as she knew that, as the plan entered its last stages, the answer to that question would inevitably become only one thing: death. Still, she kept those thoughts inside. She'd have a chance to go over them later, when she was deciding what to put into the report she'd send to Claude. Chapter 10, Interlude 2, An Adrestian Mage in King Dimitri's Court. Annette walked among her people, and felt a stranger. It had been a long time since she'd stood with fellow Faergi. Oh, the Black Eagles had Faergi aplenty in their ranks, but it was different. The flag they served under was the Imperial Eagle. Her leader was the Emperor of Adrestia, not the King of Faerghus, and most of her own personal troops were Adrestians. She was a mage, after all, and led mages. That fact had always made her just a little separate from her fellow Faergi, along with her talkative and cheerful nature. Her father had actually encouraged her, when she had spoken of how different she felt, how unlike her countrymen she was. Gilbert had been warm and encouraging, and pointed out that it was through people like her that societies changed. Gilbert, without the horror of his king dying before him, turned out to be a better father than one might suspect, given his visible failure in that regard in so many other timelines. She'd loved that idea, had chosen to join the Black Eagles so long ago because she wanted to be the best sorceress possible, teach Faerghus new ways of doing things. A culture wasn't a monolith, just look at all the Leicester folk who had joined them, who had turned away from Claude and his dragon-worshipping ways to fight for equality and freedom. She had dreamed of making magic more acceptable in Faerghus, the land of knights uncomfortable with any magic save that of the healer. There was a reason there was only one school of magic in the entire land, and that in Verdant, most cosmopolitan of the nation's cities. But now, surrounded by blue and white flags, she felt like she was visiting some foreign land. The accents around her, the gentle trill of Faerghus, was stronger than she'd heard in a long time, the Faergi among the eagles picking up the harsher tones of Adrestian accents, weighing down their pitch. What do I sound like? Annette wondered. Her friends were all Adrestians, save Raphael, and he was from the area near Adrestia that shared the accent. She'd sound like an Adrestian, she bet. You picked up the accents around you, she'd read once. Annette moved among her people, in many senses of the word. Her personal squad of mages accompanied her. Dorothea had ordered anyone who wanted to visit the Blue Lions to take some troops with them, just in case. There was the worst-case scenario, of a Faerghus soldier proving to be a traitor to Leicester and crippling or killing someone in a surprise attack, which could have any number of consequences. There was also the more common and probable issues of drunk soldiers picking fights, being suspected of being a spy, or any number of other damn things that might happen. A bodyguard was just common sense, and Annette agreed, so she'd dragged her squad with her. Her mage company, all Adrestians, save for a single Morphean, bore the traditional garb of Adrestian mages, the big hats and cloaks in red and black that were the stereotypical uniform of mages across the continent. Adrestia had been first, after all, and magic was the heart blood of the nation. They got many friendly waves and greetings as they moved in the camp. It was after Dorothea had her little conference at Lorenz's tent. Annette had a short window in which to see her fellow Blue Lions, before some big pitch Dorothea wanted to make. Dorothea had signed off on her going because she hoped it'd butter Dimitri up. Annette hadn't liked that one bit, but Dorothea had pleaded with her, emphasized that Adrestia needed it. Adrestia, whose garb she now wore, whose people she commanded and fought for. The waves and hellos weren't personal. No one said Annette's name, or recognized her. How could they? She was wearing Adrestian colors. These were the friendly greetings of allies, not countrymen. Her sensation of strangeness grew. They wandered through the camp, her eyes looking for her former classmates. No one had questioned them yet, though that almost certainly wouldn't last. Somebody would come along and ask their business. Class reunion, Annette thought, and almost snorted despite herself. That was more or less the gist of it. She wondered how they'd changed, in the intervening years. They'd heard rumors, of course, but she was a Black Eagle, and thus she knew better than anyone how time and distance had a habit of mutating the truth into fictional shapes. Her own legend literally preceded her. Annette could not count the number of times some new recruit had wanted to meet the Witch Knight, and found not some legendary figure, but merely a Faerghus expatriate who liked singing made-up songs and couldn't walk 10 steps without tripping. She supposed she'd done some impressive things, or at least, she'd done things that sounded impressive if you hadn't been there. For Annette, though, when she was in the thick of it, there was just her cheery rage, beating like a non-stop drum in her heart. All she had to do was think of all the things the Alliance had taken from her, and off she went, turning her pain into power, the world's happiest berserker. It was why she got Edelgard's issue. Annette personally thought it was because Edelgard was too angry. She'd gotten so mad that it burned up everything inside and left her cold ashes. Annette's fury wasn't nearly so dangerous to her. Her flame wasn't so concentrated that it wielded her, instead of her wielding it. But now that Petra's back, Annette thought, remembering their conversation, how Edelgard seemed healthier, better. Annette got that. She still had her periods of focusless wandering, and anxiety crawling up and down her back. Maybe it was like that. Maybe having her best friend back would heal her emperor. Suthies, watch over Edelgard, and bring her back to us, she prayed, quietly. Prayer, She hadn't prayed in years. Not a purposeful decision, just, there was so much to do. At the start, it had been her, Raphael, and Flane holding the Eagles together at Dorothea's command, and it had kind of fallen away in those desperate early days, too busy running to pause for breath to pray. And then before combat, when so many prayed, well, Annette actually liked combat, she was at ease with killing, so she didn't need to pray for comfort. They'd taken her father from her, after all, so she liked taking her pound of flesh back. She relished battle. Not all the stories of the witch knight were just fable. She'd caught herself cackling once or twice, laughing as the wind tore at her enemies. She was a bit ashamed of that, now. She wondered what Mercedes would think of it. What stories had she heard? She knew Dorothea had met with her, as had Edelgard, to the extent Edelgard had met anyone in the last 5 years, but Annette had been off on a raid at the time. Shame, she'd have loved to catch up with her. The others, how had they fared? Was Felix still as weird and sword-obsessed as he had been? Had Ingrid achieved her dreams of being a peerless knight? Had Sylvain ever stopped being a dick? She thought, and giggled to herself. That was a little unfair. Even back at Garreg Mach, underneath the outward sort of contempt, there had been a better man inside, but the thought amused her, and distracted her from this odd emptiness inside. Ugh. She hated this. She was terrible at brooding. Give her the bright spark of rage or a fresh breeze of general joy any day. She was a chipper, upbeat person by nature. This gloom was unnatural to her spirit. Give it to Hubert or Ferdinand, they would have handled this better. A messenger ran up, distracting her from her uncharacteristic brooding. "Greetings," he said cheerfully, and Annette was momentarily assailed by visions of the gatekeeper, but this man had the dark skin of Dusker, and his accent was so strongly Faergus that she suspected him of being a native-born, one of the numerous people of mixed ethnicity on either side of the divide. Lord Gaspard heard there was a band of Black Eagles in camp. "What can we do for you?" Tell Dimitri sorry, tell Lord Gaspard that Annette, their old classmate, wishes to see King Bladdid," she said, and hoped it wasn't improper. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to say. Her title? Was her family still alive? She guessed her uncle would be the current lord of the family, in distant lands. Distant lands. An odd way to think of one's home. Odder still, to think of Dimitri, gentle, awkward Dimitri, as King Bladdid. And Lord Gaspard probably Christoph, but what if it was Ash? She'd heard he got adopted in the last few years. Lord Gaspard. That would be weird to say to him. She wondered how they all looked. "Annette Southey's coffin, are you the witch knight?" the messenger said, looking her over a bit disbelieving. Yes, Annette said, and managed a sardonic grin. "I'm not precisely what you were expecting, I imagine." "Nope," the man admitted cheerfully. "For one thing, I thought your eyes glowed. Also, you're supposed to be super tall, blonde, and got like a manic laugh thing going on." No, Annette said, chuckling. "Okay, all of that except the blonde part I've heard. Why am I blonde in these stories?" The man shrugged. "No idea," he said. "So, have you done all the stuff they say?" "She has," one of her mages replied. "She won't say it, but she has." "Gort," she chided, snapping her head to him, and the Adrestian chuckled. "Sorry, boss," he said, tipping his hat lightly to her, "but you always downplay all you've done." Turning to the messenger, he said, "I've seen her do incredible feats, Faergi. Stuff you wouldn't believe. Hell, I was there, and I have trouble believing it." "Ugh," Annette said, shaking her head. "Ignore him. Go get Dimitri, would you?" "On it, ma'am," the knight said, snapping a salute before retreating. As he left, Annette turned a glower on Gort. "My apologies, boss," he said again, fiddling with his hat, "but I don't want you downplaying yourself in front of all these Faergi. You're my commander, you've done great things, they should know." Thank you, Gort, but don't speak out of line again," Annette said. It took her a minute to realize just what he'd said. All these Faergi. Not even a single acknowledgement that she, too, was Faergi. Right, she thought. Her sensation of alienation grew. In time, a different messenger approached, A knight in full plate wearing a great lion-headed helmet. "I am here for Annette Dominic," the visitor said, "but that voice." "Ingrid?" Annette asked, and the lion-headed knight laughed. "Goddess, it's good to see you," the lady knight said. "And just look at you." Little Annette grew up. Annette chuckled, her heart lightening just at the sound of her old friend's voice. It's good to see you," she said. "Quite an impressive helmet you have there." Ingrid laughed. "Come on, everyone's waiting to see you." They moved through the camp, an easier task with Ingrid at their head, so many soldiers, nodding or bowing, or tapping friends, getting them to look. "Look. That's the witch knight. She's with Ingrid Almighty. The widow and the witch, wonder what they're doing. Witch knight looks fancy with that big hat. That's how Adrestians dress, they like big hats 'cause it's so hot where they live. Wish I lived in a hot country." "Shut up, Sasha." Annette giggled. The rhythm was familiar, something she'd heard in the Black Eagles camp so many times in this last half-decade from rookies and recruits, the common man seeing something out of story, half awe and half inanity. Ingrid had become a living legend. Just like me, Annette thought wryly. What odd times to live in. In time, they reached the great command tent. Ingrid took time to bow to the Dusker guards before turning back to Annette. "Your mages will have to wait outside, but you are a guest here, as are they. No harm will come to them," Ingrid said. "Wait here," Annette said to her squad. "Standard practices." "Got it," Gort replied, as they set up in a casual circle, watching the camp around them. Standard practices, a code Dorothea had come up with, code for a simple plan. If they were attacked, her squad would send up signals to warn any other eagles, bright and loud fireballs up in the air. Just another one of Dorothea's ideas, nothing like the war Annette's childhood books of chivalry had described, nothing like any war she'd studied at Garreg Mach, they'd have to invent a word for it. Standard practices probably wouldn't be necessary here, but you never knew. She'd spent too long on the run not to be prepared. She followed Ingrid into the tent, and time stopped. They sat gathered around a table filled with papers, and her eyes drank them in as they looked over her. Dmitri, whose face was more gaunt, sharper featured, a king's crown on a brow furrowed from 5 years of war. Dida next to him, who but for a few scars was the same, dependable as stone. Felix, who looked strange in the robes of a mage, whose severe face was softening as he looked at her. Sylvain, who didn't seem to have that nervous energy left anymore, who seemed to have finally settled into the skin of a grown man. Ash, who was missing a finger, but gave her the same friendly smile he'd always had. For just a second, 5 years had not passed, for just a second, nothing had passed between them at all. Felix broke the moment. Annette. Then they were up, scrambling around the desk, and she was being hugged, this pride of lions dogpiled their lost little one. Annette. You're alive. We heard stories. Good to see you looking good. You grew into a beauty. Sylvain. She hugged back, sort of, there was only so much Annette to go around, after all. Her hat got smushed up against Dida's shoulder, her face got buried in Dimitri's furry ruff, and she nearly suffocated. She hugged what she thought was Felix, and maybe part of Ingrid. She might have teared up. Just a little. She rubbed her eyes on Dimitri's fur, she wasn't going to break down in tears. She was a Faergi, after all. They broke apart, and there were smiles on every face. In all this war, they'd somehow made it. Annette, Dimitri said, with a smile. It is so good to see you. Same to you, Dimitri, she said. I didn't expect it to take 5 years. No, Sylvain said, I imagine you didn't foresee any of this, when you joined Bylitha's class. Didn't she die? Ash asked. She recovered, Annette answered. Is Flane actually Saint Cethline? Ingrid asked. Yes, Annette said, I was surprised, too. Wait, we're being terrible, Felix said. Please, sit, Annette. Anything you want to eat? We've plenty enough now. He waved the group back, presenting a chair to Annette personally. Thank you, Annette said, and gave him a smile. I don't feel like eating, but I wouldn't mind a drink. Do you have any wine? Absolutely, Felix said. What would you prefer? Something red and sweet, she said. Felix pointed at one of the servants in the room. Servants in need just now noticed, finally able to see something other than her old friends. Servants and guards. Go see if we have some of that red barley left, he said, and the servant left. Felix settled down into his own seat, and no one said anything for a long moment, before Annette picked the thread back up. Where's Merci? She asked. I don't see her here. The smiles that left their faces told her the story, even before anyone spoke. Oh. Oh. She didn't hear Dimitri's sad explanation. Not really. Merci. She'd missed seeing her, and now she never would. Merci, her best friend in her dyad. Merci, who was so kind to her stupid, clumsy ass. Dead, another person taken from her by Leicester. She closed her eyes, and reached inside herself, for her anger, her strength in these times, and leaned on it. Wind swirled in the room, quiet and angry, a thrum of tension like the world holding its breath. I will kill them, she swore. I will kill them all. When she opened her eyes, Dimitri seemed a bit spooked, though Felix seemed mostly impressed. How did Merci die? She asked. I sent her on a mission to find an ancient Agarthan artifact, Dimitri said sadly. If blame exists, it is mine. Annette shook her head. Unless you ordered her to die, that is simply not true. The Alliance killed her. Regardless, Dimitri said, it's why we're out here at all. We need to cross the Great Bridge, then we can cut east and find where she was, find the thing she found. She did find something, then? Annette asked, and Dimitri nodded. She didn't die in vain, cold as that comfort is, Dimitri said. Cold comfort is better than none, Annette replied. We've all lost people in this war. How many times had Annette stood over dying eagles, or tried to breathe life back into them with her spells? She was relatively poor at healing magic compared to the kind that killed, but it had been enough for a few eagles, and not enough for many others. True, Sylvain said, frowning. Her wine arrived at that moment, and the servant poured her a glass in the ensuing quiet. A good bit of Adrestian wine, which she'd developed a taste for among the eagles. She took a calming sip. This wasn't half bad, barley wine was always nice and sweet. Annette put her drink down, and pushed her hurt and anger to the side. She'd deal with the dead later, she had the living before her now. Let us focus on the people still alive, Annette said, and forced herself to smile. Wasn't the first time she'd had to do it over the last 5 years. What's been up with you guys? Did Sylvain ever stop being a dick? Dimitri broke out into surprised laughter, as did Ingrid, while Sylvain spluttered and Felix sighed. Didu almost laughed, but with great force of will, stopped himself, and managed to look as if he was suffering terrible gastrointestinal distress in the bargain. We meet after 5 years, and this is what you say to me, Sylvain said theatrically with one hand extended into the air, his voice wounded innocence. 5 years of wondering if you were alive. 5 years in which we thought you were dead dash. You did. Annette said. Ingrid nodded. We all did, she said. No one knew what happened after Gareg Mach. We thought all the eagles had died, you included. This was early on, before the rumors of black eagles began to filter back to us in the northwest. I mean, sure, people claimed Edelgard was alive, but there was no actual proof. I believe that, Annette said. Early on, we were little more than an annoyance to the Alliance, so we weren't really generating any stories. We had nothing but our own skill and whatever we could scrounge up for supplies. In the first year, we were so desperate for supplies, we raided a fort in Varley's territory once, and we got 10 horses. We were ecstatic, we had horses again. 10 horses was like. I don't know, I can't describe to you how giddy we were. 10 horses was a lot of horses, for a group that didn't have any. Even Ferdinand and Hubert were smiling. How are they doing? Sylvain asked. Ferdinand, he was always so, nobility. But the way you're talking. That Ferdinand is dead, Annette said. He's the gloomiest member of our group, even more than Hubert. Losing his noble title and his lands, it ruined him. Damn, Sylvain said. Dida spoke. Hopefully we can restore his lands, he said. One of our goals is the restoration of Adrestia. Good, Annette thought. That'll make our work easier. She decided not to think about what that might mean. Good, she said out loud. Adrestia needs the help. What about you? Felix asked. Annette responded. We've heard a lot of stories about the witch knight Cornelia reports that you put out the fire of Arian Rod by removing it and dropping it on someone. Felix said. Yeah, Annette said. Marianne had turned into some kind of monster. Hard to describe. I dropped Arian Rod's fire on her. You talk about that like it's a normal thing, Dida commented. You have become a magnificent mage, Annette. Ah, it's nothing, Annette said, deflecting. It's not as impressive as it sounds. What kind of monster did she become? Felix asked. Like, half-dragon? It freaked Flane out, Annette said. Something unholy, not human or dragon but somehow worse than both, lesser. Thank you, Dimitri said. For saving my mother and Arian Rod both. We'd heard they were under attack, but we couldn't stop. The Kingdom Grand Army is too big to wheel about, we were committed. Speaking of that, Felix asked, what were the eagles doing up there? It's a bit outside of your normal hunting grounds. We went to Arian Rod specifically to save your mom, Annette said. We wanted to talk with you, and figured swooping in and saving your mom was a good conversational opener. I mean, it makes me pretty well disposed, Dimitri said, chuckling. Myself as well, Dida said. Cornelia's a lovely stepmother. You're welcome, Annette said. Of course, it turned out you were already gone in here at Gronder Field, because apparently Destiny is a hack writer and plays favorites. It's a bit weird to be here, Dimitri admitted. Gronder Field, where we broke free from the Empire, and where the Empire saved us the second time. That's going to be confusing as hell for future historians. I think Byleth said that history didn't repeat, but it does rhyme, Annette said. Might have been Edelgard, but I think it was Byleth. Speaking of the war. If you have any ideas for how to take the Great Bridge, we're all ears, Dimitri said. Dorothea will come up with something, Annette said, shrugging. I've some ideas in that regard as well. She did, too, and she'd spoken with Dorothea about it on the way here. If the bridge's defenses were all aimed this way, the eagles would just have their flying and swimming monarchies haul the rest of them across the river, and then they'd attack from behind while the Kingdom Grand Army distracted them with a token attack at the front. As the defenses whirled around to engage the eagles, the kingdom would actually commit to an attack, and caught between two full-scale assaults from opposite ends, the bridge would fall. Of course, even with such a plan, casualties would likely be enormous, but maybe they'd figure out something. They had done just that for 5 years, be a bad time to drop that winning streak now. Care to share with the class? Sylvain said, in perfect mimicry of something Hanneman had once said, and even amidst her rage and grief, Annette snorted. Maybe later, she said. Once I've had time to discuss it with the other officers. Nods of understanding, and into the brief quiet Ingrid said, I named my kid after you. I what? Annette said. We thought you were dead, Ingrid said. When me and Glenn had a child, we wanted to remember you, and our little girl needed a name. So we named her Annette. You're a mom? Annette asked, and Ingrid nodded her helmed head. Got a little girl, she said. Annette Frildarius. Annette blushed, her heart full of warmth. Thank you, she said. I'm honored. Do you have to rename the kid now that she's alive? Sylvain asked. I mean, you can't name someone after somebody if they're not dead, that's not how it works. Sylvain. Ingrid said, turning her covered head to him. Why doesn't she take the helmet off? Annette wondered. Well, at least we have answered Annette's question, Dida said. Oh. Dimitri said to his husband. Yes, Dida said. Sylvain did not stop being a dick. Annette laughed, and sipped her wine. This felt comfortable. Check the description for the links to the author.